Hola, buen día a todos, todas, todes donde nos estén escuchando. Acá desde Buenos Aires hoy un día un poco más primaveral, raro porque esta época siempre hace calor, pero dejó de llover.
Hello, everybody. Today from Buenos Aires, it's a little warmer. It's not raining anymore. As I said, the first day was a little bit more technical, and we're going to move through the program towards Friday with some issues which are a little bit more social in nature. We're going to be looking at the economy. We're going to move on to things like artificial intelligence, ethics, and social networks. So today, our first subject is data governance. And then we're going to be looking at other issues. You can look at the program for further details. Thank you for all the tweets from all of those people who are following us. Helps us to broadcast what we're doing and tell people about our panels. Everything will be uploaded onto YouTube so you can see it later. And you can also watch it live and ask any questions you want. So our next panel is moderated by Sonia Agnese, a great friend. I've got lots of friends on this panel, and Sonia, in addition to being a very good friend, is the founder of a group that we're running called ICT Gals. Sonia, I would like you to tell us a little bit about the ICT Gals. I'll leave you with Sonia, who's going to present the panel. She founded a group called Omdia. And as Marina says, let's network without guilt and share work opportunities. And we share opportunities to participate in events and research, and we help each other out, basically. So if there are any ICT gals in the audience, you can join us. Sonia, welcome. And thank you for being with us on the second day of the South School on Internet Governance and the Argentine School on Internet Governance. And thank you for moderating this panel. So over to you. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. We've known each other for a long time. We started out by organizing some dinners, we get togethers, because we women, in order to advance in our careers, actually find it quite difficult to network because we've got to take the kids to school, because we've got to do housework, we've got to be parents and money earners, and we just weren't focusing on that. So we held these kind of informal events, and we set up this ICT Girls LATAM. We're on social networks, we have a WhatsApp group, and what we do is create connections between women to help them in the context of understanding just how important it is to reach out and develop contacts. Obviously, the ICT boys are invited too. No, we share information. Everybody's very welcome, in fact, to join us. And in addition to my role as an ICT girl, I'm the senior principal analyst in Latin America for Omdia. We're a consultancy and research company. We're working throughout Latin America, and we've been working on regulatory issues and public policies. And today it's my honor, my privilege to moderate the panel on privacy. We know how important privacy is. We've done all kinds of surveys, and this is always one of the issues that comes up at the top of the list. In the yearly survey that Ipsos carries out with Internet Society, shows us that 75 to 80% of people are very concerned about their privacy online. And what we also see is that there are growth, from year-on-year growth towards greater concern about privacy issues, because also in this context, there are new regulations and companies are applying new policies, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. So without further ado, I will turn over to Paula Vargas, who's the head of privacy engagement at Facebook in Latin America. Welcome, Paula. It's all yours. Hello, Sonia. Hello. Well, good afternoon, wherever you are, where the audience is. Thank you to my co-panel speakers. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I'll just want to tell you that I'll have to leave the panel a little bit earlier. I'm sorry about this, because in the virtual life, sometimes other things overlap. I had a previous engagement, so I'm sorry about that. I'll get started on my talk. so as not to take up any of more of my allotted 10 minutes. Well, I was asked to talk about data governance and how this translates into how this affects a company such as Facebook, which has a global reach, nearly 3 million users, in fact, thousands and billions of users. It's a company which provides services which are personalized. I don't know if you're aware of this or if you realize this when you're using the service, but everybody's Facebook is quite different. It's customized. It's based on their preferences, obviously. You use Facebook to connect with your friends and your families. You talk about the things that interest you. Maybe you use it to do business. Why not? I mean, you set up communities. That's also part of our vision. But this means that your interests drive your preferences, and therefore what it is defines your content, and it also defines the content that you see. And this means that it's personalized. And this in turn implies that there is a treatment of personal data required to offer you that service. The same thing goes for the business models. Because we provide personalized advertising, we treat personal data which is shared by our users so that we can provide them with a service. And that, for us, is a huge responsibility. As you can imagine, the responsible use of personal data shared by users so that we can provide them with the services is the founding pillar of Facebook. So the issue of data is priority. It's front and center for Facebook. And this is because the data that our users entrust us with are precisely what allows us to provide them with the services. So it's not just an issue of compliance with the rules, it's also a fundamental right. And it's also the subsistence of our business, because if we don't process data responsibly, the users won't have the confidence, the trust to give us their data and allow us to process it to provide them with the service. So this little introduction was to explain to you that privacy is, Facebook has created huge amounts of opportunities, but also many challenges. And privacy is probably one of the most complex and yet also one of the most dynamic to handle. I want to underline the word dynamic because we all need to understand that privacy is not static. Data governance within an organization is not static. It's not a program that you switch on and it just moves on and then it finishes and that's it. The issue about privacy and data governance programs need to be supervised and revised constantly, particularly the services like the one that Facebook provides, which processes data, because the services keep changing, because regulations keep changing. And this requires constant review to ensure that we are responsibly using the data. So how do we do this in Facebook? Let me tell you how it is, what we do. How does a global privacy program actually work? What is the accountability? What does this mean for accountability? I'm going to share my screen now and I'm going to whiz through my presentation because I don't want to overstep my time. Please tell me when my time is up, yeah? Let me just share my screen with you. I'll go back just a minute. And as I was saying, how do we establish a privacy program? First, there is a concept which you might have heard about, which is privacy by design. This began by being a standard for those of us who were developing privacy practices, and it is now contemplated in most legislation throughout the world, particularly the GDPR. What does this mean, privacy by design? that from the moment in which you come up with a product, you conceive of a project, privacy protection must be incorporated throughout the development of its life cycle, of that project or that product. This is the way in which we can truly provide a prevention framework and contemplate how we manage privacy risks. So that becomes the responsible use of data. Part of this privacy by design is transparency and control. Now, how in an organization do we ensure that the owners of the data, i.e. people, know how their data is being used and how can they control it? What are the two key elements in parallel? Transparency and control. These enable people to be the ones who take the decisions about how an organization is going to use their data. Now, what do we have at Facebook? First, we have principles. We have privacy principles, which are public. Anybody can look them up. They're published. If you're interested, I can send you the link later. But here you can read some of the principles under which we operate in order to review our products and services. This is our privacy outlook. We give people control. We ensure transparency so that people can understand how their data is used. The data belongs to people so they can eliminate it if they want. We are responsible in terms of accountability. These are the basic principles under which we operate. But in addition to this, we have data policies. And here I wanted to tell you is that one of the key things about policies, and also one of the greatest challenges, is how do you design, and once again, privacy has to be an inherent to this, how do you design policies which are understandable? Because one of the big problems is that regulations have lots and lots of requirements to be included in a policy, and they're so long, these documents, and they're exhausting to read, frankly. And we're always saying that there's a very tiny fraction of people who actually read all the fine print, if you like. So one of the things that we have to do is design a policy that can be understood. I'll just show you, if I can show you my video, so how we can find our data privacy policy. Oh, it doesn't let me. Okay, never mind. One of the issues is principles and policies which ensure that the use of data is transparent and ensures that these are designed in such a way that people are placed in the center of policy design, because policy design has to take into account the people who will be using the policy. And the idea is that people who aren't experts in technology or people who don't have a huge knowledge can understand the policies. So we have these principles, we have policies, and we have tools. So, and here I'm going to tell you a bit more about this, because the tools, we're a technology company, right? So we build tools within the platform so that people can have access to transparency and control. So you'll see, maybe you know them already, but if you don't, I'll invite you to use them and get to know them, because this is what is going to allow you to control the way in which we use your data. As we're a technology company, we can build within the platform these kinds of tools, and we have specific equipment, if you like. And I'll tell you a little bit. We have teams, in fact, who are working on this, who develop technology for privacy. And this is part of privacy by design, which is what we were talking about earlier. So let me see if I can show you this video. Here you can see how you can find on your mobile phone something that's called direct privacy access. What is this tool? It's a link when we put all the information about privacy. This is important because privacy by design means that people shouldn't have to go to tons and tons of links to find the information. If all you have to do is go to this screen, access to privacy tools, and in the one single link, you'll have all the information you need for you to access information about your privacy. One key tool is the rapid privacy check. So when people access, they can rapidly review the key decisions in terms of privacy, which they might have taken in terms of how the platform is using their data. Now, we always encourage people to use this tool, and you have to use it fairly frequently because maybe we'll change some of the uses that Facebook gives to the platform. And so it's important to review every now and then the privacy options to ensure that the ones that you chose originally are still being maintained. Let me just bear with me for a second, because look, here you can see the direct privacy accesses, and there you can see what you're sharing, how to protect your account, how people can look for you, and control over other applications, which is also important because this is something that has to do with the data ecosystem. How do you control the other applications that you connect with through Facebook? This is something very quick. It only takes a few minutes, and it helps people to maintain control of their data. So these are tools which were designed for privacy and created technologically for this purpose. And here I'd like to tell you a little bit about tools for transparency and control in terms of advertising within our business model. Now, I would like to review the myth that Facebook sells people's data, because it's not true. It never has. It never will. What is Facebook's business model in terms of selling advertising space? Advertising, personalized advertising. This is based on your preferences. What does that mean? Sometimes people say, why am I getting adverts for gym shoes? Well, maybe that's a person that gave a like to running pages, or maybe they're part of a runners group. So that's personalized advertising. Advertising, which is understood as being something that somebody will want to receive within a business model where the services are free. And it's the same anywhere, actually. And it's sustained and that means it's sustained by advertising. Now, how can you exercise transparency and control over the use of your data within this business model? Now, this is an issue which involves policies and the tools which are given to the users. So to summarize, you also have preferences about advertising. Here, you can see how to control not only information and how your data is used for advertising purposes, but you can also control, and I'll now show you which tool it is. It's on this slide. How can you control your advertising preferences? This means that people can control the criteria and kinds of ads they want. For instance, you can block a certain kind of advertiser. You can decide that a certain criteria like fitness isn't your thing, and you prefer not to receive any ads for this. So you can inform and you can control. Another control tool is, why are you seeing this ad? And this also has to do with the discussions about algorithms that we'll have later on. There's to be able to inform a user what has been the criteria used to define what kinds of ads they receive. As you see, for instance, anybody can do this, and I invite you that if you are using our platform, when you get an ad and you don't know why, you have a tool which will enable you to know what kind of criteria is being used to ensure that you get that ad. Now, this is another tool outside Facebook. 2 more minutes. Transparency and control over the information receive from third parties, from Facebook and websites, I also invite you to use this. And this is part of setting up a global privacy program. Now, what are the principles under which these policies and tools will be deployed? How are we going to design a continuous improvement program? Here, we can tell you what we're doing in this area. We've made mistakes, it's true. And programs have got to try and mitigate the risks involved and maximize the benefits. And this is the foundation for the dynamics of a privacy program. And finally, I'm sorry, this is in English, but probably many of you do know that Facebook last year had an agreement with the ITC, which is the regulator for Facebook Inc. And that agreement, which was pretty famous because of the amount that was paid as part of the agreement, but in terms of accountability and governance, data governance, for those interested in this kind of issue, it's an historic agreement because it's not only going to change the game for Facebook, creating unprecedented obligations in terms of privacy. We've always had a global privacy program, but this new agreement ramped up the obligations and protection levels. Also, this is likely to be an industry standard as a result of the commitments created on the basis of the agreement, because it has to do with how privacy is built into each product and what measures are designed as regards compliance in the areas of quarterly reports, the executives who have to certify compliance with privacy, and even the CEO himself, all the way to independent monitoring of compliance. So if you see these three pillars, building privacy from product design, strict compliance measures which involve the executives within the company, and finally, independent monitoring and oversight, which will give us the idea of how we can develop a data governance program within an organization. So this is where I finish. I hope that you found this useful. It's a practical perspective of what we're doing. And I'm so sorry I can't stay till the end of the panel, but Sonia, if perhaps you can send me any questions, I'd be more than delighted to take them. Thank you, Paula. Well, we've got a like for the presentation. It was fascinating for all of us to see how, in fact, we have our privacy configured. So now we're going to see another company. We're going to be talking to Pablo Segura from Mercado Libre. He is the data privacy director, handles the issue of data privacy. It's a pleasure, Pablo, for you to hear from you. Please do tell us how you're handling the issue of data privacy.
Hello, Sonia. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having invited me. It's a great pleasure to be here and part of this panel, sharing Mercado Libre's experience. I'm going to share my screen, and please tell me if you can see that correctly. The topic of my presentation is to address data protection regulations, the new ones. Let me tell you something about data protection regulations, and that is that we find ourselves regulated by a set of privacy rules, more than 110 countries across the world that they have a data protection regulation in place. Some of them have a bill or a draft, and there are just a few countries where we do not have a data protection law in place. So we're faced with a regulatory framework that is complex and dynamic at the same time. So any data protection scheme for a company that works or operates in certain countries had to contemplate this, since most of the regulations are homogeneous. And there are some aspects that one has to take into account when we have a comprehensive data protection scheme, considering all the differences with so many regulations. Most of the regulations are homogeneous because they target at the European regulation, the GDPR. That is a legal regime that is very, very stringent, and that includes the concept that was mentioned by Paula, that she talked about, that I believe that is the primary one, that includes the concept of accountability, which indeed impacts on the so many regulations that are in place in Latin America. That's why I bring it to the table. Now, GDPR opened a new way of managing privacy. Why is that? Because with the previous scheme and that is the current situation, like for example of countries like Argentina, Mexico, or Colombia in a certain way, one complies with the data protection regulation, complying with the checklist and with the specific points of that checklist. For example, I have to check a privacy consent, user's consent, check my database. I have to check all of that. And then I forget about data protection until the next prerequisite or requirement that is asked by the regulator. And this changes with accountability, because the GDPR imposes accountability, and that created a new trend in Latin America that made possible these regulations to replicate and include the GDPR. However, we have it in the Brazilian that was implemented recently in Brazil, also in Uruguay, with the reforms that were amended to that law that I'm sure Beatriz is going to say that and talk about. Also, some reform projects in Argentina and in Chile. Also, being regulated in Colombia and via regulation in different resolutions adopted by the Argentine Data Protection Regulation Agency. What is accountability is a new paradigm in the way we manage and the way we govern information. It doesn't have a direct translation into Spanish or into Portuguese or in any other Romance languages. Accountability implies responsibility, being held accountable for something. It's a combination of words in Spanish. So given this framework, is that not only do we have to comply with data protection regulations, but also we're making an effort in ensuring that this compliance is effective. So it's not only checking lists or to-do lists, but also an ongoing effort within my organization and have a strategy in place in order to demonstrate how our organization protects the privacy of our data. So this is what accountability is. I have to demonstrate before the data protection agency or regulation agency and how we go about with this data and protect this data to safeguard the privacy of our users. Now, in Latin American regulations, we see diverse translations, different translations. Sometimes it is translated as proven responsibility. Is what the Colombian agency translated to describe what accountability means. Sometimes it's called proactive responsibility in the bill in Argentina. And this implies that an organization has to put in place mechanisms to protect the user's data and should have a very effective mechanism to exercise the rights of the holders of that information and a surveillance or an ongoing surveillance of the way they're managing their privacy problems, to identify deviations, to apply remediation in the cases where what is necessary. A corporation then is accountable of many, many things. By way of summary, we're going to describe only 6 of those obligations that corporations should adopt. Privacy in design was explained and addressed by Paula very, very well. So that is that it should be embedded in the development of new products and new applications that process personal data. This is aimed at privacy from design. And you have only 2 minutes. Thank you, Sonia. Also, to conduct impact assessment on privacy. For example, an engineer may conduct an environmental impact assessment given a civil work. When we put a new process in place, we need to assess how this will impact on users, have an inventory of all the process and activities and all the assets that we have within the organization in order to understand effectively how we work on that and to have good governance of that information. Also to appoint the data privacy officer responsible for this information and responsible for conducting this initiative and having a full-time job in improving the efforts to protect this data and to monitor and surveil on an ongoing basis the risk through audits, and also report the security incidents when they emerge before the enforcement agency and especially to the holders of those rights. Investment in privacy is not an expense. It's precisely a very, very good, effective investment. Cisco says that is a revenue privacy, where the money that is invested in privacy yields very, very good results for the organization. And to conclude, let me tell you that we have an initiative in place in Mercado Libre related to compliance and data protection. Has a motto that is to create value on the protection of personal data. And we are creating value for our users because we facilitate to the operation and safe ecosystem and platform, and to create value for our organization at the same time, since it is a partner for us, and therefore we protect their data as competitive at the same time, because the customer is going to choose Mercado Libre because we respect their privacy versus another company that does not protect them. And also it's a multiplying factor for data protection agencies, because we're required to have a privacy program in place. So it multiplies the protection of this data by having a very good privacy program in place. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And hopefully this has been very, very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was extremely interesting, particularly to understand the outlook and the programs that you are using to expand these precepts to the other partners of Mercado Libre. So it's not just remaining within the area of large companies. And now it's very interesting to hear from one of the regulators who's going to tell us how, with approaching the issue to protect users' privacy. She's Uruguayan, is from the regulatory unit and control of personal data from the Uruguayan Agency for E-Government and Information Society. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to share with you. A special thank you to Adrián. Since, as Sonia said, I will be talking about this issue from the point of view of the regulator. Over the last 10 years, we have been working with a control entity which oversees the use of personal data. Due to the evolution which was taking place back in 2008 of how personal data was being used, or the lawmakers who unanimously adopted the law decided to ensure that Uruguay had a law regulating and protecting everything to do with personal data. As from then, we created the regulatory unit and control of personal data, and we called it ICANN. At the time, it was quite trendy to give all the organizations arising at the time these long names. So we depend on the e-commerce agency, which means that everything that the unit handles and says has to be respected. Technically, belongs to the regulatory unit. Everything that is done is established by the unit. Now, if any of the directors feel that there should be a change, they have the resources to do so in order to present a request for a change to whatever has been resolved and see whether laws need to be reviewed. So far, I don't know if it's because we're working very well or whatever, all the decisions undertaken by the organization all of the decisions have been very favorable to the unit. I'll say this because people often think that the unit controls and does not guarantee. But the question is, what is it for? What is the unit for personal data control for? Are they going to use my data? Are they going to be acting like Big Brother? But that's actually not the case. What we're trying to do is change people's mindset. In these last 10, 12 years, we have seen how everything to do with personal data use has changed. Not only amongst adults, but also in young people, teenagers, who think that everything is free, and who also think that the larger the number of friends, the better. I have 1 million friends. It's like it's the best thing that could happen to me. It would really help if she was wearing a headset with a microphone. Yes, when we think of a regulatory entity, you think, gosh, they're going to have all my data, they're going to know everything about me, they're going to own my data, and everything I interact with will be sending my data to the regulator. But that's obviously not the case. And so we need to inform consumers about what the regulatory agencies really stand for and when they can make a complaint. And it's good to know that somebody is looking out for their privacy, and that consumers know that they have the opportunity to have their complaint seen. So, Beatrice, let's see if you can hear me a bit better. Let's move on. What I was saying is that the regulatory unit guarantees the rights of all people. All those people, not only the Uruguayans, but all those people living in other countries throughout the country. Personal data in the public domain and the private domain, and personal data of physical people and of companies. You might say, how can a company have personal data? Well, precisely everything which is understood as relevant to the company and which could be violated in terms of their market, the way they carry out their business, our law also protects them. It is one of the key differences with from the laws that exist in other parts of the world. So our job covers all the areas where personal data could be violated because the main principles are not being respected and the rights enshrined in the law are being violated. So from the word go, it is clear that all the principles that are enshrined in the regulations in other countries are included, but we also have a legality principle which is based we understand that everything which is referred to databases which is not linked to our register is illegal. That means it's outside the regulation. So public and private entities, people and companies have to ensure that their databases are registered with us so that if there are any complaints made, we can see exactly why. And that will permit us to do something to help that person making the complaint. Pablo was saying Beatriz is going to be telling us how the unit works. Yes, we at the unit work in different ways. We are focused on the complaints made, those who are in some way violated or think their rights have been violated. They can ask us questions. They can ask what certain data or concepts enshrined in the law mean if they're not clear. And the unit will provide advice accordingly. It will take a decision. It will rule, if you like, on the complaint and resolve the question. It will also take certain steps to solve complaints. It will hold audits. We can even seize and attach material, such as a database, which might be outside the norm. And obviously, many of the actions that we take, we also involve the Justice Department, because very often we need a warrant to search or an order issued by a judge, a ruling. Beatriz, working with justice is obviously key. Having an authority working together with justice is key to ensure data privacy to consumers. Our time is up, and we also need to hear from Pablo. No, well, those were that was basically it. Thank you. Yes, very good. Because, as you said, as Pablo said, there are many laws in virtually all the countries which manage the whole issue of personal data management. And there is a move towards greater protection of personal data. And one of the steps, obviously, is to ensure that databases are registered, as Beatriz said. And these should be open so that consumers can ask questions, they can raise their issues with the authorities. Our last presenter, but last but not least, is Pablo Matias Herrera. He's from the School of Economic Sciences, the University of Buenos Aires, and he works on the issues on big data, data use for research, and will tell us how he sees the whole issue of data privacy. Welcome, Pablo.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, afternoon, evening to those who are joining us at the South School on Internet Governance 2020. I have been talking to Sonia and Olga and my co-panel speakers. It's been really interesting to hear them talk about the different aspects they handle. Now, as Sonia was saying, I work in the School of Economic Sciences at the University of Buenos Aires. I'm a researcher. I work in a special center on administration. And today we've been developing a study on state financing policies and how you work with personal data. And within this, what we are trying to do is analyze the issues related to data management in organizations. And indeed, the title of this panel is extremely relevant because it's directly related to what we're working on, bearing in mind also that from this center, we are building know-how that we believe will be significant because it's developed from input from different actors. When I was listening to Pablo and Beatriz, it's very clear that this is allowing us to see how organizations are managing their decisions about data protection and what they consider to be privacy risks. So it's a really interesting time for us to share what we're doing. Today, more than ever, knowledge is seen as localized knowledge too, because we have planning, we have a project, but because of the situations that emerge, which we have seen particularly after March when the pandemic was declared, well, we had a lockdown as from the end of March, which stimulated these communications channels, virtual communications, which put at great risk all the issues related to data privacy. And this know-how has to be applied to these situations as we look at the technologies that enables people's decisions. Now, the research that we have been developing together with the center I talked about earlier has been looking at data management within companies.
Now, although Beatriz was talking about what they're doing in Uruguay at the regulatory unit, three particular objectives include analyzing large data volume tools to process all the information. Governmental and public sector organizations have historically collected personal and territorial data. But this is now a problem because we've now been looking at the whole issue of privacy and the dynamic that this has. With all this processing technology, the data, any data, can be collected and stored. Any kind of comment on a social network, any kind of image, any video, anything can be measured and structured into data. So that kind of processing technology is being used by government organizations to take decisions which become policy. So the idea is also to analyze the privacy risks and the errors that can be made by using these large volume data processing tools. This is very clear. This kind of technology has been used for several years, but today the devices and the web are proving to be one of the technologies which help to process this data. I also look at this as a very big operation which goes from collection to data marketing. And part of the problem is how you develop a protocol or a process, let's say a procedure to distinguish ourselves. Decisions made on the data collected which can be reformed within a criteria of responsibility. Paula and Pablo talked about this. It's fundamental that from the 2016, we've had the GDPR in Europe, which began to be implemented in 2018. And there was a dissemination of this aspect. Organizations, particularly those which Paula and Pablo talked about, are those which have a business model based on data management. And within Chapter 4, Article 25 of the GDPR offers two key concepts. The design, privacy by design, which is complemented by something we might be called by default. This deals with taking measures so that they can organize their technologies in such a way as to protect the privacy of the data collected from people. And very often it's sensitive data. This is clear with the latest data processing technologies being used by governments and the fact that they take decisions based on these data as if these were irrefutable. It's about opening an area where we can question all of this so that we can move ahead and define policies based on this evidence, which will allow people to be responsible. The concept of regulation and privacy regulation is very dynamic. It requires a market dynamics because it involves social values, because privacy is a social and human right. But at the same time as these data processing technologies develop, these rights are being undermined. So I think it's really important to hear from Pablo this concept of this checklist of building in this follow through to how these measures are being developed to protect people's privacy. So I know that we're coming up to our time. I will close and go back to Sonia. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you for sharing. Sadly, we have no time left. I think it's been a very interesting panel. And I think those of you who are interested will be able to go into the whole bit of the GDPR in greater detail and how they're working with privacy by design, by default, accountability, lots of new concepts to get stuck into. And there's one concept is particularly important is transparency so that users know what they're accessing, know how their data is being used. So people know how their information is going to be used, particularly in these times of COVID. So we need to know how our data is being used, and we also have a responsibility. Thank you very much for taking part, and we'll come back to this. So Olga, back to you. Here I am. That was a fascinating panel. We could hold an entire event on this. I know that there have been some questions. We'll be sending them to Paula regarding privacy and Facebook. Thank you, Beatriz. Thank you to all the colleagues. And Sonia, as always, our ICT gals. Thank you so much to everybody for taking part. Everything will be uploaded to YouTube. Adrian says hi to Beatriz and all the other panelists. And we'll be moving on. Don't go away. We now have another fascinating panel. Bye to these panelists. And here we are now with, we'll just have take a tiny little break so we change over the panel. It's just like in the real world, isn't the physical world, where people get off the stage and another lot comes on. So we just need to change the video feed. We'll be right back. Don't go away. The next panel is really interesting about how internet projects are financed. We'll be having the Latin American Development Bank. And we'll have people telling us about financing opportunities.
Bueno, gracias por estar ahí. Acá
Thank you very much.
hay que hacer una serie de arreglos para entre panel y panel.
We have some details to fix in between panels, just like an in-person event. We need to change some video signals. Right now we have a super panel moderated by a friend of ours, that is Raquel. Raquel Gato comes from Brazil. What I would like to say about Raquel is that I met her years ago. And that was one of the first students of the South School of Internet Governance that was organized here in Buenos Aires. Raquel, at that time, helped us a lot with the translation from Portuguese. And at that time, we have always, we became friends, we met her in many meetings, in many conferences. So Raquelinia, thank you very much. You're always available to help people. We have also Sarah Armstrong. She's the CEO of International Society Foundation. Mauricio Agudelo, coordinator of CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. Eduardo Comali, and Miguel Porrua from the Inter-American Development Bank. Sarah, can you hear the translation? Sarah? No. En el canal de inglés lo puedes seguir. Acá tenemos.
And then you can see this image. So Sarah, if you want, I can send you right now the YouTube channel. I did send it to you already. Bueno, le doy la palabra a Raquel, que va a ser la moderadora. Raquel, en el caso que necesitemos algunos minutos
Raquel,
más,
can you hear me? Testing the English translation. Can you hear me? After the break, we can take a few minutes, and later I'm going to ask you questions from the students. It's a pleasure to see you. Okay. Thank you very much, Olga. First and foremost, it's a great pleasure to be back here in the South School of Internet. It's close to my heart because I was attending during the first year, and especially because this is a great event that gathering so many people. The work that you do, Olga, with your team is very important, is relevant, and it's very important for the region. So it's a great pleasure to make my contribution here. I am going to be addressing my presentation in English so I can address more accurately my presentation. So probably you will be changing into Spanish, right? Because I'm going to be addressing it in English.
To English, so I can also include Sarah to the presentation. And Sarah, we were just saying hi. I was also thanking Olga for all the hard work, and wow, they got to 500 people, more than hundreds of people today. So that's amazing. Really, it's incredible the work they've been doing. And I have the honor today to moderate this excellent panel. This is really a panel that I appreciate the opportunity and the time that you were giving for all the fellows to learn more about the institutions and what you've been doing and how they can also apply or contribute to their work. So how we are going to work this time, we have about 1 hour. I received the best news any moderator wants to have. That is, if we need to run a little later, it's okay. So thank you so much, Olga, for that also. But we have about 1 hour, and we're going to listen from the experts first, and then we are going to open up for the questions from the audience. And I believe you can either do that in Spanish or English, and we make sure that we translate those. And the way we are going to have the flow for this session, it's in 2 rounds. So first, I'm going to call the speakers to talk a little bit about their organizations and what are the challenges that they're trying to tackle. And then we open up for a second round, which is more focused on what are the concrete projects, research, and all the trends that you can get involved in programs you can get involved that they are aware of, their institutions are working with. So without further delong, because you're not here to hear me, I'm just keeping a check of the time. For the speakers, I've innovated also. So if you are reaching to 5 minutes, I'm going to pull this red card. It's a very football, soccer known card. So you can just be aware that's going to happen. So let me start with round 1. And I'm going to call Sarah Armstrong. She's the CEO of Internet Society Foundation, and it's my pleasure to see her again. And the first question is about if you can introduce a little bit about your organization, the nuances that you have with the foundation, since we're going to hear about the development banks later, and what are the challenges and priorities you were tackling today?
Absolutely, it is my pleasure. There's a little bit of other noise going on. I don't know if you can hear that, but I hope that it's not interrupting my discussion this morning. It's this morning here, but I'm also welcoming people I know from all over the world. So welcome, daytime, nighttime, morning. I'm here, as Raquel said, to talk about the Internet Society Foundation. It's a very new organization, and I really love the opportunity to be able to share with you a little bit about who we are, ultimately what our challenges are, as Raquel pointed out. And then finally, we're going to talk in the second round about how you can get involved in some of the things we are involved in. So I'm going to share a PowerPoint. Hope everybody can see that. Great. So the Internet Society Foundation is here today to speak about financing for internet projects. I will be focused on the philanthropic direction for this, as opposed to the other panelists who are coming at from a different angle, which I think is what makes this morning and today an interesting day. Let me talk first about what it is that we do. The Internet Society Foundation is very much connected to the Internet Society. And the things that we do, we fund initiatives, again, through grant giving. We are a grant giving organization, and that's how we get things done and how we can change the world. We advance the mission of the Internet Society. The Internet is for everyone. And we just want to be sure that we're supporting a globally connected, secure, and trustworthy Internet. Where did we come from? What's our history? As everybody knows by now, I think, the Internet Society was established in 1992. And in about, I don't know how many years that makes it, between 1992 and 2009, they made the decision to fund grants for their Internet Society chapters. Now, in the Latin American region, we have Latin American Caribbean region, we have 25 Internet Society chapters who are very involved in a number of issues, including internet governance, access, security, et cetera, working very hard to improve their communities. So those people are also receiving grants from the Internet Society Foundation, which was officially launched in February of last year. Now the idea is that we have to build that foundation. So I came in a year ago in July and started working on operations, on defining programs, on making sure we had the right team behind this. And so that is now where we are. We are a year away from our anniversary. Excuse me, there's some noise. We are a year away from our start, a year plus, and we've accomplished a tremendous amount. So let me just show you quickly before I hand it over to Mauricio what some of our program areas are. And when you ask about challenges, the challenge is to continue to find the right organizations to fund. This, of course, includes the chapters, the Internet Society chapters throughout the Latin American Caribbean region, as well as globally. There are 131 of those who are eligible for grant funding from the Internet Society Foundation. We also have a program called Skills, which after the next round, I will explain a bit more. Innovation, we've done some work with COVID-19. We are launching a research program, and we were looking into disaster resiliency. So I'll go into a little more detail on those programs in the second part of our discussion. And in the meantime, just one more point to make is we do fund, yes, we fund schools of internet governance. And that's one of the ones right here that we're all part of that we did provide support for. So we do sponsorships of the schools. We also fund the global, the nationals, and the regional IGFs. So that's another part of the foundation, as is funding the IETF LLC. So I've just given you an overview of who we are, what we do, where we came from, what our mission is, and the areas in which we want to stay focused. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mauricio. Thank you, Raquel.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I'm so sorry for the little bit of background noise. I guess it's solved by now.
Yes.
So let me introduce the next speaker, Mauricio Agudelo. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Mauricio es el coordinador de la Agenda Digital.
He's the coordinator of the digital agenda of the Latin American Development Bank, the CAF. Welcome, Mauricio. So the first issue is, can you tell us a little bit about your organization? And what are the challenges that you're facing in terms of the financing for internet projects? Of course, Raquel, thank you very much for the invitation. And my co-panel speakers and the 400 participants who have joined us from the South School, and to Olga. I will share my screen. We can see your screen. So to answer your question, in the first 5 minutes, we are a development bank, a multilateral bank, which provides technical assistance and financing to member states, 17 throughout Latin America, as well as Spain and Europe. And we have relations with European countries. We have focus our action in the aspects of the digital development for a country or a region as based on an index. We see that Latin America has been developing moderately fast. Its digital development is average on the whole in comparison with other regions. And certainly, we have to say that despite progress in the region, the gap between OECD and Paris Group countries is still pretty big, and we are unable to close it. This does not imply that it's a region as a whole, but we have to look at digital development in Latin America. We've carried out reports in 2004, 2010, and 2014. And what we're saying is that the use of connectivity is leading to digital transformation in homes. We're looking at the development of the digital economy. So digital infrastructures are also important, as is broadband, fiber optics, and with human capital involved, it also needs to be developed with digital skills on the basis of the digital revolution, because the 21st century society demands this and demands also public policies able to contemplate this new digital ecosystem. So the region has progressed, And we're looking now at the way in which we can use our different resources to help people access the digital world, a world of information and solutions, digital solutions focused on access to information services and entertainment, but not so much the development of knowledge per se. We're looking at access to digital government services and the banking services solutions and development in terms of the challenges that we're facing as regards the digital gap. Now we're in the midst of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and we believe that the region still has a long way to go in terms of developing and expanding its digital capacities and skills. We need greater penetration in terms of fiber optic networks, which also means developing better 4G networks. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. We're not actually seeing your presentation. We can only see the first screen. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're still on the first screen, Mauricio. Oh, I don't know what the problem is. Maybe my connection isn't working. You have 2 minutes. But when we talk about challenges, I was saying that we have the issue of digital infrastructure. I'm sorry, his microphone isn't actually properly connected, so I'm not picking up everything he's saying.
El desarrollo, ¿cierto?, de unas competencias y de un capital humano que pueda generar, digamos, una palanca importante en ese proceso de transformación digital. Y quería mencionar un poco, ya que estamos en un panel de financiamiento, lo que implica el desafío de la inversión de una región que, como hemos visto, digamos, en esta pandemia, tiene unas infraestructuras de comunicaciones resilientes que han permitido sostener, por ejemplo, las comunicaciones, el crecimiento del tráfico y de los datos en la pandemia. Pues todavía, digamos, es una región que relativamente invierte, no lo que uno esperaría, por ejemplo, cuando mira niveles de inversión un poco más avanzados, salvo países como Uruguay, Chile o Costa Rica, en términos per cápita, que invierten niveles un poco más superiores al promedio de América Latina. En general, pues estamos invirtiendo 4 o 5 veces menos que, por ejemplo, la OECD, y eso implica, en términos, digamos, aspiracionales, que deberíamos estar en la región movilizando cerca de $60.000 millones de dólares anuales en materia de inversión en redes de comunicaciones, así como también, por ejemplo, en todo lo que implica el despliegue y adopción de estas tecnologías emergentes o tecnologías de frontera que habilitan, por ejemplo, la cuarta revolución industrial, y donde los índices de inversión en la región también son todavía inferiores. Y por eso, ya para ir cerrando este panel, nuestra agenda digital tiene, si se quiere, digamos, 3 grandes focos. Uno, contribuir al cierre de la brecha digital con proyectos de financiamiento, con proyectos de asistencia técnica. Estamos trabajando también con los países miembros, con el gobierno y con el sector privado en apoyar la transición hacia lo que es la industria 4.0, pero también lo que implica, por ejemplo, a promover la adopción de tecnologías digitales en la pequeña y la mediana empresa, integrando cadenas de producción, promoviendo la integración de estas empresas en cadenas globales de valor. Y un tema también importante es el desarrollo, por ejemplo, de ciudades inteligentes. Más adelante, en la siguiente ronda, puedo contar un poco qué estamos haciendo en materia de Smart Cities. También apoyando todo lo que implica el desarrollo de ecosistemas digitales y de innovación en el Estado, ¿no? Apoyando su transformación digital, y esto apalancado obviamente en una inversión importante en materia de cooperación técnica, en los últimos años 10 millones de dólares, pero también financiamiento, por ejemplo, en lo que son préstamos y proyectos de inversión para el despliegue de infraestructuras digitales, y también pues apoyando a los gobiernos con asistencia técnica en lo que es, por ejemplo, la modernización institucional, ¿no? El desarrollo de políticas públicas modernas, por ejemplo, en materia de masificación de Internet, ciberseguridad, nuevas tecnologías, datos abiertos, en fin, una serie de políticas que nosotros creemos constituyen una palanca y un habilitador para el desarrollo del ecosistema digital. Y bueno, lástima que no se ve la pantalla, pero ahí quedó, Raquel. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. I'm going to change into English so I can include Sarah, because I think the transmission was cut on YouTube.
Sarah, it seems YouTube has also stopped for a little bit on the English translation. And thank you very much for your presentation, very comprehensive, Mauricio, and outlining the three tracks for your digital agenda. So overcoming the digital divide, working with the smart cities, and also working with this, promoting this digital ecosystem and serving as a platform for infrastructure, government modernization, and so on. And I'm sure now you're all eager to hear Miguel. Miguel Purria, estoy hablando bien, no, el apellido. Miguel es el especialista principal de e-government del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Miguel, thank you very much for being with us. And if you can also introduce a little bit about the organization, about the bid, and what are the challenges that you are overcoming now. And I'm sure we're all eager for the second round and presenting more about the projects. Thank you. Gracias. Miguel, tengo ya tu presentación. A ver, ahora no.
Hola. ¿Sí me oyen?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. Thank you, Raquel. It's a pleasure sharing my experience with Mauricio, Diego, Eduardo, and Sarah. Thank you, Olga and Adrian, for having me, invited me to the South School of Internet Governance. Thank you for driving the digital agenda. Can you see my presentation okay? Because Mauricio's presentation or screen sharing got stuck. Okay, yeah, we're okay. We're even in the presentation mode with the second screen.
Just let me know when I'm running out of time, okay? So I know that I have 5 minutes in this first round. So I'm going to try and use them as best possible so that the audience can appreciate what I'm going to say. Mauricio, you already told us much of what we do. I was thinking that to get people into the subject, we should talk about what Mauricio mentioned. What do we do with digitalization? So these first 3 points are: what is the digital agenda, and the issues about security. Now, the pandemic, what it did, and as Mauricio said, was to bring the digital agenda front and center. It made it urgent. The issue of saving economies, the issue of saving people's livelihoods, internet plays a key role in these. Now, what is the digital agenda in the region? Mauricio told us a little about this. He said we have countries who are in the forefront of development, like Uruguay. Most countries do have a digital agenda. 18 countries have an emergency cyber center. 80% of countries have now brought much of public administration online. They're using connectivity to make public services more accessible. And 5 countries are amongst the 20 of the open data governance. So this is important for the digital agenda. But now, let's see what the real situation here, because we've got to know exactly what the issues are. We haven't made much progress. Only 5 countries have made some sort of progress on the digital agenda. Bureaucracy, red tape, loads of things are left to be need to be done. According to a study we did in terms of administration, only 30% of administration procedures can be started online. Not much is being shared within public administration, which means that often people have got to deal with lots of different ministries. It's not unified. Over 50% have a platform, the governments. But in terms of a comprehensive view of how data is analyzed and used, only 1 country has what we might call an integrated data strategy, and that is Uruguay. This is the outlook which Mauricio was talking about, and it's a little bit deeper here. We have only 5 countries amongst the top 50. 12 are up in the below 100. If we look at the whole world, we are below the average of the world. Many countries are below the average. Now, what are the main challenges? I will just read the main headings here to tell you what we're doing from the bank in line with what Mauricio was telling us. There's a major institutional challenge. The whole business about structure and infrastructure. Very few countries actually have a ministry or a department dealing with the digital agenda. Governance is not on the agenda, generally speaking, and it's not allowing the private sector to play a prominent role. We don't have vision, we don't have clarification. Only half of the countries have a roadmap of the digital agenda. We have a serious problem in terms of digital talent. This is really serious. We need some 400,000 ICT professionals in the region. While rules and regulations are out of date in terms of data management, less than half of the country have data protection legislation. Digital identity, even less. Security, only 12%. So we really need to update our framework, regulatory framework. I think we need to mention this every 45 minutes. We have only half the South Americans are actually connected to broadband, and the other half have a very questionable access. This is a major issue. And then finally, cybersecurity. It's not protected. Let me tell you where we are here. Just before Raquel tells me to stop, because this is my last slide. This is the bit where we're telling you going to tell you what we're doing from the bank's point of view. Now, cybersecurity, the situation is extremely serious. We are under attack. 92 million cyber attacks per day between January and June. For example, all over the region, hospitals, presidential offices. And in order to deal with these, we can see just how unprotected we are. Very few countries actually have any legislation to do with this, regulations, strategy or protocols. Only 12 countries have policies to deal with cybersecurity. The talent gap, as I said, of 400,000 for the ICT. As regards security, it's 140,000. We desperately need professionals who are able to work in this area. And in terms of the regulatory framework, we haven't got the tools in place to allow us to process and deal with crimes, cybercrime. The critical infrastructure of countries themselves, the infrastructure, the roads, the hospitals that the country so badly needs to work are not protected. There are only 7 countries that have a plan to protect these infrastructure today depends a great deal on technology to function properly. Institutional capabilities are very weak. only 18 cybernetic centers. So the regulatory framework is weak. And most countries do not even have a data security center for the government. This is just a brief overview of what I was saying. There are 53 security indicators. The top country is Uruguay, where most of the indicators in red means advances. Brazil is average. You can see that they still have lots of room for improvement, and then the worst at the bottom. Raquel, before you stop me, I'm going to tell you about the rest later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. That was really interesting to see the synergy between what Mauricio presented in looking at the outlook and the attitude, the approach to the challenges at macro level. And it's very good to see this roadmap of the digital infrastructure and to see how many countries are lacking in so many key areas and to see how much needs to be done. And particularly for today's audience, has shown me this figure. Like, we need 400,000 ICT professionals, and this is very important for the people listening us today. I'm sure it'll be a source of great interest because they'll be looking for work. So clearly, it's well worth bringing that up to show people that there is room. And all they have to do is just get as well qualified as possible so you can occupy these spaces. So let's move on to financing. Let me just confirm with Sarah. Sarah?
It was much better this time. Thanks, Raquel. Yeah, so I was able to understand a lot of what both of them said. So thank you.
Okay. No, I want to make sure that we're inclusive and you're getting the feed. Entonces ahora vamos para la segunda ronda de preguntas a los panelistas y después tenemos.
We're gonna go for the second round, and we have 15 minutes for the Q&A. So prepare, get ready, get your questions ready for the first and the second round, so the panelists can take those questions. The second round will be primarily focused on the projects, the initiatives, the opportunities, the research, the grants that these organizations have developed, and how can you make any contributions.
If you can please tell us a little bit more about the programs that the Internet Society Foundation is working on.
Thank you, Raquel. And I really enjoyed the parts I heard from Miguel and Mauricio. It's very clear there are a lot of challenges to be addressed, a lot, looking at the cybersecurity and access and connectivity and everything else. And I'm pleased to say that the Internet Society Foundation is very aware of these challenges, and the programs that we are designing are responding to not everything, but certainly a lot of the issues that were referenced in these two presentations that we just heard. So I wanted to share a little bit more information about the foundation's direction. Wait, isn't it going? Here we go. Okay, so what I call these here are philanthropic interventions. Obviously, both of the gentlemen from whom you just heard have a way of intervening and trying to make a difference and investing in these things that need to be invested. So there's another way as well, and that is, as I mentioned earlier, grant giving and providing grants to help with some of these issues they've outlined and some of the other issues about which we have been concerned. So as you saw in our graph before I broke, it was, we're looking at a lot of different types of programs to be sure that we can really respond to the best of our ability. So in addition to all the overview stuff that I just presented, I wanted to provide you with some information about some of our specific programs in which I think you will be quite interested. We talked a lot about connectivity, and yes, we are doing that. We're doing a lot of community network and IXP work through the Internet Society Chapter program, the Beyond the Net. But we also have launched a program which we are just closing and are about to announce awardees for. And this is called SKILLS, which stands for Strengthening Communities, Improving Lives and Livelihoods. This is about helping people who already have access, who are connected, to better understand the benefits to better understand the content, to see how it can make a difference in their lives. And this is so critical now, more than ever with COVID pandemic. So we are working in the areas of health, education, and economic growth. And I'm pleased to say we received we have come close to approving 9 applications that will hit 3 different regions of the world. We are working in Bangladesh for APAC and, Asia Pacific, Senegal and Africa. But what's important too is we have some amazing applicants who we hope to award funding to quite soon from Colombia. And just really excited about being able to work here in this region in these ways and helping with digital literacy and other things. And we do have very much a focus in this program and others on vulnerable populations. That's important to us to be sure that we are addressing that. The funding is up to $150,000 for 2-year programs. This program has closed, as I mentioned. The awardees will be announced in hopefully the next 3 to 4 weeks. And then we will launch it again. So we are going to do the skills program annually, and Colombia will be part of the program again next year. So the next slide. In addition to skills, the digital literacy and skill building program, we've just launched research. And this program is in fact still open. It just launched in September, and you can see what we're looking for here. We're looking for collaborative types of research, organizations that are working together to find some solutions to the big questions around the internet moving forward. We want to make sure that we can see things that can be applied. So when you ask a question and you get an answer, how can you apply those findings to make a difference in the world of the internet? So this is open right now to focus on greening the internet as well as the internet economy. Again, we will continue this program next year. And the idea is we will go for a trustworthy internet and the digital divide in terms of program areas. So again, the skills and research helping to address some of the issues that have been raised and issues about which I am quite aware from having taken this job and gotten into this industry, wonderful industry. We also have a program that we launched in response to COVID. We felt so important, it was so important for the foundation to play a role in responding to the pandemic. So it was just this past April, May, June in there that we decided to design this program. It was of course not originally part of our portfolio because of course we didn't know beginning of this year that this was going to be our life. So now it is our life, and we have 4 programs that we've awarded funding to, as you can see, one in Latin America for fact checkers. The Help NGO works across the globe, and they are focused very much on connectivity. AMREF is about workers in Africa focused on healthcare, and then helping a platform for caregivers in Asia to reach out and work with young children. So these are the types of programs that we are moving forward with. These are active. And we hope to see more of this type of work soon. So what do you do with all of this information? Well, I'd like you to stay in touch with us. Our plan is to continue to grow. Our plan is to continue the programs about which I've spoken to address the critical needs here in Latin America, Caribbean region, as well as throughout the world. And our plan is to add some additional programs, one of which is called disaster resiliency, where we will be helping communities to become more disaster resilient, because we know that that is a huge issue and unfortunately increasingly of importance, because we're seeing an increase in natural disasters. So that's an important place. We'll also go into some other areas we call innovation, and we'll be continuing to include information about that in all of our communications. So you can see we have a website that's very robust. We have a news blast for which you can sign up on the internet site. We also are on all 4 social platforms, so you can follow us on Twitter, you can see our Facebook page, our LinkedIn page, and also we're on Instagram. And then there's a contact address right there if you just want to write us directly with some questions. So I've provided you with a way in which the Internet Society Foundation is working to address the issues, to be here, to help Latin America, Caribbean, and other regions around the world really get people connected, understanding things like digital divide, addressing them, building digital literacy skills. We cannot stress enough how really passionate we are as a team and as an organization to make a difference, because the internet is for all and there is so much that people need it for now more than ever. So thank you very much to my fellow panelists who I know are going to do their next 5 minutes. And thank you to Raquel. And of course, we'll take questions after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And it's amazing the work you've been doing with the foundation. Just it's still a baby foundation and already doing so much. And I think it's also important that you highlighted that you're not only working with the access and the connectivity, but also with the inclusion and digital literacy skills setting and building, and that's very much that's very important, as well as tackling the emergency funds that not only COVID, but the climate change and all the natural emergency disaster recovery that we need to put a response to. So that's very, very interesting. And I hope everyone is hearing and sending in their questions about it. So let's hear now, pasarle ahora a Mauricio. De nuevo, Mauricio.
We're going to give the floor once again to Mauricio. Mauricio was not using a microphone, so I don't know if we can translate. Okay, sir? Let's see if Mauricio can resume the second round of his presentation. And let's see what you're doing in terms of your initiatives and how can we get involved in them. No, he's not using a microphone. I'm sorry. I cannot translate this.
La presentación.
Ahora vemos tu pantalla. Ahí, a ver.
Sí, confirmar si están viendo la pantalla en esta oportunidad.
Ahora sí lo vemos, y el slide es el CAF Agenda Digital.
Ok, bueno, esto era como había quedado yo en el último minuto antes de cortar la ronda anterior. Les comentaba que nuestra agenda es integral. Yo creo que tenemos una visión holística al problema y a las oportunidades de la transformación digital en América Latina, trabajando en 3 habilitadores de forma integral y coordinada: el desarrollo, obviamente, de las infraestructuras, y me voy a concentrar en los proyectos y en la forma como nos aproximamos desde la asistencia técnica, el conocimiento y el financiamiento a ese desafío, uno de los primeros desafíos que comentábamos, de cerrar esa brecha de inversión en materia de infraestructuras, pero también toda una serie de habilitadores que juegan un papel importante en promover la digitalización de los hogares, solamente pensando en el cierre o contribuir al cierre de la brecha digital, pero también cómo desde CAF podemos acompañar esa conectividad con programas estratégicos, como puede ser educación, servicios de educación virtual, programas de inclusión financiera para población que no está bancarizada, los temas de digitalización de la producción, ¿no? La transformación digital principalmente en lo que es la pequeña y la mediana empresa, promoviendo su integración en cadenas, facilitando la distribución de mercancías, las cadenas de abastecimiento, y también la transformación digital del Estado, tocando quizás un tema importante en materia de proyectos al final en lo que tiene que ver con smart cities o ciudades inteligentes. Voy a pasar a la siguiente lámina, contarles, si están viendo, espero que sí, un poco uno de los proyectos. Recordar que nosotros tenemos dentro de los instrumentos o herramientas, por un lado, lo que es la asistencia técnica. Esta asistencia técnica puede ser, por ejemplo, el financiamiento que ofrecemos a los gobiernos, a los países o al sector subnacional, ¿cierto? En materia de estudios de preinversión o prefactibilidad, pues, por ejemplo, con el gobierno de Chile venimos trabajando en un estudio de factibilidad por cerca de $3 millones para analizar la oportunidad de conectar de forma directa a América Latina con el Asia-Pacífico. En este momento la factibilidad nos está guiando hacia una oportunidad importante a través de Australia, ¿no? Pero este simplemente Detrás de esto hay toda una complejidad en la forma como América Latina se conecta al resto del mundo. Cerca del 86% de la capacidad de interconexión está distribuida hacia los hubs de Estados Unidos. Eso implica, digamos, en materia de costos de tránsito, en materia de asequibilidad, en materia de latencia, unos desafíos importantes, y por eso también en la parte derecha se están viendo con el gobierno de Panamá, venimos impulsando la oportunidad de desarrollar un gran centro de intercambio de tráfico regional en el país, donde, por ejemplo, si uno mira a México, Centroamérica y Colombia, el 40% del tráfico de esa región y de esos países todavía es tráfico internacional, ¿no? Es decir, tráfico que va a Estados Unidos, cuando bien pudiera intercambiarse en Panamá, ¿cierto? Y ofrecer, digamos, unos resultados importantes, por ejemplo, en latencia, lo que hemos medido con los consultores que nos están acompañando. Esto es un estudio de factibilidad por cerca de $550,000, ¿no? Donde lo que vemos, por ejemplo, es reducciones en latencia importantes, entre un 45 y un 85% dependiendo del país. Pero recordemos que en un escenario de pandemia donde el tráfico y hay, digamos, unos desafíos importantes en la capacidad de la red, la latencia juega un rol importante cuando hay sobre todo tantos servicios que requieren mejor desempeño en ese sentido. También venimos trabajando con unos proyectos importantes, por ejemplo, en lo que es asegurar unas infraestructuras resilientes, sostenibles, de calidad. Entendemos, por ejemplo, que hacia el 2040 se van a movilizar o se van a requerir inversiones importantes cerca de, por ejemplo, en lo que es infraestructura de transporte, ferroviario, de cerca de $700 mil millones. Energía, se estiman inversiones necesarias de $300 mil millones, y ciertamente nosotros vemos que las infraestructuras digitales, principalmente aquellas infraestructuras que habilitan, por ejemplo, una mejor gestión de estas infraestructuras, una mejor planificación, por ejemplo, todo lo que implica los análisis de Big Data, inteligencia artificial, tecnologías principalmente de cuarta revolución, pues contribuyen a generar una mejor resiliencia, ¿cierto? Una mejor sostenibilidad de estas infraestructuras tradicionales como la vialidad, la energía, la movilidad y la logística. Y ahí también venimos trabajando en proyectos importantes en Colombia, Paraguay. Por ejemplo, estamos avanzando con el gobierno en una cooperación técnica, una asistencia técnica para medidores inteligentes, ¿cierto? Y también, por ejemplo, mejorar la distribución y la resiliencia en materia de ciberseguridad y las redes de transmisión y distribución de energía eléctrica. El tema de la brecha digital para nosotros es un tema, como lo comentábamos, central y crítico en una región, como lo decía muy bien Miguel, donde 1 de cada 2 hogares no cuenta con acceso a internet fijo, ¿cierto? Donde, por ejemplo, todavía el 31% de la población no es usuaria de internet, pues la facilidad en que podamos, la oportunidad, perdón, con que podamos desplegar infraestructuras a esos entornos rurales, pues es un vehículo de equidad, ¿cierto? Y reducción de desigualdad importante, abrir el mundo digital a esas regiones. En el caso, por ejemplo, de América Latina, lo que hemos estimado, se ha estimado es que cerca de 100 millones de personas no están cubiertas por redes de comunicaciones de cuarta generación, comunicaciones móviles. Por eso, por ejemplo, con Telefónica, con Facebook, y justamente con el BID Invest, el brazo de inversiones del BID, pues hemos creado una empresa en Perú, Internet para Todos, que apalanca el cierre de la brecha digital, ¿cierto? Por ejemplo, nuestro objetivo en el Perú es llevar conectividad a cerca de 6 millones, conectividad móvil de alta velocidad, a cerca de 6 millones de peruanos, ¿cierto? En más o menos 30,000 localidades rurales del país que no tienen en este momento conectividad de cuarta generación. Esta empresa la lanzamos hace un año con estos socios, cada uno aporta una expertise, un conocimiento específico, y por ejemplo en cerca de un año hemos llevado conectividad a cerca de 1.6 millones de esa gran meta que son 6 millones, pero también hemos logrado, por ejemplo, cubrir con cobertura, perdón, con internet a cerca de 18.000 colegios, hospitales, estaciones de policía, y venimos trabajando con el Ministerio de Transportes y Comunicaciones y el gobierno en general en aportar, digamos, una serie de soluciones o de servicios digitales sobre esta conectividad en un marco de pandemia que se hace más crítico, ¿no? Por ejemplo, los modelos de inclusión financiera, la facilidad, por ejemplo, de acceder a mecanismos de pago sobre esa conectividad cuando hay economías de aislamiento, los temas de educación virtual. Hay una apuesta muy importante en esta empresa Internet por Todos para apoyar, por ejemplo, los modelos de educación virtual, educación a distancia. Y justamente qué bueno que lo comentaba también Sara, venimos trabajando con ISO y con la UIT en un proyecto también de asistencia técnica, por ejemplo, para promover el desarrollo de las redes comunitarias, ¿no? Estas redes que buscan brindar soluciones a pequeñas comunidades. Ahí también tenemos un proyecto que estamos en este momento terminando de madurar con ISO y con UIT, y ahí esperamos también el próximo año desarrollar en cerca de 5 países proyectos muy concretos de redes comunitarias en esta ambición del cierre de la brecha digital. Me detengo aquí, esto es
Mauricio,
un poco en detalle.
Perdón.
Sí.
No, sí, me da pena que tiene...
Mauricio, I'm sorry, you have really good information and it's fantastic. I like your presentation, but time is up. So please can you conclude so we can hear from Miguel so that we have time for questions.
Ya estoy terminando. Este es nuestro proyecto, el enfoque de transformación digital para sectores productivos. Lo que busca básicamente, más allá de ese instrumento que es la tecnología, apunta a cerrar brechas de productividad en clusters o en cadenas productivas de América Latina. Esa mancha verde es el Valle de Ica en Perú, una región que concentra cerca del 15% de la agroexportación de cultivos, por ejemplo, como la palta, la uva, los espárragos, pero donde hay una oportunidad, por ejemplo, de integrar la cadena logística y todo el ecosistema digital con tecnologías de cuarta revolución para cerrar brechas, por ejemplo, en lo que es la gestión del recurso hídrico, integrar, por ejemplo, la cadena de abastecimiento de cultivos, productos con la cadena de transporte hacia los puertos de exportación. Y ya para terminar, Raquel, esta es la última lámina, un poco también proyectos que venimos impulsando en materia de ciudades digitales o ciudades inteligentes. La intervención última que hicimos fue un financiamiento en lo que es, por ejemplo, infraestructura digital, nube pública, un centro integrado de operaciones en Salvador de Bahía, en Brasil, también, por ejemplo, trabajando con el Estado de Pará. Venimos trabajando también, por ejemplo, con el gobierno y la Agencia de Innovación Pública de la Ciudad de México para desarrollar un plan de conectividad en el país, con la municipalidad de Piura en el Perú, una de las regiones más golpeadas con el COVID, y donde definitivamente la tecnología pues cobra una relevancia, y ciertamente lo que uno ve es que está en el corazón, ¿cierto? No solo de la que es la gestión y el aplanamiento de las curvas de contagio, sino en desarrollar una mejor infraestructura de atención sanitaria, pero también una mejor gestión para las autoridades, los gobiernos, de cara, obviamente, a resolver problemas de competitividad, de exclusión en las ciudades. Entonces, también aquí ofrecemos tanto asistencia técnica como financiamiento muy concreto. Y disculpa si me pasé un minuto, pero con esto terminaba. Gracias, Raquel.
Chévere, Mauricio. Mil gracias. No,
It's great. Thank you very much. Very interesting information. Very relevant. Miguel, over to you. What are the projects, what are you doing that involves, something that we can involve the people listening to us today? Thank you, Raquel. I'm going to be sharing my screen. Just a second here. And I'd like to point out that, can you see it now? Can you tell me, Raquel? Opportunities for the region. That's right. I don't think I did this right before. I came out smaller before because obviously I didn't want you to see it. So you'd have to ask for it. Everything was totally planned. Now, Raquel, I might not see your red card, as it were. So I'd prefer it if you just told me, okay? Because sometimes you're focused on the text and your eyes don't slide right and you can't see it. So I would prefer it if you just told me. You know, we really need an app, don't we? Like, it would be a little siren. It would be like a small noise that would alert you to the fact that you're coming to the end of your time. Anyway, we're going to be talking about investments, and Mauricio, in his speech, talked about the fact that there is a massive investment gap. And therefore, we need to remember that investment in the digital agenda is probably going to be one of the most profitable in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have to remember that those who defining how resources are allocated are facing very scarce resources. So it would be a really cool idea to invest in the digital agenda right now. Industry potential is showing us that could make as much as $5 trillion in the next 5 years, a growth of 5% a year within a context where we need economic activity and industrial investment in the sector. In the EU, the data economy is going to create 1.7 million jobs in the next 5 years. And it also represents savings for the governments. So far, online business is going to be 30 to 50 times less than actually in-person procedures. It's the whole red tape thing, competitiveness. Now that we're all moving to exit the crisis, basically, if you don't invest in digital agenda, you're not going to be competitive. 22 of the top countries in the Digital Government Index are also those in the World Economic Forum competitiveness ranking. So we also need to define what we're going to be doing with public investment. It's what we want to do is to ensure that major investment projects are transparent, so that we also empower citizens to be the vigilantes of transparency. And now, when it comes to disaster or catastrophe management, I wouldn't say, well, Uruguay is probably the one that's best managing things because they have the most advanced digital tools in the region. They have like medical records that have been digitalized. So clearly a highly profitable investment in the digital agenda as an example. Now, what is the bank doing to help countries? As the general structure, is that we have our sovereign guarantee financial support for major digital governance projects. Then there's one that Mauricio was talking about, which is the IDB Invest, which works with the CAF, which works with public and private alliances, partnerships. And then we're also working in the area of innovation to support entrepreneurs. This fourth digital revolution, it's innovation, it's investing in creativity. For instance, we have the blockchain platforms in Latin America, which we've been working with. We have Concerlac, which has got to do with intelligent, smart algorithms. So these are our three major areas of financial support to digital projects. A couple more facts which show just how much effort we're making. Obviously, it's never enough. Mauricio said, and I agree, that we have a major investment gap, maybe 4 to 5 times in the area of connectivity, according to Mauricio. But if you add all the area of the transformation of public policies and ICTs in the private sector, the gap is probably even bigger. From 2016, the area in which I work has approved 27 loans with digital components for over $1.2 billion. And we provide non-reimbursable funds to different kinds of projects, like pilot projects, for instance. Of these 27 operations, 8 are directed at strengthening the institution in charge of the digital agenda, human resources, digital resources, technical and technological, and also financial. But in addition to financial support, because this is the figures are very important here, and frankly, they should be much greater. We also provide technical know-how. We are living in a region which is not a great generator of know-how in the world context. We tend to take the studies, the diagnostics, the frameworks, and the proposals. But what we're trying to do is generate more knowledge in the area of digital development. These are just some of the publications on our website. And in our division, we've already produced over 40 publications in this area. Some of them have been really successful in terms of providing support for decision-making in public policies areas. And we also have a cybersecurity report. There are open data reports, there are entities reports. Another area where we're providing support in addition to financial resources is training. We have lots of MOOCs. We have a digital economy one on about cybersecurity, another one about digital government. To provide support to human resources training, which, as I said before, is a really key problem in terms of talent development. These are 20, we have maybe 20,000 participants in each one of these areas, so it's a major contribution to talent development. And with this, I would like to offer the participants the opportunity to ask questions. Raquel. Thank you very much. I didn't need my red card, so thank you so much for staying within the time. Well, for now, if we can, let's just take 5 minutes, maybe 10, to see if there are any questions and answer the audience. Olga, here I am. Yes, can you hear me? I can't see the chat. Yes, there are lots of questions. I'm going to read the ones in English, the ones that are for Sarah.
It's from Sarah Saidur Rahman. She says, I am Sarah from Bangladesh. It's an ISP in Bangladesh eligible to get this grant or have to get in touch with a chapter. You maybe know affordability of internet to rural area comparatively with high poor peoples is in that scenario. How Internet Society Foundation can help. I think the question from Sarah, it's a question that Sarah from Bangladesh to Sarah from ISAC Foundation. It's a question that we get frequently if the projects must be submitted through the local chapter. And I have another question for Sarah. How do you collect the data to work on? Does the government provide them to you? And are you planning to extend other SILS program to other countries? And that's the questions I have, all for Sarah.
I'll go ahead and take those one at a time. First of all, in terms of how do organizations apply for funding from the Internet Society Foundation, they can, in fact, yes, partner with the local chapter, the country chapter. That's absolutely encouraged. It is not, however, the only way that you can do it. If you are a 501c3 or equivalent organization, which means you have an official nonprofit status in your country, then you are also eligible to apply on your own. So it's really an option for you to look at what way you want to collaborate to achieve the things that you want to achieve in your great country. So I would encourage you to look at the two options and certainly follow what we're doing. And yes, to answer your other question, we definitely are going to continue in Bangladesh in 2021. So there will be another round of the skills programs for applications. Our intention is to stay at about the same amount of money. So we're looking still at $150,000 grants. And again, looking in healthcare, education, and economic growth, making sure people are taking advantage and benefiting from this wonderful tool we know as the internet. So those are the first two questions. The third question in terms of where we get our data, I'm not sure exactly which data to which Sarah is referring. I will say that we spend a lot of time, like, for example, on selecting the countries for skills. We do a lot of research with World Bank and think tanks and other types of institutions to find out what the situations are in these countries. For example, there's a certain degree of broadband that we want to be able to be sure is there in that particular country so that we can be sure there are people who are connected so that they can benefit from skills. So it depends on the program and types of, in terms of the types of data we look for, but we are always data informed, as we want to be sure that we really are responding to the needs and as much as possible to the gaps that are out there and that are not being met by other foundations in this field.
Thank you. I have some questions from some colleagues in the region. I will switch to Spanish. They are for CAF and IDB. Paso al español. Fernando Arriaga nos pregunta, ¿qué acciones de financiamiento?
What financing actions are you carrying out in Argentina? The question, apparently CFS is destined 120 million to development in Santa Fe province. Another question is, what financing programs are being developed in the Caribbean and Latin and Central America? What are the major obstacles to these deploying these kinds of programs? Well, that's it for now. Mauricio. I can't do this. I can't hear what he's saying properly.
I'm sorry, but he's not using the microphone again. We just told him.
El ARSAT 1 y el ARSAT 2, un proyecto interesante porque mezcla un poco de ciencia, tecnología, capacidades de innovación locales, pero también todo lo que implica el desarrollo y soluciones de Internet para entornos rurales. En este momento estamos explorando evaluaciones de financiamiento para lo que sería un tercer satélite dentro de esa flota, el ARSAT 3, uno de los primeros satélites que ofrecer conectividad en banda KA con una alta tasa de transmisión, ¿no? También estamos con la provincia de Santa Fe en estudios de evaluación, así es, explorando lo que se llama Santa Fe más conectada, un programa que apunta, por ejemplo, a 3 niveles, ¿no? Por un lado, expansión de redes de fibra óptica, conectividad de última milla, distribución de última milla a escuelas de la provincia, pero también que ve todo lo que es el desarrollo de servicios y plataformas de educación virtual, un tema que es crítico en el escenario de pandemia actual. En materia de Centroamérica, nosotros, como les comenté rápidamente, venimos trabajando, por ejemplo, en el proyecto de integración de Mesoamérica. Hemos también trabajado con los reguladores de Compelca. Nuestro principal enfoque en este momento es mejorar la forma como optimizar la forma como la región se interconecta a Internet. Creemos que hay una oportunidad importante para mejorar tanto lo que es la latencia como la asequibilidad de las tarifas, mejorando las capacidades de intercambio de Internet en ese país. También, por ejemplo, fuimos el financiador de la red centroamericana de comunicaciones, REDCA, una red de fibra óptica que conecta 6 países de Centroamérica y que obviamente apunta también a ese desafío de integración digital, ¿no? Gracias.
Gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you, Mauricio. No more questions? I will just talk very quickly about some of the projects. Now, as such, our best known projects are public, the regional ones. They're launched every year. And we're working in the area of transfrontier digitalization. That's like, this is an open project, which is launched usually in March or April. And then we have projects with technical corporations. Some of them are regional, others are national. We are financing in Central America, I'm going to talk first about our financing operations and our loans. We're supporting Panama for a major project to transform online procedures. And there's one in Honduras, which is again about connectivity and the digital economy. Digitalizing hospitals and educational centers. We're working in Guatemala as well to promote connectivity in the hospitals and healthcare in the Caribbean. We have operations to develop the office of the CIO, which would be the obviously responsible for the digital agenda within the government. We have a major operation for the identity creation system, digital identity in Jamaica. Last year, there was an operation launched in Bahamas, again for digital government to improve transparency and support the General Office of the Auditor. And we're also developing another program this year in Barbados, again to promote the digital government and the digital economy. In Nicaragua, we are undertaking a special connectivity program to develop connectivity throughout the country. So basically, we're present in nearly all countries with some sort of financing reimbursable operation, providing technical cooperation as well. Largely looking at diagnostics in terms of connectivity, talent. So if there are any questions specifically about a particular country, I'd be delighted to answer you by mail. Thank you very much, Miguel. And thank you to everybody, Sara, Miguel, and Mauricio, for their presentations, for the wonderful work that you do, and so vital for the region. I think we've used up our entire time. So I'm handing back over to Olga. Have a lovely rest of the week. Thank you very much, Raquel, for moderating this session. Thank you, Sara. Thank you, Mauricio and Miguel. I think it's really interesting for the region. As I said, there is clearly a great deal to be done, but the collaboration from these provided by these projects, we've had questions from Asia, so it's pretty amazing to see just how far this self-school is reaching. A big kiss from Buenos Aires, and thank you very much for taking part. We're going to have a little break, and we'll get going again at 12 o'clock with the next keynote speaker. See you in a short while.
Retomamos nuestra
And
presentación.
so we're back today, Tuesday, 6th of October. Today, we welcome Enrique Medina, Chief Policy Officer of Telefónica. He's in Madrid, and he's going to be talking to us about we need a digital deal for a better future. Welcome, Enrique. Welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. Are you there? Yes, I'm here. So far, everything's working fine. I don't know if you can see me over there. We can see you. We can hear you. I hope you're all well in Madrid. We're working from home. I imagine that you too are following certain regulations, but at all events, welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. Thank you, Telefónica, for all the support you provide us with over the years. They were one of the first sponsors that we had at our first South School in 2009, where Jorge Perez Martinez at the time came to join us. Now we can't be together in person. We're in the virtual world. I have greetings from Enrique Carvalho. He's ex-Telefónica. It seems that everybody who's worked in Telefónica, Adrian's reminded us that the other people were with us too in 2009. It's been a long time. Now we're in virtual mode, getting used to working in this new virtual mode. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. I know that other colleagues are online too, so big hug to everybody from Buenos Aires. And over to you. We have a very varied audience with us. We had questions from Bangladesh at our morning sessions, so it's a lot of people from America, but we've also have people listening to us from Africa and in Europe and Asia. We have simultaneous translation into English and Spanish for our students. So actually, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be invited by the school, to all my ex-companions from Telefónica. I just wanted to say that that once you're a Telefonica person, you're always a Telefonica person. Now, what I want to tell you about today are the reasons why my team is working to propose a new deal, a new digital deal for a better future. It's like a Build Back Better mechanism in the societies where we work. It's like an evolution of our different digital manifestos over the last few years. For those of you who are familiar with the public policy line taken by Telefonica, I will be talking a little bit slowly, but it's also to make sure that the simultaneous translators can do their job. So what I was saying is that we are evolving in terms of our proposals and our digital manifestos, which we started doing in 2014 for a safer internet for everybody, and an internet which is human-centric, digitalization, which was our 2018 proposal. So the question is, why do we need, in these conditions, why do we need a new digital deal? Well, if we move to the next slide, what's for certain is that today, we're like in the movie, right? Do you remember The Perfect Storm? Which is the name of that famous movie. We are facing the forces of these towering waves. We have a digital revolution, which has been pushing on for some time. Everybody's been talking about it. Plus this terrible pandemic, which has created an unprecedented moment, a disruptive clash, meaning that we have these two waves, one of progress and one of regression, are coming together to test our resilience. Moving on, without a doubt, this clash between two waves has revealed a number of weaknesses. Let's start with the more pessimistic side of things. What is true that when, after the terrible financial crisis, depending on the country, the 2008 to 2010, we were starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and then suddenly we found that at the end of the tunnel, there was a train coming straight for us called COVID-19. It was this terrible pandemic. This puts us into a reversal. It's a fairly major reversal, actually. And also, we're not going to exit as fast as we'd hoped. This slide showed us these two visions, one the first wave and the second wave. Seems that this is happening in lots of countries. In Spain, you were saying, are we okay? Well, it looks like that we're now in the midst of this second wave of the pandemic. I don't think it's going to be so bad in terms of the lockdown or people needing to stay at home, but it's still pretty bad. And this is this scenario of a double whammy where we won't recover where we were at the end of 2019 for another 2 years. And we're looking at a slowdown in the economy of 11 to 15%. In some economies, it's as much as 20%. The challenges, the most important challenge is that the pandemic, this terrible disruption, has laid bare our weaknesses, particularly from the point of view of social education, the lack of digitalization in the educational sector. This is where we are in terms of the number of students who actually have access to a PC to study, the number of schools who have had to close. And also, from the point of view of public health, our elders have been, our senior citizens have been terribly exposed to the effects of the pandemic, and those and their access to health. Those who were more resistant have been terribly badly affected. And we found ourselves faced with the inequalities within the educational system affecting those schools. Some schools were better prepared, obviously, and have been less affected than those who were less prepared in terms of digitalization. And then the second challenge is unemployment and employment jobs. This has had a catastrophic effect on less developed economies. It's terribly worrying to note that the pandemic has taught us to be better. It's taught us to digitalize ourselves, but we're not looking at the fact that many of the countries where Telefonica works, we are very aware of the fact that citizens and our clients desperately need to go to work every day. And having to stay at home has been a terrible disruption for them. It has affected employment statistics and unemployment figures, but we must also be aware of the fact that at Telefonica, for instance, we are working in many informal economies where people's need to go out to work and expose themselves cannot be prevented. But not everything is negative. On the other hand, the lockdown, the pandemic, have also revealed several opportunities. In the previous slide, we saw that between 5 and 10 weeks, the level of digitalization of many countries has shot up. It's been tremendous. According to the kind of economy, it could be they've made a progress comparable to 2 or 5 years. We can actually say that they've enjoyed it in this sense. They've enjoyed a very accelerated development. We must also bear in mind the importance of connectivity, because if infrastructure and connectivity had not been available, services were very good. They were there. But when we all stay at home, and as you'll see in a minute, the networks, the infrastructure are saturated because they're subject to incredible stress. This accelerated process of digitalization is here to stay, and we must make the most of it. The acceleration in digitalization is a catalyst which we must put to good use. And finally, from the social point of view, there has been a massive acceleration in terms of solidarity and collaboration in people's darkest moments. This has been seen throughout all countries. Now, as I was saying earlier, the growth in internet traffic in 1 year took place in just a few days. And we have seen just how quickly that those countries who are best prepared in terms of infrastructure have been the most resilient and have been in the condition to provide more solid services to their clients. We cannot, a telecommunications company such as ours cannot cease to recognize those who were the first line of defense. Health workers have been the first line of defense. And we are very excited to see this cover of New York when we realized that the health workers were largely responsible at these times of such difficulty. they were responsible for putting in contact those people who had been suffering from this disease. And perhaps one of the few joys that were brought to them was the possibility of being able to lean on communications and rely on them as a way of accessing and talking to their loved ones. This has meant that in a closed physical space, the infrastructures and services of the communications industry, moving to the next slide, have managed to open the world, open the digital world. And this is the greatest discovery of all, really. No one is saying that we should close the physical space, but what we are recognizing now is that are the wonders of the open digital space as an alternative on the one hand and as a complement to the physical world. I hope that we won't have to continue living in this dichotomy, and that these ideas of the physical versus the digital world actually turn out to be complementary. But we do see now that there is an opportunity to open the world and to open the economy to the digital space. This slide is to show you that we have been living through a crisis which has three different facets. There's the health crisis. Those are the numbers. They're not up to date because obviously every day it gets worse. We have a terrible economic crisis. As I said earlier, it depends if that we're in the first wave or in the second wave. It looks like we're all moving towards the second wave. And lastly, and the most important, is the social crisis. In the 19th century, we established the need for a new social contract in the context of the other industrial revolution. And we've been saying for a while now that this is the fourth industrial revolution, but now is the time to update our social contract to tackle the inequalities created by the pandemic. Our proposal is this digital deal. When you call upon the corporation, from the point of view of a company such as Telefónica, which is basically all about communications infrastructure, and what we want to do is close the digital divide and support digitalization, one that is a process that is fair and sustainable throughout society, throughout the economies. And we are committed to bringing together our industry, to bring together the industry and bring them on board with this proposal, because understanding that we need to update and modernize regulatory frameworks in order to support investments, which are by no means easy, and even less so in this current climate of economic slowdown. They're not simple either from the point of view of how the markets see us either. In addition to encouraging investment, we also recognize the need for fair competition to overcome the inequalities, so that this is a way of recognizing and acknowledging the decisions that have to be made in the current context. As I said earlier, next slide, we need to build back better. We need to build back our societies. In the society, environment, and the economic side of things, they all converge on this one thing, the digital deal. This is I'm going to look at the three areas which overlap, as you can see them. We will be sharing the PowerPoint with you later. We have the update of regulatory frameworks in order to create better digital context, and responsible behaviors are those that underlie our proposal. The next slide has to do with the way that this convergence of the ideas within the digital deal. Now, from the point of view of Telefónica, these rest on four key pillars: driving digitalization for a sustainable economy and society. From the energy point of view and from the digitalization, because it's essential, social and personal inequalities must be conquered. Connectivity must be inclusive and sustainable. And here we move into an area of economic sovereignty. We must ensure fair competition and the ethical and responsible use of technology. Moving on these pillars, we have 3 concrete proposals to make for public policy making in the area of digitalization, sustainable digitalization. It must be used to ensure a green transition. We must drive as a catalyst, essential catalysts for this process of digitalization. We need to drive innovation in SMEs. And when I say SMEs, I'm really talking most about the small companies and micro companies. From Telefónica's point of view, this is about, in Latin America, we're thinking mostly about very small countries because they create wealth and they create jobs, and they're fundamental for the economy. And also in the sectors and technologies which are strategic to reinforcing digital sovereignty. Now, we're talking about all those companies which are already involved in digital sovereignty, but have other needs, such as, for instance, their communications companies or those affected by national security or involved in national security, in regard to the areas I'm going to talk about in a minute. Secondly, we need, moving on to the next slide, we must tackle the inequalities inherent to the current climate by investing in digital skills. Otherwise, we will never get out of this pit. We need to requalify people. We need to focus on education. And it's not just education for students, but education for teachers too. We have to teach them how to teach properly in this new context. This is fundamental. And finally, we have to reform social protection and labor working frameworks. And I'd like to say that the fiscal frameworks are vital with a view to encouraging equality. Now, when we talk about these issues, we are also talking about our third option, which is the one that's in the middle of all the proposals. We have to build inclusive and sustainable connectivity. This involves tackling the need to eliminate inflationary policies in the area of the spectrum, for instance. As you probably know, it's a fantastic input for countries in order to finance the treasuries, and also for the telephony companies, which are based on this spectrum, in order to develop this infrastructure. But also, as you may imagine, and as the CEO of Deutsche Telekom has said, each dollar, peso, or euro which you spend, you can only spend it once. If you spend it on spectrum, you're going to spend less on infrastructure. And on the other hand, we must support all the top policies and technologies designed to encourage the faster deployment of the networks. We're no longer talking. We're talking about ultra-fast networks. We're talking about how far fiber optic networks need to go. We're talking about 4G and 5G and this being accessible to everybody. And finally, we must tackle the need to ensure that this infrastructure is green. Now, that's easier because it's easier in terms of technological development of the telecoms infrastructure, as we, generally speaking, have less of an impact on the environment. Now, I'm going to move on quickly because this is the part about the discussion with other regulators. But I would like to encourage debate because the fourth pillar is about equal, fair competition. We have to reform the markets. We're no longer in a situation of monopoly in any of the countries where we operate, particularly with Telefonica. We need to reform regulatory and fiscal frameworks and update mergers and acquisitions policies. It's been very nice to see in many countries to say that they have lots of operators and they need to keep the prices down. But unfortunately, this means that the return on investment for the main carriers is falling, and that does not encourage investment. Finally, and this is terribly important in the context of digital competition, we must encourage the ethical use of and responsible use of technology. We have to have this human-centric focus. Everything should be subject to norms and rules. We don't want invasive norms which limit innovation, but neither are we running around naked in the jungle where the algorithms and artificial intelligence are being managed without any form of control. Finally, we need to encourage digital trust in data use, because every day citizens' data is more and more prized as an asset, and it could be even a new factor for production. So I would like to invite you here. You have all the links to find out more about our digital deal in order to build back societies better. Here you have the triptych that presents this, and you have a longer text. It's our manifesto. It's really a pleasure to read. I'm saying this because, as I was saying earlier, this is the evolution of our manifesto since 2014. It's the latest edition. And I can say that we have loads of fans in this aspect. If you're not into this sort of thing, and if you think that this is just that we're all outdated, at least give it a go, because it really is a great proposal from a company that is in full modernization. So without further ado, Olga, as I said, I might be 2 minutes over, but no more. I'll hand back over to you, and if there are any questions from the audience, I'd be delighted to take them. Thank you. I loved your presentation. We will be sharing it, if you don't mind, with our students, and we'll share the links. When I was listening to you, I've been young for many years now, and I've been working in telecoms for many, many years. And I remember there was a time when there weren't any spectrum auctions, but there were kind of beauty contests, as Margaret Verstager says. And then we had this business about the auctions, but yesterday and today I was listening to, and I heard this in your presentation too, but the idea is not investing so much in buying spectrum, but more in infrastructure and services. So I thought there was an interesting way of looking at how things started. And there is a question from one of the students, but I wanted to say something first. You talked about modernizing the regulatory framework. Now, how can we do this in countries where the focus, and this is particularly the case in developing countries, when the focus is always on something else? The issues are others. It's the health crisis, it's unemployment, it's strikes. These seem to be the order of the day, much more so than OECD countries, which you talked about at the beginning. So this is my question, really. And then there's another question from Enrique. Can you talk a little bit more about digital sovereignty? We're talking about digital sovereignty of transnational companies or countries? Well, let's take these two questions, Olga. A very important part of our activity is being developed in Latin America. And it's true. It's quite easy to update regulations because there's so much to do. I'm not talking about Europe here. We are still active. We are operating in many countries where we need to exit the system of concessions. And in Europe, we're already working with licenses. The concession system does not answer to an absence of competition or competitiveness or on the contrary. They're not saying, look, here there are 3 companies which are going to be the concessionaires. Some of the companies are subject to these regimes in any of the areas which in other parts of the world are converging. And I'm not talking just about fixed telephony or mobile telephony, but also if you're moving towards look at convergence on the other side of the Atlantic, we are talking about something which is fundamental in terms of encouraging digitalization, which is content. Therefore, we're talking about audiovisual. And we're still finding ourselves with countries where if you provide telecom services, you cannot provide audiovisual services, or where fixed telecommunications are subject to different regimes. And providing these services is difficult because you're a concessionaire and therefore you are subject to some particular set of measures. So you have a guaranteed profitability. There are certain concessions, a canon that you have to pay to the state. Fixed voice telephony is practically inexistent today. Landlines. And yes, in other countries, we have other carriers or in the mobile sector, which are subject to other completely different kinds of regimes. For instance, licenses with no obligation to the state, or in the area of the mobile telephony, they have to provide services as an obligation, for instance, the virtual mobile carriers. I don't think that this is just about a European vision. This is happening all over the world. Now, if Telefónica is known for something, we are far more involved in the development of public policy making in Latin America than in Europe, where much of the ground has already been covered, where we have, in fact, another vision. And finally, in terms of sovereignty, I think that there are 2 key elements here. One is the fiscal regime, and we need to understand that digitalization has had as a consequence, and this isn't just me saying it, the OECD says it when it undertakes a project to equalize fiscal regimes. How do you call this? It talks about profit allocation and base shifting. Where is the benefit being created and where are you taking fiscal bases? BEPS are no more than that. And we're not just talking about the OECD. This is a more concrete diagnosis, which can also be applied to all the countries in development and emerging economies. So it's clear that what you cannot give up is the fact that in terms of the analog economy, if you want to call it that, there is a fiscal regime where taxes need to be more fair for all of those who are sharing in the benefits and creating wealth. But digital economies maybe show us that wealth is being created elsewhere, so that has to be distributed on a fairer basis. Well, we don't actually have any more time. I would love to carry on chatting to you, but sadly we don't have any more time. But we will share. We have 500 participants. As I said earlier, we had a question from Bangladesh this morning. As you said, it's not all bad, this situation. There are some positive aspects. So all the material provided, the links and the documents that you've prepared, which are fascinating, will be shared. I also see a lot of people, 25% of people at our school who are government officials throughout Latin America. So it's a very interesting message for them. Enrique, thank you so much. And all our friends at Telefónica in Spain. Greetings from Marian Carvalho. And as I said earlier, once Telefónica, always a Telefónica person. Big hugs to you. Stay safe. We're always up to date with with Europe. We are just finishing our first wave, so we watch you and we can get ready for the second wave. Hugs to you all. Thank you very much. I would just wanted to wish you likewise. And please, I hope you don't have a second wave. We are at your disposal. You can, we can answer all the questions that you have. Within this virtual world, we'll be delighted to answer any questions and discuss anything that your participants, any questions that they might have. Thank you very much. Thank you to our colleagues. Hugs to everybody. Bye-bye. Shall we have a little break? Tiny little break. Are we ready? I have a team of people who are going to tell me, okay?
Okay, here we are. Lo que tenemos conectado acá, y hay compus, hay monitores, hay otras compus, y acá tenéis el canal de la traducción. Nosotros tocamos. Pueden escuchar automáticamente la audiencia, escucha automáticamente el canal que quiere. Si tocan, por ejemplo, en inglés y en orador americano, escuchan en inglés. ¿Okay? Esto es el Congreso Internacional de Gobernanza de Internet. Ok, Lucila, acá estamos con el congreso este que se está haciendo con traducción simultánea y virtual. Tenemos la consola de intérpretes, micrófonos, todo. Y la tiene esta botonera. Si toca pueden escuchar también la interpretación en inglés. ¿Okay? En nuestro caso, por ejemplo, tenemos obviamente la cámara off. Ahora la puedo prender porque estamos en copyright. Pero bueno, es un Zoom en la versión Enterprise que tiene este módulo de traducción simultánea. ¿Okay? Y exactamente lo mismo, pueden llegar a grabar, yo toco acá y puedo grabar la charla si quieren. ¿Okay? En ambos idiomas.
Bueno, continuamos. Perdón por la interrupción, pero hay algunos temas técnicos entre panel y panel.
Okay.
Les quiero presentar a
Let me introduce you right now to our friend Luca Belli, who is a professor of Internet Governance and Regulations at the Foundation FSIG, the School of Law in Brazil. Luca, apart from being a friend of ours, was our host in the 2007 school held in the FGV auditorium designed by Nimai, overlooking the beach of Botafogo. I suffer because I'm not in Brazil. Right now you have a beard, you change of look. And you have longer hair also, right? COVID-19 style, Corona style. So welcome to our school. And well, Luca's going to address sustainable connectivity, access to data. He was the co-author together with me. Here we have the Portuguese edition of the book. It was a great achievement. I remember this project that was very successful. Let's welcome Lucas to our school. You're a great guest. You're always welcome in our school. We have a tight agenda because we have many speakers. It's like TV, okay? We'll run out of time. But let's welcome Luca. And Luca, you can address your presentation. My presentation is going to be in English, be more effective. But next time, probably I can do it in Spanish. However, this time I will address this in English.
To be here with you. It's always a pleasure to be with Olga, Adrian, and Oscar. You are like family for me. And the topic that I want to analyze today with you is sustainable connectivity. And the focus I want to give to this brief but intense lecture is on how do we consider internet users? We consider them as simple consumers. We may have traditional solutions with limits. Half of the population in the world is still disconnected, so there are clear limits. If we envision something different, we may have different outcomes and maybe more sustainable outcomes. So let's start first with a couple of introductory remarks on what I want to analyze with you today. So first of all, how do we consider internet users? Simple consumers or prosumers? I will speak a bit about this. Then how in the internet openness and sustainable connectivity debate do we insert the debate on net neutrality, on zero rating modules, and what I call the scramble for data, which is this quite recent phenomenon insisting on collecting and hoovering personal data of everyone. And what alternative strategies do we have if we want to have a more sustainable way of connecting the unconnected? Of course, the majority of the elements that I will mention today are in the super book that Olga and I co-edited that you find on the SSIG website. Also in this article on zero rating and the militarization of the internet. I will, after the presentation, I will share with Olga and I will tweet all the resources so everything will be available online. Also, if you check this website, comconnectivity.org, you will find a lot of information about community networks, which will be the last part of my presentation of today. And if you want to focus even more on community networks in Latin America, there is this very interesting report that I quoted for ISOC exactly on community networks in Latin America and what kind of policies and solutions could be utilized to facilitate it. So preliminary considerations, first of all, something that I think you have already discussed over the past couple of days is that the internet actually is a general purpose network. So it has been created to allow anyone doing any or creating anything he or she wants. So the purpose of the internet is not like in traditional networks like the telephone network, the broadcasting network, where the purpose was predefined by the operator. It is the user that defines how he or she wants to utilize the internet. It is the reason why internet users are prosumers. So they are also producers. Everyone here is a potential producer of applications, of services, content, and therefore it is better to qualify internet users as, is more correct to qualify them as prosumers, a term created by Alvin Toffler in the 80s, rather than mere consumers. Now, I think there is, the fundamental feature of prosumers is that they can freely not only access, but also share and create any content, any apps. When I'm speaking about freely access and share, I'm using free as in free speech, so unrestricted, not as in free booze, so someone else is paying the bill. Meaning that if you are not, the internet has been created to allow anyone here, anyone connected, to easily access and share anything. So what is the corollary of this? That internet, the fundamental design of the internet facilitates permissionless innovation. Anyone can innovate. Unrestricted communications, and all this is key for the development, for the evolution of the internet, and also of the digital economies that we want to create. And here is where the net neutrality debate comes into the picture. I'm not going to delve too much into the details because I know that you will have a specific lecture on this afternoon, but I think some elements are very important for our debate on a sustainable connectivity. So what is net neutrality? You will discuss this in the afternoon, but if you want also to have very thorough studies and different opinions on this, I also suggest you that you freely download these two books on network-neutrality.info with a lot of different opinions on this, including from pioneers like Windsurf and Wittuzan, or the creator of the net neutrality term, Tim Hu. And basically, net neutrality, we can consider it as a non-discrimination principle. It means that the access provider, the operator, cannot treat content and services in a discriminatory way for commercial purposes, meaning that it is possible, of course, to have, if the technical feature of a specific application require a specific treatment, for instance, a better quality for video, of course, that is considered as something possible by every net neutrality specialist. What is not possible is to block the competitor and favor your commercial partner, because that is discrimination based on commercial considerations. And this is pretty much the core tenet of the first decade of net neutrality. Discriminatory traffic management, where some operators with market power typically decided to block or downgrade competitors to favor commercial partners. A typical examples is that now is pretty much a vintage example is the blocking of Skype. Voice over IP was disrupting services. It was disrupting indeed the core business operators. voice calls, and many operators, those that are a little bit older amongst the crowd will recall that many mobile operators were blocking Skype in the 2010, 2012, until net neutrality laws arrived. Another very common discriminatory treatment was downgrading the potential competitors. Pretty much all BitTorrent and peer-to-peer applications based on exchanging videos were throttled in the early 2010s, and also to favor the operators, commercial partners, typically video streaming services that were vertically integrated with the operators. This is also something that was not only considered as anti-competitive, but also contrary to fundamental human rights, fundamental freedom to seek, impart, and receive information and ideas, is a core element of our fundamental right architecture. That is an element that I stressed 7 years ago, actually, in a report for the Council of Europe, where I highlighted exactly that net neutrality was essential, instrumental for the full enjoyment of fundamental right to freedom of expression. The debate that followed up on this consideration led to the adoption of net neutrality provisions in all the light blue countries that you see here, around 50 countries in the world. But actually, the second chapter of the net neutrality saga is what I think the most interesting, because the core of the net neutrality debate, actually of the digital economy debate over the past decade, has been what I call the scramble for data. The scramble for data, it's a way of rephrasing the notorious term, the scramble for Africa, where European colonizers in the 19th century were scrambling to put their hand on resources in colonized countries. Well, there are many corporations that over the past decade, and even more right now, are scrambling to put their hand on the most valuable resource we have now, which is data, personal data, basically. This is something that was already very visible some years ago when Cisco already was foreseeing a focus shift towards mobile internet. Actually, the forecast of Cisco in 2016 was that by 2020, by this year, 2/3 of the total internet traffic would have been mobile. And this is why zero rating models come into the picture, meaning they are basically the commercial models based on price discrimination, where some specific applications and services are provided for free, are sponsored when, especially in developing countries, where people have limited financial resources, and therefore having a free application is considered as something extremely meaningful. And also where people have very limited data allowance because tariffs are extremely expensive. Now, the two essential elements of zero rating models are limited selection of sponsored, subsidized apps is available, but also a limited amount of data allowance is available. So very limited amount of gigabyte per month is available. Therefore, having sponsored services, sponsored apps is particularly interesting. Now, the first consideration is that actually they are not really sponsored. Well, they are sponsored, but they are not really free, let's say, because they are, of course, not paid with money, but paid with personal data and what could be done out of personal data. And that is exactly what I call the scramble for data. It's a new form of digital colonialism, where people, and especially people in developing countries, are turned into data wells that could be drilled ad infinitum and extract data, the most valuable resource we currently have, to being processed typically elsewhere, and therefore produce revenue elsewhere. Now, the idea of sponsoring specific applications and putting a cap on the rest of the internet, of course, aims at orientating attention of the user on specific apps that are sponsored. And orientate attention of the individuals means also orientate where they spend their digital lives, which means where they produce the very personal data. This, of course, maximizes the hooking effect of applications. We already know there are already a lot of studies demonstrating that the majority of very successful apps we utilize, they're not successful because they have excellent features. They're successful because they are excellent at hooking us, are attracting our attention and becoming almost addictive. There is very much a very useful reading by Nir Eyal on how to create habit-forming products that precisely explain this. And this is something that was published 5 or 4 years ago. So it's something already quite well known. And the very interesting demonstration of this is actually Brazil. In Brazil, there is actually almost 3/4 of the population that uses prepaid offerings, including zero rating. And 95% almost of the population primarily utilizes the internet for messaging apps, which incidentally are almost the only applications that are sponsored, are zero rated by all internet access providers. So if you only have, let's say, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter as a free application, you may say that is a chicken or egg question. People use only social network because they love social network or because they are the only thing available. But this is not really like that, because actually there are other social networks. For instance, Signal is exactly the same source code of WhatsApp, but it is not owned by Facebook and does not collect metadata of all users. Signal is an excellent product, but is not really utilized. Why? Because if you want to use this app, you have to consume your data allowance, you have to pay with money. Whereas if you use a social network that is zero rated, you don't pay with your money, you pay with your data. People don't realize how valuable are their data. And governments are only now starting to understand how valuable are personal data of their population, and also not only economically, but geostrategically, and also in terms of an incentive for the local national digital ecosystem, the local digital market. If there are only a couple of applications that are for free, you actually subject innovation and market success to the fact that you are a sponsored application, not to the quality of your service. And this actually also create a gatekeeping effect on how information and innovation can circulate in a specific country, in a specific market, because again, if only a very limited selection of applications are sponsored for free and the rest has to be paid, those applications are those where all information or misinformation will easily circulate and be controlled. And this is precisely why only a couple of weeks ago, the Court of Justice of the European Union basically stated what is in that article that I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, which is that the use of zero rating models is liable to limit the exercise of end user right, may limit end user's right, and the greater the number of customers, including such agreements, mean the most dominant are those services, the more likely it is that, given the scale, these agreements, this model will result in legitimately limiting the exercise of fundamental right. And you may also wonder at this point, who is the main beneficiary of all these zero rating models? Well, actually, we have mapped at the IGF coalition on net neutrality, we have mapped all the zero rating models in 100 countries. And in 98 out of 100 countries where zero rating models are available, well, at least one of the Facebook group applications is zero rated, if not more. Now, this means that actually in all those countries, data of users are gathered by a unique group, which is not really excellent in terms of competition, and not even in terms of digital sovereignty. It is also an argument that is very much debated lately. But what is quite scary is that all the red countries you see in the map are also countries that do not have or are where data protection is not really in place yet. So either they do not have regulation on data protection, or it is not in place or enforced yet, which means that troves of personal data are collected and utilized for basically whatever purpose the biggest bidder can decide, because there is no regulation impeding so that. So that means that actually this connection between internet access on one hand and data protection on the other hand, that were two distinct topics until a couple of hours ago, is becoming increasingly intimate, because internet access or access to specific services is already paid with data protection in an incredible number of countries. And it actually confirms a survey made by Quartz some years ago, in 2015, where in several developing countries, a respondent of the service thought that Facebook was the internet because it was the only thing that they could access. And what is the perversion of this? That actually this kind of model transforms active internet users into passive consumers of predefined apps. So precisely the opposite of the philosophy that was chosen by the initial architects of the internet. And of course, as I was mentioning, it's also quite risky in terms of digital sovereignty, because rather than having your national champions thriving, you have only already dominant, as usually are foreign corporations thriving. That is the reason why India decided to ban zero rating models in 2016. And the result is actually extremely interesting. We have analyzed this also at the Cyber BRICS project that I coordinate, that analyzes digital policies in the BRICS, so Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And my colleague Ricky Parshir shared this analysis a couple of weeks ago. Actually, since the ban of zero rating in India, the number of subscribers doubled, the number of the data consumption is increased almost 50-fold, and the price of the gigabyte decreased of more than 95%. Why? Because if you cannot offer specific services for free to attract consumers, you will have to offer anything, everything for a reduced price. Now, just to finalize my presentation, is there any other alternative strategy that may be considered sustainable, not only in terms of reducing the cost, but also in terms of empowering the users? Well, of course there is. And I would like to dedicate the last couple of minutes to community networks, which is an incredibly interesting model that has been experimented over the past 20 years and become extremely popular over the past couple of years. They are crowdsourced distributed networks that are built, utilized, and managed by the community that creates them and utilizes them as commons. So they are managed in a democratic fashion by those who create them. Usually they are NGOs, but could also be local entrepreneurs or public administrations. Here you have some of the most renowned examples. Altermundi is an organization very well known in Argentina, the Digital Empowerment Foundation, very well known in India, and a lot of others. Gifinet has more than 120,000 nodes in Catalonia. So very successful examples. And what is very interesting, and I'm finalizing with this, is that this kind of model is exactly the opposite as sponsoring only a couple of applications. It's actually empowering the individual so that individuals understand the power of the internet and create the internet, build the internet themselves, they share knowledge and innovation, and the positive externalities of community networks is not only circulation of expression of knowledge, but also capacity building, permissionless innovation, because people, new community networks member, they build the internet, they build application on a decentralized basis, and they turn the internet into something even more interesting for the local communities, because the internet starts to be in local languages, local services that are constructed, built by the community for the community. These are only some of the examples that you typically observe when community networks are created: local maps, voice over IP services, e-commerce platforms for local trade. And the local community, therefore, self-determine itself. That is why I call this phenomenon network self-determination. It's the right to free development of network infrastructure. The community freely associates to define in a democratic fashion the design, the development, the management of the network infrastructure, of the access infrastructure as a common good, in order to freely seek, impart, and receive information and innovation. The community, the local community, rather than being a digital outcast, rather than being disconnected, self-determine itself. If you want to know more, I'm also adding here this reference. This website, comcommunitivity.org, has a lot of studies, not only on how community networks work, but on how you can build one. And to finalize, I would say, what can be done to facilitate these initiatives? Well, there are a lot of policies that also you find in these studies that could be useful for regulators. I know that some regulators are here hearing us, so please check these resources to have good example of how to create legal definitions of community networks, how to simplify licensing or equipment approval. I've heard we have been speaking about spectrum and how spectrum sharing policies could be very useful for community networks, tax exemptions, a lot of elements that could be very useful and that actually have already been integrated by some regulators, also in Latin America. Anatel in Brazil already created simplified license for all kind of micro or small ISPs, including community networks, and actually utilizes the community network manual that I was mentioning before as a manual to provide guidance to people willing to create a community network. In Argentina, ENACOM also created a resolution on community networks, so turning them into something legal. Well, to conclude, I would say that of course, they are not a silver bullet, because to bring everyone online, we need an ample spectrum of policies, but there is nothing to lose from allowing people to build the internet themselves, to be the protagonist of their digital future and to try to making this future sustainable. Thank you very much for your attention, and please feel free to share any questions you may have.
Oi, Luca, obrigada. Muito interessante. Temos algunos, voy a hablar en español mejor. Tenemos algunos comentarios acá de la audiencia. Quiero
Very
decirle
interesting. We have some comments from the audience. There was a problem with the translation because the audio was totally distorted. I know that you were interested in this, but the audio kept breaking up. I know that the presentation is very good and that he has a project and he's going to send you that. So I'll try to send you the information. It would be very interesting for you to see. Also, if you can share the presentation, probably you can email it to me so we can share your PowerPoint with the rest of you. Unfortunately, we do not have time. I know that you're very passionate about this topic. You've been working for many years. You manage the coalition in the IGF. I know that there is a neutrality space, and we're going to address neutrality after lunch with two specialists that come from the technology field. Probably you can join that panel. Unfortunately, we do not have any time left. Hopefully your children are okay and they're growing very healthy. Very good. Looking forward to seeing you in the future, and thank you for being here. Thanks a lot. Okay, we're going to break, and later we're going to continue with the panel addressed by ICANN.
Gracias a todos por estar ahí. Y vamos con el último panel.
Yep, let's resume, and we're going to start the next panel. I'm going to introduce him in English, so I can introduce Gordon Marby.
Hello, Yoram Marby, CEO of ICANN. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. We have a fantastic panel about ICANN. And thank you, Yoram, for being with us. You are in Los Angeles. It must be in the morning there. I hope you are all doing fine. I will be moderating this panel. We have a fantastic panel. Yoram Marby is the CEO of ICANN. And then we have Rodrigo de la Parra. He's Vice President, Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Then we have Nicolás Antoniello, Regional Technical Engagement Manager, and David Haberman, Senior Technical Engagement Specialist of ICANN. We have a variety of issues to talk to you. During 1 hour, we can take some minutes from the break that we have after your panel. So feel free to expand your presentation. And Yoram, welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. We have 500 fellows from all over the world. This morning we had questions from Bangladesh. Can you believe it? So this virtual model of the school is expanding the boundaries of the face-to-face model that we had for 11 years. So welcome to our school. ¿Me escucha? Me parece que no me escucha. Joran, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
It's
Welcome.
good to see you again, Olga.
See you too. Virtually. It's been a
I-
while. We haven't met.
No, and I don't know about you guys, but I have to admit that despite the fact that the internet is working so perfect and you can do things virtually, I miss the interactions and the coffees and the maybe even a glass of wine sometimes, sitting down and talking. That's one of the things I miss. Anyway, my friends, it's a real pleasure to be here for this virtual edition of the South School of Internet Governance. I mean, we are facing, some people would say difficult times, or other ones would say interesting times. And as I said, I hope you're all, first of all, I hope you're all safe and you're doing okay. In one way, I have one of the pleasures of my job is I reach out and talk to people all over the world in different times with different backgrounds. And one thing that's interesting with this pandemic, if I want to look at something positive, is the fact that it's also united a lot of people. Because I just heard there are 500 people from all over the world on this webinar, and that's a fairly unique thing. You have the ability to do it, you can be there, and we can have joint discussions, which are important. So before we start, just to explain, not everybody knows what ICANN actually is. ICANN is a non-for-profit organization based in California and LA. And yes, I am in LA. The background picture is from my home country, Sweden, because I want to promote that as well. And ICANN is really a sort of tree with two branches. One of them is what we're going to talk about here is about internet governance, the governance part of what we do. But the other part is also a technical arm, and I think that some of my team will talk about that as well, is that literally ICANN provides all the world with all the technical identifiers, which is a very technical remit. And we work a lot with security, stability, and there we work with partners such as the RERs, the country code operators around the world, and everybody else who has a top level domain. But now we're going to talk a little bit more about the sort of governance. But one of the underlying principles of internet governance has always been that we do this together. We call it consensus models, we call it multi-stakeholderism, but it's really about people coming together, figuring out something and making it happen by actually talking to it. If people think it's a good idea, then it's going to happen. And it's been a really successful thing. If you look at it, internet as an entity, as a thing, was brought up by volunteers, by people who had different ideas around the world, entering a stage and having it happen. And for a very short period of time, we talk about 20 years, this technology has reached all the world. And we still have a lot of things to do. But it's, basically, we have, 3-4 billion internet users around the world, all connected to one single system. And we've done that by working together through what we call the internet governance. We set the rules, we make sure that they are fulfilled, we find out new ways of doing it. So if you compare it to any other decision model around the world, I would say that this has been the most effective one because it actually works. Another thing that is might to think about is the work is not done. Coming into the school and coming into different settings, you meet old timers like me, and you think about these people who've been doing this for 15 years, they already have the answers. No, we don't. There is still a lot of things that we have to take into account going forward, how to make internet more accessible for people. One of the things that's very dear to our heart is, for instance, what we called international domain names. The fact that people can approach the internet from where they want in their own language, their own script, using a keyboard that they are used to, instead of have to use the Latin script or the English version. People who don't read from left to right or don't know what a dot is. We're not there yet. We're not going to be there until we have more people online. The interesting thing, if I look from the outside, many of the discussions when it comes to internet governance and debates has resulted in anything from political declarations, action plan, commitments, definitions, principles, and the creation of very unique platforms and institutions. And to make sure that this is not only a philosophical discussion, this has resulted in interactions with high degrees of complexity, but they have been dealt with. So often I get the question about what is internet governance and how do you define it? It's actually not that simple. It's sort of a lot of different disciplines that comes together under one name. Some of the things we talk about, it's very technical. I don't know if you heard that, for instance, you have different, a lot of people talk about the 5G. And in 5G, you even have set proposals that would be counterproductive to a global interconnected internet. You've seen things like they called new IP. It's got nothing to do with IP, which is done by organizations who wants to do this in a specific way to go away from the principles we have. That's a technical internet governance, so to speak. But we also have the political ones. I mean, over the years, you've seen more and more legal proposals that has a direct effect on people's ability to either do something on the internet or don't do something on the internet. And that's sort of a more traditional internet governance when it comes to political interventions. Many of those, by the way, has been for good reasons. Many of them is because they wanted to solve a problem they thought existed. Maybe sometimes not even thinking about the consequences of those. So in order to grasp how to navigate the internet governance, it's critical to understand how the internet works. Understanding the operational aspects of the internet helps us to distinguish with layers, players, and the roles and responsibilities. We often forget that internet, let's take one example of how many people misunderstand the way of internet. Many of the legislations today are about platforms. Fake news, and I'm not, it's nothing negative with platforms like Facebook, Google, Netflix, HBO, whatever you have, TikTok, whatever you have in your country itself, it's safe, but not the internet. When you walk into a social media platform, any other platform, you actually physically leave the internet and you walk into someone else's computer. But we call that the internet. But when we talk about the internet itself, we actually talk about this open platforms that make it possible for you to virtually travel the world. And that is one of the most important distinctions you can help me with to putting out there, the difference between platforms and the internet itself. So to understand the underlying technology, you don't have to be an expert. I'm not. I have very gifted people who helps me. But to understand how it works is an essential part of how you can help to protect the open interoperable internet. So you're going to learn much more from my colleagues on this panel because they actually know much more than I do, and I willingly accept that. But take the opportunity to ask them questions about how this works. Take them to the opportunity, because one of the things what I'm saying is that it's not done yet, is that we also need more people coming into the system to make sure and preserve what we have. My end point of this is during the pandemic, people have turned onto the internet. It's been the livelihood for many, many people like myself and my whole team who hasn't visited our office for 6 months. We all do this work on the internet. We do that together. It's actually proven that the system works. It's actually worked without a flaw. It worked with no hiccups. The original design of the system, when it was done back in the 60s, actually do work. It's been secure, it's been accessible, it's in a way, the underlying functionality of all of this has proven that it can actually help the world through a pandemic. But it needs to be protected in the future as well. It needs to have people working on it and questioning people like me and other ones coming into this. Are we doing it the right way? Are we thinking about the same thing? And there is no real answer to all the questions. We have to work on them together. So thank you for joining this. And you should adopt the same way I do. And my team knows that I ask any question about anything all the time. And I want to understand. So I ask questions about things that I probably should understand from the beginning, but I really want to understand. So take the opportunity to ask those very gifted people on this panel as many questions you have. There's no stupid questions, because the final thing with internet governance is we do many things that no one in world history has done before. No one had created a system before. No one created the internet itself. No one has seen a technology that is so much around the world. And so regardless of when you're entering into this, you will realize that you're going to be part of something that with looking at questions that no one had an answer to world history before. So welcome for this, and thank you for coming into this. And Olga, I'm grateful for you inviting me. I'm looking forward to hear if there are questions, and I'm going to listen in before I have to leave in a couple of minutes. But thank you again, Olga, and best of luck for this Internet School of Governance. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Joran. I know you have a busy agenda, and you're so kind to share your comments and your thoughts with us, with our audience. It's precisely about having more people coming into this environment, into this family that we share the same interest for having an open internet all over the world. And this is the 12th edition of the school. And believe me, along these 12 years that we have been organizing this training program, every year we have to add new concepts, new speakers, new focuses, because it's like the journey is the destination in internet governance. It never ends, but it's okay if you understand whatever your profession or your work is. It's a good thing to have a general scope of all the issues that are related. This is the idea of the school, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and your comments. I do agree with you. I miss the coffee, I miss the wine, I miss the interaction a lot. And I also miss when we had this meeting in person, the applause at the end of every presentation. I really miss that. I miss the interaction, but we are hopefully that will come in the near future. So thank you very much for your time. Okay, should I switch to Spanish with Rodrigo? Rodrigo, are you there?
Yes, Olga, if you don't mind, I can go to Spanish.
Rodrigo, bienvenido.
Yes. I can do it in Spanish. Thank you very much. Are you in Mexico, Rodrigo? Yes, for the last 6 months I'm here. Yeah, I've been here for the last 6 months in a lockdown in Buenos Aires. Greetings to you and to your family. Let's welcome you to the school. It's a pleasure having you here. It's always a pleasure having you and ICANN panel. With my technical training, I'm basically attached to the technical essence of the internet. And what fascinated me along these years, dating back to 2004, 03, when I wanted to understand the functioning of the internet, I always came to ICANN as the cornerstone of coordination. So that was the primary focus for my PhD, and that is why I became so much involved in the organization that became so unique, it seemed to me. It's something that for us is fundamental. This internet that works perfectly well and allow us to be interconnected during the pandemic. Let's welcome you. And later I'm going to continue with the rest of the colleagues of this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olga and Adrian, for having invited me and for giving me the chance to talk about on ICANN. My greetings to the students that are participating and attending this 12th edition of Internet Governance. As Goran said, these initiatives are very important because they prepare and they develop skills for people that in the future, near future, are going to participate proactively in some of the groups of interest that make up the ecosystem of the internet. And hopefully within the ecosystem of the world as we know it as the ICANN, that is the identification of names and numbers of the internet. We would like to approach this from the technical point of view of what ICANN does. ICANN primarily is an organization that is technical in nature, complex, and is a flagship for internet governance. This topic always emerges in some of the conversations as the multi-sectorial dialogue platform. My way of participating with the multiple stakeholders and the multiple sectors, we can enjoy a very stable, interoperable internet. And during the pandemic, with the difficult times that we have, that we all need to go back to our homes, it became a stable tool that allow us to be connected to the rest of the world and in our daily lives. So we have technical experts like David and Nicholas that are going to address this from the technical point of view. But I wanted to explain briefly what ICANN is. ICANN can be seen twofold. First, in terms of technical operation, ICANN has a responsibility to make this identification to work. And every time you type a website or a domain name in your browser, you can get to the right destination. Whenever you send an email or type, I mean, it's very technical, and apart from managing and coordinating content that the root servers have. So this is very, very important. Another thing is that it works as a multi-sectorial forum platform where all the decisions that impact domain names, okay, the identifiers are approached as multi-stakeholder from the bottom up. So you can see some space of participation to enrich, increasingly more this multi-sectorial approach. We have some online training in I Can Learn for you to see and for you to delve into detail into this ecosystem. Without further ado, I would like to thank you for the chance that ICANN is here sharing this, and I'll turn the podium over to my colleagues. Thank you, Olga. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And I would like to mention Rodrigo's role in Latin America. They miss sharing wine and coffee with you, Rodrigo. I totally agree with you. Probably some tequila in the future, especially, what Rodrigo was saying is very important. We have many participants in the room, more diverse than ever before. For the last 2 years, we have online remote participation. However, with this virtual event, we have students from all continents and from all countries. So virtuality or virtual events promoted online participation or online attendance. It's only online right now, but we offer participation in internet coordination, regulatory frameworks, or policy or technology policies. ICANN is the forum to participate. It may seem complex at first. However, there are many courses online, as Rodrigo explained, or you can contact people from their staff that can provide them with documentation. The ICANN website has a wealth of information. And you may become involved in something that is super interesting for the coordination and the management of the internet. I urge you to visit their website to check their online activities, or you can send an email to Rodrigo. Tell us. Nico, Nicolas, your turn. You're up. Nico is not only a friend of ours, but also he attended the school in 2012 in Colombia when we celebrated his birthday with all the rest of the students. And Adrian was there. Oh, yeah, it was Adrian's birthday at the same time. Two celebrations. He blew the candles, and then we went to have some steak in Colombia. So I always remember with a token of appreciation, it's like he's a part of, and a major specialist in ICANN, an expert on the internet. It's a great pleasure to see you. Welcome you to the school. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to share this experience. We cannot say good morning because we don't know the time zone of every single participant. But here in Montevideo is like 1:30. So good afternoon to the rest of you. I always remember that celebration the double celebration of these two birthdays and the good times that we had in Bogota in that School of Governance. Without further ado, let me share the screen. Can you see the screen there?
Todavía no, pero a veces demora un poquito.
Sometimes it takes more than a second. Hang on a second.
Acá la gente técnica me dice un minuto.
It's taking some time.
Esto de la virtualidad es todo un desafío. Ahí va, ahora sí.
Now we can see your screen. Good. The idea is to give you an overview, less than 20 minutes, on the domain name system. We are going to address it from the technical point of view. The objective is for you, or for those of you that know the domain name system, is to give you an overview. For those of you that are not familiar with this, to have an idea of what domain name system is and why it's so needed and how it works in general terms. First of all, we gotta see what the domain name system is, or why do we have one. This dates back to device mechanism, the terminals, telephones or computers that are connected to that network of networks that is the internet. So how we identify these devices? These devices are identified by means of an IP address with a number, and that is called IP address. Okay. Whether it is the initial version or the old version of IPv4, that is the one that we use nowadays, is the best medium to identify the devices or the internet, or the new version of this protocol, or a new one, that it would be too technical, that is called IPv6. That IP address is what identifies uniquely all these devices over the internet. Likewise, the same cell phones identify the terminals over the telephony network, or a cell phone or a landline network. The human brain, for most of us, it's easier for us to remember chains or related words or names instead of remembering numbers, especially long numbers or sequence of numbers. Imagine that IP addresses in IPv4, in general terms, are classified by sets of digits separated by points or periods or dots. And IPv6 is a cluster of numbers that are hexadecimal separated by a colon or by 2 points. By exchanging information, if you use this, it's going to be difficult for users. That's why we have this idea, just like a phone book or our agenda or our phone book calendar in our cell phones, we have a way of identifying these devices and a mechanism to translate that domain name to that identifier in order to have an exchange of information between the terminal, the devices. And that's how we have the idea of having a domain name system that is called domain name system. Okay. Originally, it was saved in a file, local file, where we have in every single device, we have a long list with the names and with the IP addresses. Those were the identifiers. So if you wanted to connect with a certain device, what you basically knew is the name. The device was going to retrieve that file that matched the IP address that intended to have that exchange of information. They establish eventually the connection with that IP address, and then the exchange of information was reduced. To keep a list in a single file has several Difficulties, scalability is one. Imagine when it's growing in number, it's very difficult to maintain all this information in the same file. You need to keep record of that identical file in all the devices that make up the network or the internet in this case. Initially, that file is being exchanged using email or other transfer protocol file like FTP or any protocol. But you may think of this difficulty that we may have to use that mechanism as translation or name association or relation. And there we have a more advanced idea of evolving with that mechanism. And that would be like a database that is widespread and easily to manage with a standardized protocol to exchange information, to save it, to retrieve it, etc. And there we have what we call as, or we refer to as domain name system by its, or DNS by its acronym in English. So what is this DNS, domain name system? As we said at the very beginning, the idea was to have a system that is a database with a tree structure. So it's a repository of information. Data repository, in line with its original architecture, was conceived as a tree. That tree structure is called namespace. What we call domain names are the names allocated to every single device over the internet. And the IP address is the identifier, the single identifier associated or related to that device. So we have that database that is going to have that translation. So I'm going to ask for a query. I'm going to ask what is the IP address associated to a domain name. And the domain name system shall retrieve that name so I can exchange that information with any other device over the internet. From that point of view, the domain name system, the DNS, is critical for operating the internet. It's not that if it's discontinued, the networks are going to be down as such. They're going to keep working, even though without the DNS, the same problem is the problem or the challenge that we're faced with. Imagine that if we have a mobile device and we don't have any longer that, we don't have the contact list. I mean, we can keep using the numbers, but how many names I'm going to remember? Yeah, if I look for it, I establish information because it's related with the translation of the numbers, but if you lose that, it's not going to be functional any longer for users. That is why the domain name system is classified as critical information for the functioning of the operation of the internet, tracing back to the structure and the format of this database. Well, it looks like a tree, inverted tree, where the roots are going to be higher on top, and the branches, where every single level contains a label. All these labels are in the first level. So in the DNS, we know as primary DNS. And then we have secondary DNS, then the third level domain names, etc. And the lowest level doesn't have a label, is represented by a dot, and that is called root, the roots of the tree, or the roots of the domain name system. So how do we refer to a domain name? In order to have a domain name, the way of naming it is locating the label and all the sequence of labels up to the root, separating them with a dot. For example, this level or this domain that is www is not www only, because if I say that, it's difficult to distinguish the three of them that I have in the third level. So if I would like to refer to this one that is in blue, it has to be www.example.com and dot. The last dot we never said. We said .com and that's it. But now in the path up to the root, I'm referring only to this domain name. If I would like to refer to the main name email, it has to be mail.example.com. The same goes for all the domains, so any domain name with the inverted tree, okay? And naming every single label. Let me discuss the way that we classified internally this structure. And let me bring by way of example these concepts, the concept of name and the concept of zone. To facilitate this, let me trace some parallelism between the domain name system and a store, a grocery store. So what am I going to save in this grocery store? The translation between the domain name and the IP address. All the translations are going to be saved in this repository, in this grocery store that we call domain name system. From the administration point of view, if I want to manage these large grocery stores, later we're going to talk about distribution. So if I want to manage this repository that can be accessible by any user over the internet, what I have to do is to define an orderly fashion to do so, to manage it, and to delegate part of the management to different entities or organizations or managers. Not only manage it myself, but we manage it we manage part of the storage, and we basically have a smoother management. So the divisions from the administrative point of view are called zones. What is a zone? What's a zone like? Well, being formal and define it formally, it would be like a shelf within our grocery store. In the structure of domain name system, a zone would be a set of domains managed by a certain entity or organization where we delegate the management of that sector that is called zone. Who delegates that? The parent domain name. So this zone, example.com, is delegated to an organization managing this subtree. Now, who delegated example.com? Well, it was delegated by the manager, that is the parent of example.com, delegating another organization the management of it. This is generally referred to as child zones, or parent zones, the one that executes the delegation. In summary, zone is a shelf within the grocery store, and the DNS, the zone is a set of domains managed by an entity that is defined as a label, and the whole tree is underneath. So domain.com is not only the label with level 1. .com is the label plus the whole tree that is underneath in blue, okay? In general terms, this is information that is saved in every single box. This is a translation between IP and domain names And we also save some other type of information like inverted resolution, the name associated with the IP address, but the opposite. I'm telling you the system. This is the IP address, and then it's got the translation into the domain name. But the most common use of what users use is I give you the name and I know or I want the IP address. Let's address the name resolution process in action. How it works with the device, establishing that exchange of information with a new device or the internet, and how it works. Okay, let's see some concepts here. We are going to see the resolver. It would be a recursive server. Resolver is a word that I don't like that much in Spanish because it doesn't make any sense. I prefer recursive server. That is the one that receives the queries, looks for information, and then returns the result, delivers the result, okay? So we're going to receive the query, the domain name, look for the IP address related to this, and deliver it to the user. That IP address that is associated to the domain name that it is being queried about. Yeah? To trace in parallel with the grocery store, the recursive server is going to be responsible for looking for the product and deliver it to the client or the customer. Name servers. Authoritative servers are the ones that hold the information or host the information and have the authority to manage that information that belongs to a domain name. So those are the boxes that save or that hold that information associated to every single domain name. Those, the shells, the equipment, the servers, will always save the equivalence between the IP address and the domain name. Authoritative servers are the ones that have this information. The recursive are the ones that query this information for clients, and then they deliver it. That process of seeking that information on behalf of recursive servers in the authoritative servers and therefore delivering their result to the customer is what we call resolution process. By way of introduction, let me give you two examples: the caching concept, memory, and replication. What is caching? Let me explain caching in this way. A recursive server, we say that tracing similarities to the grocery store is the one looking for a product in a shelf in the zones, okay? And they look for information. Imagine that I'm the person seeking that information. I'm asked the IP address. I look for the information. I got that address. I deliver it to the person. And basically, I fulfilled the task that I was asked. If I got queried about the same thing and about the same domain name, instead of looking for that IP address, if I already looked for it because I had the same query in the past, I could memorize it. And that is caching. Not to retrieve the same information. And that is why recursive servers have a cache memory where they save their replies to clients based on their queries. So if another user or device starts asking the same query, they can provide that immediately and they save time by looking for it. That cache memory then, that information that is saved cannot be saved forever because memory or the IP address could be changed. I mean, I could change that information if it's associated to a domain name. And if the recursive server is not looking for it, that name is not going to be effective, or that change is not going to be effective, and it's not going to be reflected. So they save that information for some time, and after some time, they erase that or they delete it. And if they do not have that information on the query, they look for it. But Meanwhile, if it's in the cache memory, they save time by looking for it. Second concept, replication. Instead of keeping the information associated to a special domain in a single authoritative server, I save it in many servers. All those servers have the same information. Thus, instead of asking a single server, I may ask any of the replication because they all have the same information and they can reply the same thing with accuracy. So replication is keeping copies. We're maintaining several copies in our shells in different domains in different places with a wide distribution. So the recursive server looking for that information may resort to finding this in the nearest server over the internet. In the jargon, we say the nearest is not the nearest in physical distance terms. But we refer to far or near in terms of network. So the time that it takes me to go to the different points of infrastructure in the network should be faster, okay? So recursive servers are going to use the repository information that I have at hand because they'll replicate this information. So it's going to take me less time if I keep it close. So that's why basically I query to closer, I retrieve it in closer servers. This rootservers.org site keeps an updated file of the number of copies and the way they are across the world. Authoritative servers in the root servers, okay? Here we're speaking of the domains contained in the authoritative servers that have this information for the root zones. And here down below, I don't know if you can read, but it says less than a month ago, the number of copies of root servers accounts for 1,326 copies. So in a recursive server that would like to query a root server is going to be using the closest server in terms of geography or geolocation where they find this recursive server. Let me address right now the DNS components at a glance. By way of an example, let's see how this is produced. What is the process? When a client queries the domain name system for a name and expects to receive that associated IP address. Olga, is that okay? Yes? Okay. Great. So how these queries work with the domain name resolution? Here we have a client that with a mobile device, we open the browser. Well, here we have Safari, an iPhone with Safari. And let's see that I would like to access the South School of Internet Governance. So that's I type the URL. And what the browsers can do to establish the connection with the web server and to display this website, what the browser has to do is to get to know the IP address where the website is saved in that server. but I type a name. I need the IP address so I can solve the DNS. The browser is gonna start sending queries to an application. The query says, I would like to know the IP address associated to this domain name. Now this local program, the operating system, in a way, is going to know the IP address of a recursive server. You know that recursive servers are the people looking for that information in the grocery store. Who could imagine, or who tells that IP address? There are many ways of configuring this or setting it up. You can do a manual setup, or my ISP, my internet service provider, when they delegate or they give me this public address, it's automatic and I don't need to set it up, and tells me what the recursive server is, where I make the squares to resolve these names. So in a way, my iPhone knows that IP address, and the same query that the browser receives send it to the recursive server. So my phone is making that queries. It says, I have this name, and I would like to have this address.
This example, I don't know the address. So let's suppose that we would like to know the IP address associated to the name www.example.com. So I'm going to request the server, the IP associated to that example.com domain. Let's imagine that the server has nothing in the cache, so it has to ask about it. Who is going to ask about it? Where in that tree structure is going to start searching? This is the chicken and egg situation, as we call it. We need to start searching somewhere. So some data must be in the server, and those data are the IP addresses of the root zone. 3 IP addresses, and all the servers have that set. So all the recursive servers know where they have to look for that. So the server is going to ask the root zone, which is the IP address associated to www.example.com. I always ask the same, the IP address associated to a certain name. The root server doesn't know the answer to that. Because remember that the root server is the first level or the top level. So what they are going to do is, since it doesn't know the IP address associated to that domain, it's going to try to give the closest answer. So in this case, the authoritative server is going to give the recursive server the best possible answer as regards that question. The server or the IP server for the domain. The recursive server is going to receive that and is going to ask the authoritative server the same question, the IP address associated to www.example.com. The authoritative server doesn't know the answer, but it knows the second level authoritative server. In this case, the IP address of the authoritative server for example.com. That authoritative server is going to give back the recursive server the IP address of the authoritative server of example.com. So what it's saying is, I don't have the answer, but you can go and ask the authoritative server of example.com. I know it because it is a level below my level. The recursive server is going to receive that and is going to ask to the other server the same question. In this case, if the authoritative server is also the authoritative server of www.example.com, so that server is going to have the exact answer to that question that is being asked. And it's going to give the recursive server the IP address associated to www.example.com. That recursive server is going to receive that information, is going to save it in the cache, and is going to send my phone the result of that answer, the answer. And that answer is finally going to reach the browser, is going to receive the IP address, is going to establish connection with the web page, in this case. And the page starts to download. And this is how it works. This all starts when my device is going to send the recursive server a question, and it ends when the recursive server gives me an answer. It could be the IP address, as it is in this case, or maybe another question. When it is something that doesn't exist, the answer is going to be that doesn't exist. There is no IP address associated to that name. And that is the end of this mechanism. Finally, when this mechanism is finished, the answer is received, there is an exchange of information, and remember that the recursive server is going to save that answer. So if the same question is asked again, it already has the answer. And this is the end of my presentation as the domain name systems. It was a quick glance. And now I'm going to give the floor to Olga and David, that is going to give, I think, that a less technical presentation, and is probably going to answer some of the questions that you may have from this presentation. From the point of view of governance, how we manage the root zone and that.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Olga. Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. Just for you to remember, David Haberman is Senior Technical Engagement Specialist at ICANN. And welcome. Where are you, David? In which city? Where are you based now?
I am in Washington, D.C.
1 hour behind. So you must be hungry by now.
Okay, so we have talked today about internet governance. We've talked today about ICANN, and our friend Nicholas has given us a wonderful walkthrough about how the DNS works. So I want to bring that all together now. I want to talk about internet governance and the DNS, and specifically, I want to talk about this very, very important thing, the DNS root server system, a critical, a fundamental part of how the internet works and how it's governed. And I hope you find the next few minutes, it's a very short presentation, I hope you find the next few minutes interesting, because the governance model for the DNS root server system isn't exactly what we might expect. I first want to let you know this is not a technical presentation. It's interesting because when we at ICANN talk about the DNS root server system, most of the time we're explaining often to technical audiences how it works. We talk a lot about security and threats to the root server system, attackers trying to take it down. We talk about options for how we mitigate those threats. But what we always try and emphasize is how important it is. All of our devices, our phones, our tablets, our laptops, our computers, all of the servers and the software that are in big networks and enterprises and ISPs, everything works because the DNS root server system just works. It's resilient, it's stable, it's relatively secure, it's well architected, it's distributed around the world. And people are able to rely on it to just work. And because it just works, so too does everything we do on the internet. So how is it governed? And that's what I want to talk about today. And because it's such an important system, it's been the focus of a lot of internet governance discussions really over the last close to 4 decades now. To set up some perspective, I just want to talk really briefly about history. The DNS system that Nicholas very nicely described was actually born in 1983, 37 years ago. And the person who invented it, a gentleman named Paul Macapetras, set up a server. And its job was to be the root of the tree of the DNS. Those wire images that Nicholas was showing, that's a tree. And at the very root is a root server. And over the first 14 years of the DNS, we expanded that root server system. We started with 1, we went to 2, eventually we had 7 of them, and we noticed all of them were in the United States. So we started branching out, and by 1991, we had an international node out in Sweden. And in 14 years, we reached 13 root servers. And 13 is where we're at today. We have the same number of root servers 23 years later that we did back in 1997, which was a very different internet with a lot less users and a lot less traffic. For these 13 root servers, there are 12 operators. The very first one on the list, a corporation called VeriSign, is responsible for operating 2 of these 13 root servers. As you look through the list, you'll see some academic institutions, the University of Southern California, and the University of Maryland. You'll see some government and military organizations, the United States Space Program, NASA, the United States Department of Defense, the United States Army. Sweden still runs a root server, an internet exchange company, a non-commercial company called NetNod. The RIPE NCC in Amsterdam, which hands out IP addresses and other internet numbers, has a root server. ICANN operates a root server. And finally, there's an organization in Japan called WIDE, and WIDE operates a root server. They were the most recent one to be assigned a root server. Now, we had this 14-year history where we grew the root server system from 1 to 13. But there was no governance structure surrounding this growth, surrounding this evolution. It was simply a small group of technical experts, really smart men and women, who discussed and debated changes primarily on a mailing list and sometimes in person together at industry conferences. Over time, there was no formal secretariat, but over time, an individual served the secretariat function. And that's the gentleman on the left here. His name is John Postel. This is him right here on the left. He's sitting in this picture with 2 other fathers of the internet. This is Steve Crocker in the middle. And on the right is Vint Cerf, widely credited as the father of the internet. But over here, John was the one who really administered much of the internet, the IP addresses and the domain names and the root server system. And ultimately, he really was the coordinator of how the root server system grew and who got its assignments. But unfortunately, after he assigned the final root server to WIDE, he died. He died 10 days from now, October 16th, 1996. And interestingly, after John died, there was no system, there was no process, there was no formal governance in place to allow us to add, replace, or remove any of the 12 root server operators that we just looked at. Since John's death, our structure has had 2 main organizations. The first one is called ICANN's Root Server System Advisory Committee, which we call the RSAC, and the root operators meetings, and they refer to themselves as root ops. Now, root ops is not really governance. It's not how we would define governance here at the South School of Internet Governance. Root ops is mostly about technical coordination. It's the operators talking amongst each other about best practices and ways to operate a root server, a very complex system of servers and software. Root ops is a closed group. Only the root server operators are allowed to attend, and they only have very informal meetings. They typically piggyback off of meetings of the Internet Engineering Task Force. Now, RSAC is a little bit closer to what we think of as a governance body. Most persuasively, RSAC is organized under the bylaws of a formal governance organization, and that's ICANN. Per the bylaws, RSAC advises the ICANN community and the ICANN board on operation, administration, security, and the integrity of the root server system. But we have to be honest and say RSAC is only governance to a certain extent for two really big reasons. One, not everybody participates. Not all the root server operators show up at all the RSAC meetings, contribute to the work of the RSAC. And not everyone, and nobody has to abide by decisions the RSAC makes. No one in the world can tell an individual root server operator how to operate a root server. Nobody tells them what to do. The ICANN community and the ICANN board have no leverage over the root server operators. Compliance is voluntary. Participation is voluntary. And that's the extent to which we have had internet governance really over the 37-year history that we're discussing. So the stakeholders have thought about this and said this probably doesn't work moving forward. We need something better. We need something more formal. We need something less voluntary. They've thought about this for many years, and in June of 2018, the RSAC published a document. They called it a proposed governance model for the DNS root server system. And this was their model of what they think it should be, who should govern the root server system, how they should govern, and how the root server system should evolve. Give it the mechanisms to allow it to evolve. And in this model, they want to solve 5 challenges about operating root servers. First was about the overall system, the strategy of how root servers should be architected and designed, and policies under which they should operate. They also want to make sure that we have a uniform system to measure and monitor performance of the system, the whole entire root server system, and individual root servers. Thirdly, it's expensive to run a root server. The 12 organizations I showed you, they don't get funding from anywhere. They voluntarily spend their own money to stand up and run their root server. So the financial considerations behind that, making sure everyone's on sound financial footing, is another one of the challenges that we want to solve. There's also the very basic issue. How do you add, replace, or remove a root server operator? And finally, look, you have all these different considerations and all these different functions. Let's make sure we have a formal secretariat, people who do this professionally, who can coordinate this new formal governance structure. The ICANN board looked at this and they accepted the RSAC's advice, and they've begun a community-driven process to develop a governance model. And this is where we are today. This is actually my final slide. Today we have a root server system governance working group. In shorthand, we call it the GWG. This GWG has been formed. It's comprised of stakeholders in the community, and they're actively working every week on publishing detailed and concrete recommendations for the 5 functions that we just described. Now, they've got quite a challenge on their hands. They have to do this in a way that respects the community's norms, our expectations for how internet governance is performed. Their recommendations have to be acceptable to a very diverse group of stakeholders: governments, domain stakeholders, end users, ISPs, and most importantly, their recommendations have to be acceptable to the 12 root server operators who, as we've discussed, are not today subject to any formal governance. And finally, the GWG also needs to look at how they're going to approach this, how they're going to form the Secretariat, and they need to do so in a way that fits into what already exists at ICANN. There's an ecosystem around ICANN, and this needs to fit into that with minimal disruption. And that's where we're at today. Today, the GWG is working on the governance model. The ICANN community is watching. The ICANN community will be giving input. And eventually, with a little bit of luck, we're going to have a new and formal governance model for the next 40 years so that the root server system is secure, it's stable, and it's resilient. I hope that was interesting to you. I hope you learned something from that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, David. That was very interesting. Honestly, I had in mind that information, but you brought it in a very detailed way. So thank you very much for that. I have only one question. We don't have much time because we at the half of the hour we have another panel and we have to do some arrangements. But I do have a question for the both of you. How are these servers that are installed all over the world financed? I mean, who installed them? Who buys them? Who pays for the maintenance of all these authoritative or root servers or DNS servers that you talked about, you and Nicolas? And an idea comes to my mind. We usually do webinars, which of course are open to the community and free for the same as the school, but more detailed, more focused. Maybe this is so interesting that we may organize a webinar in the near future with both of you. What do you think?
So, the financial considerations, it's a really interesting question, Olga. It happened very organically as more and more organizations join the internet. In the beginning, it was mostly military, government, and academic institutions. And in order for them to join the internet, they would have to set up an authoritative server, which they paid for. They bought it. They operate it. They pay for it out of their budget, their IT budget. Same with government. Over time, a lot of this has been overtaken by internet service providers. Internet service providers typically are commercial enterprises, and part of the cost of being a commercial ISP is paying for the DNS services that you need to provide to your users. For non-commercial ISPs, community networks, organizations that are setting up internet access out of goodwill for their community, again, it's a cost. It's a cost they can't avoid. Root server operators shoulder a tremendous burden, and they find different ways to distribute that burden, to spread out the financial costs among multiple organizations. And sometimes there's grant money available. But one of the most curious aspects of the root server system is it's paid for by the 12 operators, yet it benefits 4 billion users, most of whom don't even know they're doing that job. So yeah, it's a really interesting question. Be a great subject of a webinar.
Okay. So the invitation for organizing a more detailed and focused webinar, we can have simultaneous translation as we did for this presentation. We can do that. Let's have that in mind, and maybe I can exchange an email with you. Unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to you because we have to do the arrangements for the next panel. If there are specific questions, I will forward them to you by email. Thank you very much. We are honored to have you. We are honored to have Joran in the program. Thank you very much for this. Very interesting. I will use part of your information for my classes at the university. So just for you to be informed about that. Okay. Stay safe. See you perhaps in the near future somewhere in the world. Bye. Hacemos una pausa, volvemos 1:30 con el panel de neutralidad de la red. Gracias. De vuelta, la ventaja de la virtualidad.
We're back. One of the great things about virtuality is that you can bring your sandwiches and put them next to the computer. When we used to do this in person format, we had to go out to eat. So now that we didn't have very much time, you can carry on eating by the computer while I present the next panel, which I will be moderating, where we have an issue which was touched on briefly by Lucas Belli. He talked about the aspect of how internet and some social networks are being used. It was the issue of net neutrality, how this impacts on society and how this is perceived. It was quite interesting, and there were lots of questions about this. So we're going to have a look at another aspect of the same issue, perhaps a broader take. I have two experts here. Invan Sanchez, who is the country manager for Colombia, Ecuador, Peru for UFANET, and Lester Benito Garcia, who's the head of connectivity and access policy for Latin America in Facebook. So here's Ivan with us. Hi, and welcome. Ivan is a great friend of our school. I met him when we held our second school in Mexico. I think it was the third one, actually. He came with Carlos, who at the time was doing the MT in Colombia. And he agreed to hold the 2012 school in Colombia. At the time, Emilio Mulano was minister in Colombia. And we had a telecommunications regulation commission. So whenever we see Ivan, it's great to remember how much he helped the school at that time. Lester, welcome. And Lester is in Mexico and Ivan is in Bogota. Yes. So thank you very much for being with us today. We have about 40 minutes. This issue always prompts questions. Ivan, I'm going to ask you, Ivan has a lot of experience as a regulator. And in the private carriers world, he's worked a lot in the region. Perhaps you could tell us what net neutrality actually means and tell us about some of the regulatory issues involved. Because we cannot afford to ignore the huge demand in connectivity that has arisen because of the lockdown, how this has affected internet use. So welcome, Ivan, and great to have you with us. Thank you very much, Olga. Good afternoon to everybody who's online. I should like to thank the invitation and the opportunity to take part in the school for yet another year. As Olga said, we're going to focus today on net neutrality. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about the work we've been doing from the Telecommunications Regulation Commission so as to achieve the net neutrality legislation in Colombia and to look at how neutrality has been applied over the last few months of the pandemic. So we can continue to manage the network and guarantee everybody connectivity without interruptions and ensuring that they have the best quality possible. I would like to share my screen, my presentation. Hang on just a second. Can we magnify that? Can we zoom on in? Yes, that's lovely. Thank you. So what I want to talk to you about is that there'll be three basic issues: the concept of neutrality, regulation in Colombia, the experience that we've had in this area, and from my point of view, what things we should be looking at in the area of neutrality for the future. So the first is the concept. What is net neutrality? It's a principle which guarantees that everybody has access to all the information and all the services on internet without any kind of interference or manipulation or censorship or limitation on the part of the service providers. This means that everybody should have access to all kinds of content, no matter where they are. Now, why do we believe that neutrality should be a right for internet users? Because it's based on what internet is. Internet was designed as something, a collaboration between the different stakeholders who were involved, and it has continued to develop on the basis of end-to-end connectivity, where all countries and all operators and technical agents can offer a road for this connectivity can function end to end. But the principle is that nobody actually touches the information or meddles with it. It has to be transparent. The kind of information that we're sending has to be transparent. There should not be any kind of discrimination between the different information packages. And this is part of the whole principle of collaboration. However, we know that information can be manipulated, that these principles may be violated at some point. And this is why we have decided that the ideal situation is that this be legislated in order to guarantee these respect for these principles and respect for the users. However, there are also people who are criticizing this principle of net neutrality, who say that basically, from an economic point of view, net neutrality might go against certain business models because, from their point of view, making networks available for users to connect should allow the owners of these networks to have the opportunity to make more money out of them. They should be able to profit more substantially by creating priority levels or preference levels in terms of content or some certain ISPs. These are the two positions concerning the principle of net neutrality. Neutrality cannot be above everything else, because this would mean that we would fall into we would have some pitfalls. We cannot put net neutrality over national regulations and legislation. Colombia is a signatory of several international agreements regarding child pornography, for instance. Now, if we put neutrality over that, then we couldn't limit illegal content on our networks. So we need to ensure that neutrality as a principle is respected, but also is governed by issues of legality and the laws in each country. Neutrality in Colombia came about because the Law 1450 of 2011, which was passed by President Santos, obliges the ISPs and gave the Commission the mandate of ensuring that the regulation was properly implemented. In December 2011, there was another resolution, 3502, and we walked on 4 basic principles: the free selection of content, applications, and services, meaning that each user has the right to choose freely from the apps, services, and content that they want. A second principle was the non-discrimination, to ensure that all content, apps, and services received equal treatment, to guarantee once again the free choice on the part of the user. Transparency in terms of traffic management policies, meaning that any manipulation on internet traffic should be duly notified to the users. And finally, the users should be informed about the conditions governing the provision of services. They need to know in which conditions they will be offered services, and if there are any limitations in terms of time or in terms of cost, and this should be informed. Now, this also refers to traffic management. The idea is to mitigate risks and guarantee safety on the red. Now, we can prioritize different kinds of traffic, but not traffic referring to the quality of services. Now, if you have real-time response like voice and video, these could be prioritized as and when such a priority is communicated beforehand to users. The idea is for the service and navigation browsing capacity be provided according to user profile, because there could be different kinds of traffic for different kinds of users. Again, this has to be informed beforehand. Commercial offers for clients, well, this means that they are offers with certain access limitations, because it recognizes there are some users that are never going to use videos, high-resolution videos, and it means that others can access more basic packages, which would obviously cost less. But whenever there is the opportunity to offer limited access to browsing, there must also be costs and rates applied, which are clearly indicated to the user. The important thing is that there must be the appropriate advertising or publicity for this plan, these plans, which inform users exactly what they can do and what they can't. When there are limitations on services, that's what we're talking about. If users don't want, for example, to receive video calls, then they have the right not to have it in any of their apps. This kind of preference is done per profile, and that means that you can eliminate all those kinds of services, but it's up to the user to decide what they want, not the provider. Now, during the pandemic, we found ourselves in a process when we all had to be online. And the continuity of economic activity depended on connectivity. So the Regulatory Commission was authorized to develop some traffic management policies regarding content. And what we tried to do was to reduce video, the amount of space that video was being taken up during peak times, and encouraged users through an education campaign to limit their downloads of videos and encouraging them to do this in off-peak hours. And in this way, we were more or less able to manage the balance of the provision of services. And this was, by and large, very well received. We also prioritized data traffic and prioritized certain other services. There was like a special browsing service for telecoms users so that they could have access to apps allowing them to follow, like to track coronavirus and track and trace apps, for instance. And this was a priority for us. Now, you might say this is possibly a violation of net neutrality, but we're actually talking about the common good, because this was established for everybody across the board. What are we looking forward to in terms of net neutrality? Well, a detailed oversight to ensure that operators and providers do not charge people more than necessary for the content. And neither are they allowed to restrict or eliminate content. If there are differences between, if certain ISPs want their content to be prioritized, those users have to have a possibility to access content provided by other suppliers, other operators. And they should also have the opportunity or the information required to buy premium packages. We need to find a balance in the way people pay for access to the network so that all the stakeholders involved in providing these services must take into account the rights of users. We have to be able to cover people's needs first and foremost. But however, we are seeing a lot of internet service providers and content providers who are providing services without necessarily going through these channels. We must find a way of ensuring that the content is evenly distributed and that the costs charged are not prohibitive for users. And we're looking at ensuring that the costs are properly distributed amongst users, and we will have to continue working on this. Something that we all need to support is that those countries where net neutrality is not working, we have to help them to find a way of establishing policies that are able to guarantee this principle for users. Now, the dangers of net neutrality is that when we put this above everything else, we would be defending illegal activity. So it doesn't need to be properly regulated and respect national laws. We have to be really careful about contents and browsing because we could be looking at putting net neutrality over everything else. Another point is that when I'm on the browser, for instance, if I click on some kind of specific information, what I want, and the browser provides me with the information, it doesn't give me the sources where I can find the information. It just simply provides me with the information according to the history of my preferences. So actually what's happening there is that I'm not allowed to choose properly. It's like I go to a restaurant and I want a hamburger and the waiter brings me the hamburger that they want me to eat, not the one, and it doesn't offer me any choice. So these are situations that, given the user profile, could be facilitating browsing, but also be associated to an actual limitation of free choice. It's actually curtailing their rights. Olga, thank you, Ivan. Very interesting, particularly what you were saying about access to information. Perhaps Lester can tell us a bit more from his point of view about the work he carries out at Facebook and his role. What happens to access to information, these aspects that we saw earlier, the presentation that Luca Belli gave us earlier. And we need to look at what happens when end users can't access sources. Obviously, we don't have enough time to go into detail, but should we be reviewing the principles behind 5G in terms of net neutrality? I'll leave that for the last few minutes. Lester, welcome, and over to you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. As always, it's a pleasure to be with you, albeit virtually. I know that you're in Buenos Aires, but I'm sure that people, everybody misses not being physically in the same space, but at the same time, thanks to technology, we can continue to meet. So I want to tell you a little about our vision from Facebook of net neutrality and certain aspects of what we are doing, and also what has been happening. I'm going to move quickly on because I don't want to repeat what Ivan said, but I would like to mention a very brief definition of net neutrality. It means the absence of discrimination regarding content, speed, quality, etc. in internet access. And we're going to continue coming up with this definition throughout the presentation, and I will refer to it again at the end. But basically, the idea is that this has to do with principles. Net neutrality as such is a series of principles which countries have adopted, some of them anyway, and they've enshrined it in law as regulations, in guidelines and standards. Several countries in the region have taken this path and have adopted regulations in this area, although, of course, there are differences in the way the issue is treated, which is actually part of the ongoing discussion at the moment. I'm just going to look at the underlying principles and emphasize that in Facebook, we believe in them, we support them. I think Ivan mentioned them earlier. Non-blocking or non-strangling, non-throttling. We should not block or degrade or limit any of the content offered on internet. There are also, in practice, so the paid fast lanes on Facebook in particular, we believe that these practices could distort prices and negatively impact on end users. So it's not something that we support. The third point has to do with the question that they asked you. If we take at face value this business of traffic management, it would not be possible, or at least it would go against our principles. However, the nature of the networks means that we have to manage traffic in a reasonable way. 5G, for instance, because of its characteristics, and network slicing require traffic management. Networks have to be managed on the basis of technical rather than commercial considerations. And one basic principle is transparency. ISPs must be transparent when it comes to the offers they place on the market and in the way that they carry out the traffic management and manage the networks, so that the authorities and the users can fully understand and transparently understand what is going on. Today, I'd like to look at an important issue, not only because it involves a practice which is already being followed, but also because it is a mechanism which many countries in the region are using to support users and in general support the dissemination of information, particularly in the context of COVID. It's the issue of zero rating. In general terms, it refers to the packages or the inclusiveness of a service or an app as part of a service which a user is hiring or paying for. Obviously, this is a commercial setup. This is the interesting bit because it's commercial, right? Operators, carriers, follow usual practice when trying to attract users in the way that they present their best offers. And what they do is they package these offers and place them on the market. But in practice, for Facebook and other companies, and especially now during the pandemic, zero rating has been a very important practice to promote connectivity and promote access. And it means that we're looking at things in a different way. And it goes to the root of the question of my presentation, because net neutrality is a principle which the market, in practice, handles in such a way that everything's so dynamic. We have new situations, new measures need to be taken, and we have to look at what net neutrality means in this context. Now, zero rating does not actually meet free content. We're saying this there is no such thing as a free lunch because there's always somebody paying for the access. Now, in these zero rating offers on the market today, generally, these are classified that who pays for it is the operator. For instance, Facebook doesn't pay anything for its offers. we just make sure that there are certain applications available in a certain package. And pure zero rating would be apps like freebasing or others which are completely free. Mostly these are absorbed, the cost of these are absorbed by the operators because they have legitimate marketing objectives. And during the pandemic, this practice was requested by the authorities, and in others they were proposed as optional by the operators themselves with a view to helping their users through this time. There are other commercial practices, such as, for instance, our online bank doesn't charge us for accessing. Sorry, people don't get charged for accessing the online bank, and the access is paid for by the bank. Other practices, similar ones, are on Facebook, for instance. We don't sponsor data use as such, but certain apps do. And that is also a way of offering access and connectivity to users. So there are various aspects to this market, this ecosystem. On the side of supply, your operators are looking for economies of scale in ways of offering their packages, their data consumption packages to users. And we're looking also at the issue of cost per mega for access. And there are all kinds of different ways of attracting users by putting together these interesting offers and packages. Now, at the same time, there are greater and greater demand for access to these kinds of services and all OTT services. You need to give certain data in order to do this. And this particularly happens in the context of zero rating offers. And prices are obviously falling because you can access more and more kinds of offers at cheaper rates. Facebook has been promoting zero rating as a connectivity scheme for some time. We have a particular service called Discover, which is a free basing system. Free basics is still new. It's an experience, if you like, or a way of accessing part of internet through an app where you have access to certain content which are defined by the app itself so that users can access it free. This kind of content, obviously, are free of heavy data. They're quite light. There's no images, there's no video. And this is kind of like a new generation in the sense that the owners of the content do not have to define their own content. Discover offers all these kinds of content already on internet, and this is leading to a discussion as to whether this is complying with net neutrality. Discover is a free browser being offered today in the region, only Peru, by 4 Peruvian operators. We hope that they will open into new markets very soon. There are other operators, as well as Facebook, obviously very interested in this. I should like to emphasize that Discover, in addition to meeting net neutrality principles, is a free app which is being offered by operators with Facebook through their several packages. Discover is trying to comply not only with net neutrality principles, but also with the basic principles of openness and competitiveness. It's non-exclusive, as any operator can offer the program. It's non-discriminatory, because it allows people to browse any kind of content. And it uses free basics. It's free, it doesn't charge a thing. It's totally transparent in the sense that it tells users when they are using data that they would have to pay for, and how much free data they can use per day. Going back to basic issues, regulatory issues, I would like to take another look at the scenario of a dynamic, shifting market in a context where principles are highly important and technology is moving ahead and developing, creating new needs and scenarios. So in this market, where we have so many different offers, I would like to highlight the fact that it is so dynamic that 2 or 3 years ago, we weren't even talking about zero rating apps, which have been developed in response to the current scenario. And we are also looking at new offers arising all the time. So it's a very dynamic market. Today, there are all kinds of apps, transport apps and music apps, things that weren't around 4 or 5 years ago. All kinds of schemes and setups for payment, post-payment services, different kinds of contents, ways of packaging data. At the end of the day, the idea is to respond to user demand. This is, after all, a commercial offer. In terms of regulating the offers, a zero rating is not mutually exclusive to net neutrality. There are regulatory environments where they might be mutually exclusive. As Ivan was saying, there could be, after all, every country can interpret this principle as they will and adapt it as necessary and adapt their regulations and legislation accordingly. But from our point of view, according to net neutrality, zero rating complies with the principles because it doesn't block the data on the part of the operator. There is no discrimination. In terms of content, it's not that you can't access different kinds of content, but the consumer is taking their own decisions. Zero rating responds to that dynamic of a new market. Those of us who worked in telecom will remember how the market developed for telecom when they were looking at the mobile packages and mobile rates. These are commercial schemes which respond to this new dynamic. There is some regulatory concern in terms of avoiding blockages. We want to avoid discrimination, obviously, and the recommendation that we are making, let's say the stance that Facebook has taken, and as pretty much anybody who understands this would take, is a regulatory one, that in order to provide incentives to innovation of market dynamics, we must deal with the regulatory challenges. Having seen the effects of these in the market, the regulator can then move to solve them and take the necessary actions. Ivan, talk to us about what Colombia had done in this area. I would like to revisit the issue of regulation and legislation and net neutrality, which has been dealt with in different ways and by different countries. In Europe, for instance, they have a far more restrictive view of zero rating, and they have a more restrictive view in general of net neutrality. We should understand, however, that the reality in those markets is quite different. I'm sure that in Europe, these practices were not perhaps as prevalent during the pandemic as they were in South America in terms of developing access and connectivity. Here, everything was far more necessary in that sense. In Chile, by law and according to regulation, zero rating was prohibited as a market practice because it was seen as anti-net neutrality, but then they have market reality. In 2015, they finally allowed it to happen with certain restrictions. And in the United States, as we know, this is already last year, they passed the Internet Film Act, Freedom Order. And these are principles which means that they need to be tackled from the point of view of a specific jurisdiction and competences. In 2019, they had the Restoring Internet Freedom Order, but there is no obligation to follow this as yet. In Mexico, there are currently no need otherwise than from suppliers to register their tariffs, their rates, as the focus is an ex post focus. Today, we are looking at net neutrality in a broader context across the continent. In our region, I think that we are beginning to recognize the value of zero rating as a tool to promote connectivity, particularly during the pandemic. And then, of course, there are other practices which may be considered detractors to net neutrality, to freedom, which is how you manage traffic, how you manage the networks. Facebook, like other content providing companies, we've reduced our bit rates, our user rates, in order to ensure that we did not saturate the networks during the pandemics when people so desperately needed the bandwidth for more basic apps, such as kids studying at school, or the health apps, or their parents working, and so on and so forth. So I think that this takes us to the principle of the beginning of my talk, when I said net neutrality. When I said that net neutrality refers to the absence of discrimination in access. And I would now ask if this market dynamic is beginning to define us, and what does it mean? What does absence mean? What does discrimination mean? And I don't mean by this that these principles are not sacred. I'm just saying that the market is moving so quickly, as is technology, that net neutrality as a principle is not exclusive from this reality. The question on the table is now, should we take a more flexible approach to principles, or should we change the way that we interpret them in the view of the market realities and the challenges that are around the corner? It's not just about zero rating. I think we need to take a longer view in the way traffic is managed, particularly in the context of the pandemic. And of course, we also need to bear in mind that 5G will bring about changes in the way we manage traffic. So I just want to leave you with this idea that obviously it is important to regulate. We need to keep the market in order and secure common goals of competitiveness and satisfy the users. But we also need to ensure that regulate promotes innovation and that it be technologically neutral. And in that sense, Facebook is promoting this focus, this ex post focus on ensuring that there is due competitiveness and that users can choose freely. And we hope that this will progress efficiently in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lester and Ivan. This issue prompts so many questions. Lester actually answered my questions as he went on with his presentation. I have lots of questions from lots of people from all over the place. I think that one of the most important things can be summarized in what's the limit between freedom and censorship when there is malicious content, when there is child pornography, or some government makes some censors content. In that sense, just where does net neutrality come into it in this context when we're talking about the non-publication of certain content or censorship or freedom of expression? And we have to finish now because there's no more time. Yes, if you will allow me, I'll answer this very quickly. I'm not the expert here in the company, but basically, whoever goes into Facebook, opens Facebook, is in agreement to abide by certain practices and rules, community ones, certain rules, if you like. And these include what the platform allows people to do and not to do. What can we see and what can we not see? Obviously, what we're trying to do is eliminate illegal content, which is what the community rules say. But these are also internal practices, because it means that whoever uses Facebook is signing up for these rules. Now, this isn't a net neutrality issue, it's about content, because it's part of the service that we provide. We have rules about what you do, and whoever opens the app is assumed to be signing up to these rules. So the networks, which you might say, which might ask themselves if they are complying or not with net neutrality. It's not the apps. It's not an obligation on the suppliers as such. There would not be any responsibility on the part of the networks, because those content would have otherwise to be eliminated from the platform. If the law prohibits certain content from being shown in certain apps, obviously we're talking about things like child pornography, then that would also not be an attack on net neutrality, in the sense that that very same authority would have determined it as such. Beyond Facebook, the issue is that principle of neutrality must be subject to national and international laws. National laws can only go so far. Otherwise, they become restrictive. And that is probably happening in many countries. We other countries should ensure that this does not happen. Now, as for malicious information, we've listened to so much debate about content on social networks which might be offensive or harmful to other people. Beyond the issue of regulation or the principle of neutrality, I think these are kind of basic principles of respect to avoid certain situations occurring where platforms have to start editing or censoring or filtering the information provided by their users. It's really up to each one of us to control these situations. The principle of neutrality should adhere strictly to the laws enforced in each country. I think that's what we really need to be looking at. But it's a thorny issue, doesn't it? Because you can either go too far one way or too far the other way. Well, thank you very much. That was incredibly interesting. There was lots of interaction here. I hope that this all goes well. I wish you the very best with your work. A big hug to you. And thank you so much for joining us at the school. Ivan and Lester. Lester, this is your first time. And for Ivan, he's a long-time friend. Big hugs from Buenos Aires. Greetings from Adrian too. I hope to see you in person sooner rather than later. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Okay, I'm going to ask you for a few minutes while we get on with the next panel.
Bueno, volvemos después del tema de neutralidad de la red que generó mucho comentario entre la
There have been
audiencia.
lots of comments from the audience, and we haven't had time to read all of the questions. But as I said, today is a really heavy day, and now we have a fascinating panel about opportunities for intellectual property in internet times, which is being moderated by my great friend Jaime Diaz Limon. Hi, you're in Mexico. Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. And I'm very honored to have the privilege to moderate a panel. I feel like quite a beginner already compared with the rest of them, but I'm sure I'll do my best to do it justice. I should say that Jaime is very well known on social networks. He manages the Mexico INCIBE. He also has his legal firm. He's a specialist in intellectual property and has does some very interesting reports, interviews. He did one to me, very interesting actually. He interviews people, experts, and he publishes everything on his blogs, on his social networks. He has a very good eye for the visual aspects. The interview he did with me is on Facebook, and that was very interesting. So I know that you've been working hard with the other panel members. I'll hand over to you. We have an hour and a half. We might be able to go on a few minutes more, but not much more, because at 5 we have another panel. So we at 10 to 5, latest 10 to 3 in Mexico, we really need to be winding up. So over to you. Thank you, and hello to everybody at this event being organized by my mentor, Olga. Hello to everybody who's joining us today from all around the world. Today, I am privileged to be moderating a panel on opportunities for intellectual property in internet times. Why in both languages? Well, as you might know, these sorts of events which the South School of Internet Governance organizes, which runs these events in Spanish and in other languages too. Luckily, we have simultaneous translation, and thank goodness we do have these technologies to support us, and the platforms which also offer us these virtual booths. So today we're going to be talking about the delicate issue of intellectual property in internet times. Please talk more slowly. Thank you. You probably need to speak a little bit more slowly because they're people and they need to translate us. Thank you, Olga. So sorry, we're in Mexico, we speak very, very fast, and especially me. So I will be presenting each one of the panel members. As I said, it was a privilege to moderate the panel. Intellectual property is a subject which is managed quite differently in internet, quite differently from real life. We have legal experts who are specializing in the area of how intellectual property works in cyberspace and how current regulations and legislation might not be enough or might be too inflexible given the new figures that are arising in the current context in this 21st century. So I am moderating a panel with some great experts. I'm going to be presenting them today in order of presentation. First, I would like to say hello to Eduardo Molina Quiroga, who's the co-director of the specialization in IT law from the University of Buenos Aires. Hello from Mexico. My dear doctor friend, your audio is off. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jaime. Hi to Olga. I can't see her at the moment. To my friends, particular to Ariel Manoff, And I will share a presentation, and I hope to answer any questions. And please feel free to interrupt me. I will just say hello to the other panel members so that we can get going. I should also like to greet Ariel Manoff from the University of Buenos Aires. Hello, Ariel. I think he also might his microphone off. I think everybody has their microphones off. Oh, hello, everybody. Greetings to everybody. Thank you for moderating, and greetings to Olga and my colleagues from ISOC. It's going to be a great pleasure to listen to Dr. Molina Quiroga. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel. I'd like to say hello to Christopher Wilson, who's the Senior Manager of Public Policy of Amazon.
Meeting, and it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Well, thank you, Jaime, and thank you, Olga, and the South School for having me. And I apologize, I'm the only non-Spanish speaker on this panel, so you'll bear with me, and I apologize for any inconveniences in that regard. But just a very pleasure to be here. Really looking forward to this conversation, and looking forward to hearing from these experts on the panel. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Ahora tengo el gusto de saludar a Juan Sichero.
Now I'd like to say hello to Juan Sichero, who is from Mercado Libre. He's the head of brand protection at Mercado Libre. Hello to the South School of Internet Governance and to Olga Cavalli. And thank you for inviting me to take part in this panel. And to Jaime for the moderation. It's a pleasure to be here. And lastly, and to close, I should like to say that I am very pleased to welcome on this panel to a representative of the feminine sector. We have an association that's called Without Them Not Impossible, where professors and experts and people from academia are invited to take part. And we don't meet unless they are women. So, I greet Guadalupe Jamila Garcia Crespo, who is from Legal and Government Relations of Mercado Libre. Hi, Jaime. Jaime, thank you so much. Thank you, Olga, and the South School of Internet Governance for this invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here today. Thank you. So, as not to waste any more time on this presentation, to be able to make the most of the time of each of our panelists, let us turn to Dr. Eduardo Molina Quiroga, who is going to tell us a little bit about the impact of Internet on intellectual property and will bring up considerations that we should think about as to whether measures should be toughened on copyright. And no less important, how do we conciliate copyright with the freedom of expression and access to information, which seem to be two pretty important rights, but I'm sure the doctor will help us to understand them better. Over to you. Thank you, Jaime. Here we go. Very briefly, but perhaps not everybody understands the issue. What today we call intellectual property or copyright was created from the Queen Anne's edict in several hundred years ago. And this is a response in the times of when print started to be used, because they were faced with the phenomenon which was that printing allowed works to be reproduced, which were formerly the monopoly of the copyists in convents and monasteries, places which were a little remote, perhaps. Obviously, the illiteracy helped to foster this situation, but when there was enough pressure on the crown to legislate in this sense on what was a monopoly. I'm sorry, the doctor, but I would like to know that I would just like to tell you that we can't see your presentation. I'm sorry. Let me just go back to try again. I do have it open. Just 1 second. Perhaps I might just be able to share it. Hang on, can you see it? No? Okay. Yes, yes, we can see it. The origins of intellectual property, from my point of view, was the provision of a monopoly and commercial exploitation in Great Britain in favor of the printers and the authors. Now, when the situation moves to the European continent, it acquired quite a different dimension because the impact of philosophy developed the moral right of the authors. It was known then moral copyright. And the issue of protection or copyright was not only fell mostly on the author. Then there were different international agreements. And what happened was that the concept of copyright and the monopoly of copies and the author's rights, the so-called copyright of the author, took shape. And today we have what is tantamount to the protection of the monopoly and commercial exploitation, together with the integrity of the work, in as much as it expresses the personality of the author, meaning the legal person of the author. Now, what happens when internet comes on the scene? This was already happening with photocopies, recorders, tape recorders, and so on and so forth. So you might say it's technically not that complicated to reproduce works. So the first problem was for the publishing houses, because they got very upset when people started photocopying books, or music companies started getting very cross when people started tape recording their songs and records. And when internet became more popular, and particularly the Web 2, where the whole structure of internet became horizontal, we might say that each PC became a print shop. So the conflict occupied front and center stage, because the industries, the music industry, the film industry, were faced with all this progress in the technological sphere. And they tried to make it illegal to use these technologies so that they could protect the rights, copyright, and enshrine in different international treaties, which on the one hand protect the exclusivity of economic exploitation, and on the other, and exclusively with relation to the authors, what it did was protect the authenticity of the authors, which basically means the moral rights of the author. Just before this, because in Latin America, we have the San Jose Pact, whose Article 13 enshrines the right to freedom of expression and access to information. And it's pretty detailed when it talks about the limitations upon the states in terms of restricting the dissemination of any form of content through internet. And this could never be subject to prior censorship, as it must be enshrined within a law. The intellectual property law is included in this, and it covers subsequent responsibility. This creates another kind of conflict with other forms of rights at a similar level, like the rights to diversity, personal rights, or reputation. But today we're going to be looking at the conflict with intellectual property, which is where in the Northern Hemisphere, there have been quite considerable battles. What are the main criticisms leveled at the traditional model, which have taken shape in different international markets regarding the protection of intellectual property? In first place, this institution is no longer meeting the function of providing incentive to creativity, given that it is somebody's right, and thus protects the economic rights of those who produce the intellectual creation. I'm not saying that they shouldn't get protection, but the point is that these are two completely different areas. Copyright of the authors and copyright of those who allow their work to be disseminated are two separate things. But you might say today, if it is necessary for the reproducers or the disseminators of the creator, are they absolutely necessary? Could you please put your presentation into presentation mode so people can read what it says? Yes, of course. All sectors, certain sectors say, on the other hand, that the intellectual property rules have become an obstacle to the development of science and culture, and also to the access of citizens to information and knowledge. In other words, it's forgotten what it was meant to do. It's lost its essence. Within this context, the main obstacle is the role played by intermediaries on internet who publish or host content otherwise prohibited by intellectual property norms. And from this point of view, the legislative response are, on the one hand, aimed at, so far, and with little success, making responsible the intermediaries for content which is not theirs, and on the other hand, people who are still seeking for the protection of intellectual property on internet, saying that if nothing is done, then huge numbers of illicit behavior will remain unpunished. Currently, and we will mention these quite quickly, there have been the safe room, where the ISP could be exempt from responsibility if they could show that they had acted reasonably after being apprised. And here, the issue of effective knowledge is probably the most broadly accepted in the debates on the issue. Then, what does this actually mean? Does effective knowledge means that the affected party informed them, or whether it requires a competent body to intervene? And should this competent authority be a judicial authority, or should it be perhaps an administrative authority, and so forth? Now, we will see. I shall mention different cases. In the United States, the copyright law was established a system, set a series of rules whereby people were supposed not only to inform but also comply with certain protocols, while in Europe, Directive 31 of the year 2000 of the European Commission has already been substituted by a new directive. The 31, sorry, it's still in application, still applicable, and it has been incorporated And in France, there's the Hadopi law, allows us to you have the triple strike thing, right? They're allowed to cut off the internet connection to people who make these kinds of downloads. In Ireland, there are quite some similar measures, and in Great Britain, ISPs must warn the users who've been highlighted, and they also get their connection cut off. In New Zealand, they took a similar approach, and Mexico is also using the 3 strikes out, unless there have been any modifications. And in Australia, there is a scale of fines for users who break the rules. Again, it's a 3 strikes thing. And in Spain, they have a particular feature which was adopted through the CINDE law, which is the name of the person who came up with the legislation, the author. And the law, what it does is it blocks sites when copyright content is being distributed. And there is also a remedy whereby people can appeal to the court, and the web pages can be closed down within 4 days. In Argentina, we have 2 landmark cases. We had the cases of Taringa and Cuevana, which were taken to court, the criminal court even, but the requirement was basically had to do with a certain indeterminate legal concepts. The intermediaries, Taringa and Cuevana, needed to have the effective knowledge that the content that they were allowing their users to download were illicit, and they should take the reasonable measures. Now, though all of those who are in the law know that this is a typical legal concept which is indeterminate. I mean, what on earth is effectively reasonable? So one concludes that it is not sufficient to include a prohibition on use, and the mere fact of providing a platform is on which they have no obligation to control what has been happening. They should, however, take measures and control what content is they're using prior to disseminating them. From my point of view, I think that in comparative law, the ISP has to respond when it is apprised of illicit activity undertaken by a user, and it shouldn't withdraw the data or prevent access to them when it finds out. This is what is known as effective knowledge. Now, in the light of this debate, which I'm not going to go into, but another leading case in Argentina is that of a former model who sued Google and Yahoo for broadcasting images, to be technically precise, for linking to sites where she was linked to erotic or pornographic content. In a divided opinion, the Supreme Court of Argentina, with certain aspects, has been ruled 4 times subsequently. Anyway, they established that the intermediaries were not responsible for the content, and thus the responsibility was only to be adjudicated when they were notified by a competent body. Now, there was a distinction between the content, which are clearly illicit, but the issue was not intellectual property or copyright, as it said that the notification, it involved the affected party making the complaint, whereas in more complex cases, there has been judicial intervention from the competent bodies. A group of highly prestigious civil society organizations drew up what we know as the Manila Principles, and you can look it up. And in the beginning of this, it says that information facilitated by intermediaries, such as ISPs, social networks, and the search engines, the policies which govern the legal responsibility of intermediaries for content have an impact on these users and create an impact on their rights and on their privacy. So what they're saying is that they need to protect the liberty, freedom of expression, and create a propitious environment for innovation in order to balance the needs of governments and other stakeholders. The groups which belong to civil society around the world propose this framework of good practices. These are policies whereby the real role of the intermediaries. You have 1 minute left. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll close with this. I've probably gone on a bit too much, but basically there are reports from the special rapporteurs on freedom of expression from the OAS and the ICANN and the UN, and I would just like to quote 2 cases from the EU Court of Justice, which were instrumental in emphasizing that the intermediaries are not obliged to monitor or provide oversight, meaning that all of this situation would be subsequent. And I conclude by saying that technology is neither good nor bad. It all depends on how you use it. And in this sense, it should be used responsibly, trying not to affect the rights of third parties. And in this case, justice should be done. Right, I'm sorry, I can't, I have to stop here. However, I don't think that censorship should be left in the hands of private parties, however important they might be. Must be an impartial third party that takes upon themselves this role. It should be a judicial organ, but there might be other mechanisms put into place whereby the administrative authorities could intervene. And I would like to just close by saying and answering the question that Jaime posed. I think that today the plentiful legislation protecting intellectual property at international and national levels needs to be seriously reviewed, to be brought up to date in line with new technologies and the rights that have to do with the democratization of culture, access to knowledge, which means that this era, which many call the society of knowledge, the knowledge society, and only in this way will be able to find a way of satisfying the creators who are collaborating with the creation and dissemination of intellectual musical works, and who can thus be allowed, thus we can allow society to have greater and greater access to knowledge and information, and for this to become a common good for everybody's benefit in the broadest possible way. Sorry if I went on too long, and thank you. My dear doctor, thank you so much for your words. It's clear that there is this is material for several hours. It's a great pleasure to hear you speak, particularly to know what the background is for all these criteria. And it's a real honor to hear from you And I'm sure that more than one of us is going to be start following you on social networks to see what you can share with us. I'm very honored to be the moderator of a panel that includes you in it. Well, to move on, before moving on to Ariel Manoff, I would like to ask the other panelists
and let you know how much time do we have left in each presentation. This will keep me in the backyard of the presentation, and please close any other tab or window like WhatsApp, please. Para los otros panelistas les estaré informando el avance de su presentación en el chat privado para no
So I was just saying that I'm going to be talking to people in the private chat, and just so that my voice doesn't confuse you. So this is a great panel, and looking forward to the fact that, well, our next panelist will be talking, will be presenting a PowerPoint. I would like to present Héctor Ariel Manoff, who had a birthday yesterday, from Mexico. Big hugs, big kisses. Hope you have a lovely day. And thank you so much for being with us. So what I would like to ask you 3 questions that would be a bridge between what Dr. Quiroga told us, which is, how has intellectual property evolved? How are we driving positive law towards cyberspace? And how are companies and technology companies and platforms, e-commerce platforms, how are they dealing with positive law and the fact that it's not enough, so that they end up creating their own norms and regulations and end up with this internet dispute regulation resolution situations? What is the link between the e-commerce platforms and intellectual property? And the 3 questions are as follows. What are the basic international standards regulating intellectual property on internet? Should we take them into account when developing an online platform? The second point, and do you think there's such a traditional norms are sufficient in terms of positive law for the current situation regarding the dynamism of the way the space is developing? And finally, if we have time, what can we expect for the future regarding future laws in this area? What can we expect? Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be with you today. I will try and share my screen. Let's see if I can do this. I don't know if you can see this. Yes? Okay. In 15 minutes, what I would like to focus on in answer to your questions, where the basic legislation concerning intellectual property is not a sufficient response to the speed at which everything is progressing in internet. And we need to rethink what needs to be legislated in the future. This new legal reality, this new internet legal reality, and this actually goes across the board in terms of the law. But for this kind of panel, I think we need to focus on copyright or intellectual property, which Eduardo already touched upon, but also the issue of brands and domain names, the right to the image, consumer rights, because looking at the consumer as in terms of intellectual property, and the right to privacy and commercial confidentiality on the part of the companies. Normally, any client who asks, or person who asks a lawyer who is a specialist in copyright law about what their enterprise, their company needs to respect, should basically say whatever was said way before internet. There are basic laws which are pretty much the same around the world, and they are regulated by international conventions. such as those developed in the 19th and 20th century. There are many, many international treaties and conventions, but for example, I would like to look, given the limits we have for this panel, in brands and patents, trade names. We have the Paris Convention of 1883, the Berne Convention of 1886, copyright, and these were incorporated or enforced, if you like, with the GATT, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. Then in 1996, with new treaties were developed, which would be the intellectual property, the WIPO, and the WCT, and the WIPO, which means that we are seeing in general lines that these are the guidelines regulating the legal aspects of the subject. I've given two examples of laws which Eduardo mentioned, which are important, which is the notice and takedown and the safe harbor, which helps the companies and the platforms to be able to operate without violating the laws, or it helps them to solve problems when they arise. These treaties have been incorporated into national legislation. This is an example. Obviously, it's not complete. But in terms of giving you an example of where we're, and particularly in terms of where we're going with this panel, to know what is the current situation and the crisis which has come about as a product of the growth. You know, it's crisis and opportunity, opportunities to update legislation. These are three examples. There are thousands of different situations, but I think these are three key examples of legal situations and new legislation that show the limits and, if you like, the incapacity of these old treaties that got left behind effectively, their inability to lead with these, to deal with these new situations. Let's look at the GDPR in Europe, which applies obviously to anybody who works with European citizens, but all of those of you listening today, our colleagues, and anybody who's not a lawyer, knows that from 2018 and 2019, we have been invaded by all these messages every time you access a European page where you're told, you were given a big warning as to whether you were in agreement or not that the data provided by the browser or the person accessing the page would be used, and they wanted to know if you were in agreement that these be used by the owner of the page. And then this went beyond Europe, which shows just how the logic of the way in which international law is applied has changed. For example, I work a great deal with ICANN, as you know, the intellectual property in the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And we talk about this situation a lot because ICANN is a non-for-profit located in the US, and it had to change its entire legal environment to comply with the new regulations. This happened to all kinds of companies all over the world. So any company with some form of contact with Europe had to update its legal situation in line with the new legislation. A regional regulation, such as the GDPR, in fact, has a much broader repercussion because of the importance of the region which applied it, and has thus had implications for the rest of the world. I'll give you another example. I put UDRP, which is the Uniform Resolution Policy, which is the way in which domain litigation is resolved. For those of us who know it, we know it very well. Actually, it's an international arbitrage system which works very well at global level. And there are some 5,000 or 6,000 resolutions or rulings issued on domain disputes every year around the world. But this regulation, which although is of world application, it was taken in the environment of ICANN, nonetheless had to obey the GDPR. And now, people being sued, when they go into the dispute, it means that the personal data is not known, because this implies a violation of a person's data rights. So here, this is an interesting aspect, how a regulation which is applicable in a certain part of the world is applicable in a far broader area, and in fact applies around the world. We should look at what implications that this has in terms of the use that local laws have. Another new institution which is just starting to be applied is the application of copyright in the digital sphere in Europe. This is just about to take off as a regulation. It's already been applied in some areas, and this directive established limits on the use of certain works and created a huge discussion between newspaper owners or publishing houses, because it was about the way that they upheld their rights against digital platforms like Google and Facebook concerning the use being generated, because this is something that the newspapers were working with too, the news agencies, and this meant that there was a whole new spate of limitations on copyright within this new area. It is very likely that this new directive, and in fact this has been discussed around the world, will lead to new legislation. And in fact, just a few days ago, we held an important talk. There was an important discussion between North American newspaper owners to see how they could adapt to these new trends, so that there be similar laws to those in force in Europe. But let's suppose that in those countries that decide not to have legislation like in Europe, because I think that in fact that if something like that, it's more likely that there will be an extension of the GDPR, because I think the world, if there is a specific and important region which imposes a new way of sharing profits, this will have an impact on other jurisdictions. Now, I want to have a quick look at antitrust, which is really about innovation versus monopolies. Today, in Europe, Google and many of the big platforms get massive fines, like Google, for instance, 7 billion euros. It's appealed against all of them, but the point is that these fines have been imposed for violating intellectual property rights and antitrust laws. For Google, we are talking about the fact that 90% of the searches carried out on internet are carried out on Google. 9 out of 10 telephones use Android systems, and online advertising and the use of AdWords is huge on this platform. So Europe, which is more proactive in this matter, probably because none of these companies are European, decided to apply these sanctions, which are pretty huge from an economic point of view. And this prompted, perhaps on a copycat basis, or perhaps because the world is getting smaller all the time, and the same approach, this has been taken in the United States, as well as in China and Brazil, and indeed many other countries. This means that the figure within local laws is being approached from a relative point of view in terms of the internet context. So what is the right environment? As in the past, the WIPO was the environment where these sorts of international treaties were discussed and where consensus was reached at world level so that trademarks and patents be properly regulated in a way that was coherent and similar throughout the world. So what is the environment that will be chosen in the future to ensure that countries, continents, and regions do not take decisions that in this interconnected world go beyond national or local decisions, and thus bring about all kinds of conflict or retaliatory gestures of one country against another because of local regulations. In ICANN, we can see a very interesting environment, so an interesting context for all these sorts of things, and some form of consensus was reached with regard to domains. I'm very used to working there. And it's working more as a sound board for these sorts of situations. ICANN is not legally prepared to handle these sorts of new situations, but it is an interesting structure which represents nearly all the players. The current incumbents who have something to say about intellectual property on internet. Today, we are talking a great deal about whether intellectual property is innovation. Many people are saying no, intellectual property is related to innovation, but it's not a synonym. Intellectual property must continue to promote innovation, but many others are saying no. Sometimes exaggerated protection could run counter to innovation. There are companies and people who are keen to get intellectual property to adapt to the right kind of scope so as not to affect innovation, and give examples such as sporting activities, fashion, cookery, which can be developed without the need for intellectual property to protect it specifically. So to close, in my experience, what I have seen over the years is that for a company or a group of stakeholders. What is really important is to protect innovation. And then maybe 2 years later, that is no longer a priority because of the features of the competition or their business, and their situation changes. This is what happened with Nokia. When Nokia presided the intellectual property constituency of ICANN because it was the leader in innovation and it was a really important brand. And then when the business changed and its software was no longer the most innovative on the market, suddenly intellectual property became a less important issue. So very often, specific personal interests tend to play quite an important part in the appreciation of the true importance and scope that regulations should have regarding intellectual property. So basically, that's what I wanted to say. And I'd be delighted to take questions afterwards. Thank you very much. Your speech allows us to understand the relationship between intellectual property and what is happening in cyberspace and these rules and regulations and how they affect e-commerce. The next panelist will be Chris Wilson, who has prepared a small video, which was shared earlier.
All we know that the name of this panel is Opportunities for the Intellectual Property in Internet Times. So we are already clear about how internet law works, but we have to understand how it works for companies. In this effort, now I have the enormous privilege of introducing Chris Wilson, Senior Manager Public Policy at Amazon. Dear Chris, how are you?
Hi, Jaime. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
I would like to ask you at least 3 questions in these 15 minutes that I have. And the first question will be, what are the benefits for creators to using the internet to distribute their creations?
Well, thank you, Jaime, for that question. It's timely, obviously, because of the time we live in. Clearly, the pandemic has affected sort of the bricks and mortar opportunities that creators may have to distribute their goods. And so really the internet and the online marketplaces are the ultimate way to do so, certainly in this time, and I think even going forward. I think, from Amazon's standpoint, I mean, as many know, the company was founded 25 years ago as a way to distribute books to customers who couldn't otherwise have access to books. And that company began selling books out of Jeff Bezos' garage, and of course, it's become a far bigger company now. But at its genesis, at its core, the DNA of the company is the distribution of knowledge and content. And so content creators are a core focus of the company. And I think those are the benefits of which are numerous. I think first and foremost, it's an opportunity for individual creators to reach global audiences that they couldn't otherwise reach. A good example, of course, with Amazon is Kindle Direct Publishing. It's a service we started 13 years ago, allowing individual authors who perhaps wouldn't get noticed by major publishing houses could, in contrast, publish their own works using the Amazon sort of marketplace, if you will, and providing a global audience access to those works. Proud to say that millions of authors have actually published millions of books over Kindle Direct Publishing over the course of the last 13 years. And those authors are able to get up to 70% of sales royalties from those sales. So it's a strong feedback loop for their royalties as well. So again, just one singular example of how I think the online environment can benefit creators beyond the traditional ways. And then I would just add, secondarily, obviously, in addition to sort of copyright and content creation, obviously Amazon and Mercado Libre and other marketplaces and platforms, stimulate and enable small business owners, small businesses to also distribute their goods and services to a global audience. And certainly it's a huge, important part of Amazon's DNA and business model. Well over half of our total sales each year now come from third-party sellers, which we're quite proud of. And we've invested $18 billion US in 2020 into supporting small businesses. And that includes obviously selling goods, but also services. And we have a burgeoning IP content creating community with Alexa skills, creating skills that can be used for our Echo devices and using Alexa, for example. That's a whole new industry that's really only been created over the last few years. But we're proud to see that growing quite quickly. Again, it's an opportunity for individuals and small businesses to build their brand and sell their goods and services. So really lots of good benefits there.
Can I ask you one question with these sentences that you just referred? I would like to know, how do you benefit the small businesses or beginning authors for the smaller one?
Yeah, it's a great question. Actually, I have a short video. I don't know, Olga, or if the technical crew has access to that link I sent, but I would love to play a quick video for folks, giving a concrete example, I think, of how a small business can utilize a company like Amazon, but any other sort of marketplace platform, but certainly Amazon, just to provide the support necessary to build a business. I don't know, is that available to play?
Control, ¿nos podrían apoyar con el video que requiere reproducir Chris Wilson?
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra Manay, soy de Chiclayo, Perú, y soy la cofundadora de Luna Sundara. Trabajé 4 años en la idea de traer productos de Perú y era más moda, pero el incienso, los aceites, el palo santo me
I like incense and oils, so that's what we started selling. Then we added essential oils, and now we're working on home decor. My idea wasn't to have a company. I just want to work directly with the different communities. I thought I wanted to sell their products, but we had to work very closely with them. I'm really happy that I can bring these products from Peru and Ecuador and work with these communities directly so that their products can be present on the American market. Once we started selling them on Amazon, it really took off and we started selling. We had no idea what we were really doing, but Amazon took care of everything, and that's why we are where we are. The idea was to be able to show Peru to the world and show them everything. It wasn't easy, but right now we're really, really happy because of everything that we've been able to achieve. In addition to selling on Amazon.com and Canada, we're going to be exporting to 5 countries in Europe and be part of more Amazon marketplaces. And I'm so proud that we're going to be able to reach so many people.
Well, thank you for playing that. Yes, I mean, so I think that she speaks volumes, I think, for the benefits there, and certainly speaks better than I about some of those strong opportunities that small businesses have to distribute their wares globally again, and in this case in particular, supporting a local community. She's sourcing her raw materials from Ecuador and Peru, and being able to support that local community while also supporting her business and building it globally. So it's really a strong opportunity and benefit there.
I saw that. It is beautiful, and it's clear to me that I must put this phrase on my wall. The DNA of the company is the distribution of the knowledge. I love that phrase. However, the business model changed due to the pandemic. In that sense, I would like to ask you, how has the pandemic changed perceptions about e-commerce and online distributions?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the answer to that is evolving over the course of time right now. I can say anecdotally, certainly in the United States, but I think even in Latin America and elsewhere, there are businesses and individuals who perhaps never thought really strongly about using the internet to distribute their ideas, distribute their knowledge, goods, services, etc. For whatever reason. It may have just been just a lack of access perhaps to the internet, but also even if they did have access, they just felt like it wasn't necessary. I think that obviously when you're forced to make a pivot to using the internet to be able to support your business, to sustain some level of business because your doors have to be closed physically, it changes your perception. So I think I've seen anecdotally that there have been small businesses who have actually been surprised at how easy and important the internet is for their businesses and for distribution of content. And I think there's no going back at this point. I think once you sort of cross that threshold, if you will, I think there's that you see that opportunity. And that's not to say that it's a complete substitute necessarily for bricks and mortar in-person opportunities. But I think there are complements to each other, and I think we'll start seeing hopefully more businesses and individuals turning to the internet to really provide that complementary nature of distribution. I think specifically talking about sort of books, I don't know about what others on this panel and those watching, but I know certainly I've been reading a lot more during the course of the pandemic and finding some more time at home and as well. And I think from an author's standpoint, from a reading standpoint, I think this has been an important period for authors to be able to write and distribute their works as well. And I'd just like to say lastly, I think, I certainly in the United States, with concert venues closed and theaters closed, the opportunity for performers, for public performers to reach their audiences in a live setting is very challenging. But I think we're finding that obviously the internet can provide some semblance of connection that is important. And I know from our subsidiary Twitch, for example, we are now facilitating musicians to provide live streaming concerts to customers and to their patrons. I know other companies are doing something similar. And so I think it's been an eye-opening exercise for many, and I'm cautiously optimistic that that will continue and build over the course of time.
I agree with you, Chris. I think that the internet allows to maintain an acceptable level of business, and it seems to me that Amazon allows the continuity of the same despite the current conditions. A great job, ambition, which you share with us. In this effort, I would like to ask you, because I know that you are a lawyer too, what does the future hold for opportunities for IP online?
So I think generally speaking, I think the future is bright. I know our previous panelists talked a lot about some of the opportunities and challenges of IP online, but I think as the online business world sort of continues to evolve and mature, I think the opportunities will continue to grow positively for the distribution of IP and content and creators. I think we're just one company. There's many other companies I think that are also evolving and supporting that. I think every day I think I read a new headline about new partnerships between content creators and IP owners and companies that operate in an online environment. So I think the opportunities are certainly strong. I think it's exciting. I think we're at a very interesting time right now. I think innovation continues to run apace, and I think we'll be opening sort of new doors, shall we say, both now and I think in the future. So I look forward to seeing how creators can utilize this as a tool to distribute their content, to reach new audiences, and really build themselves and build their brand.
Well then, there, Chris, it has been a real honor to hear through one of the Amazon's pillars that the future of the intellectual property on the internet is bright and exciting. Thank God you just said that. Well then, it's been a pleasure to be with you, Chris.
Thank you, Jaime.
Bueno, pues ahora para continuar con nuestro panel, y una vez que escuchamos
Move on with the panel. Now that we've heard the ideas about the future of intellectual property, a very bright one too. Thank you, Christopher. I hope that we can continue to enjoy this vision of optimism for our next panelists. So I would like to welcome Juan Sichero. Welcome. Thank you for giving me, for inviting me to speak. It's all very interesting. For the marketplace, the pandemic has been a great opportunity. It's allowed us to speed up e-commerce. And it's important to say that many people, older people, for instance, my mum, she's been able to get something delivered to her house in 24 hours. She was 70 years old. She wasn't really good at online purchasing, but now she does it every day. She can do it from the phone, for the computer, and something that wasn't happening a few months ago. And in fact, we're all doing this. We're holding a webinar, a communication space, which seems incredibly normal. And yet, a few months ago, it was actually not very typical to have these sorts of forums where we would all take part remotely. People of different nationalities and ages and so forth. For us, it's now, it's the new normal, really, isn't it? So, indeed, it's pretty impressive how much and how fast things have changed. And it's come at a very good moment to be able to have this kind of forum so we can talk about trends in e-commerce and how it affects people, consumers in general, and a little bit what Chris was saying earlier about how it affects small businesses and the opportunities for them. It's a unique opportunity, in fact, for small business owners to drive sales and reach more consumers and users. Yes, Juan, indeed. Talking about, the business of copyright on Mercado Libre. Excuse me if I make a very direct question, but we're grateful to have you with us. So I want to ask you, what is Mercado Libre doing to combat the violations of intellectual property rights on the platform? Well, first of all, we should say that the trust on the part of the users who use our platform is one of our great assets, because it is what sustains e-commerce. It's buyer trust. Just for you to have an idea of the size of this, there are 6,000 searches on our site per second in 18 countries in the region, and the users all over the region are carrying out 6,000 searches per second. In this second, 16 transactions are taking place. That means that 16 products or services are being told. Before the pandemic, we had about 12 transactions per second. Just to give you an idea of just how quickly everything speeded up. So for us, at Mercado Libre, this growth has been fundamental. Buyer trust amongst consumers is terribly important, and this is why we are working with intellectual property and industrial property to ensure that there is a safe transactional environment for where users, buyers and sellers can share genuine quality, with looking at involving brand owners and all other holders of intellectual property rights, because it's key for us. from the beginning of Mercado Libre back in 1999, it is the brands that are helping us to set up a platform which is free and safe and guaranteeing that everything is covered for our users. In 2000, we joined the Intellectual Property Protection Program that some of you might know. And at the end of 2019, we decided to rebrand and modify the program to call ourselves Brand Protection Program as a way of getting closer to the brands. Brand Protection Program allows the intellectual property owners or their representatives to protect their rights. And what this has done, this has led to notice and takedown, which is something that we've already talked about. It's the process whereby we include a countdown notice, which gives the vendor an opportunity to acquit themselves before any complaints of infringement of rights. However, it is important to say that whoever is empowered to define whether a publication should be taken down or not is the owner of the rights, because Mercado Libre does not intervene in the process. Now, something very important to say is that since May last year, rights owners now have a tool which is simple and easy to use, which enables them to search for any complaints about the infringement of rights, and in one single place for all of the 18 countries, they can indicate which vendors might be suspicious and manage all their complaints. And the countdown notice they can also manage the countdown notice and manage their profiles. There are different offices as well in different countries where they can create different kinds of profiles, so people can make complaints within the notice and takedown program. They can also create reports so that they can follow up and analyze the transactions and have access to monthly or quarterly reports in order to see the kinds of products that the sellers are handling, or which sites or which countries had the largest number of complaints. This allows them to follow up which vendors and which products are having problems. And within the features of this tool, we include an online support channel where program members can contact a help desk and ask any questions about the program quickly and easily, because they get an answer within 24 to 48 hours. Finally, I think it's very important to say, Jaime, that the tool offered by Mercado Libre is completely free. There are no charges, there are no subscription charges, and no maintenance charges. Well, that's fantastic. There are some platforms which require you to jump through hoops to do this, and it's actually will end up being quite expensive. And it ends up being quite difficult. So it's better not to get into that whole business. And we hope that the traditional platforms will make the most of these opportunities like you have. So here we have some more questions. If a client asks me to sign up for this brand protection program, how do I do this? And secondly, Mercado Libre, does it proactively intervene against those who are in infraction of intellectual property rights on the platform? Well, let's see. These brand protection programs are very simple to access. There are very few simple steps. First, you have to log on to the official program site, which is www.brandprotectionprogram.com. And there, you just need to click on the Join button. And then you can see a formula, a form to fit in, which gives you the option to join the program as rights owners or representatives. As not only rights owners, but also representatives can join the program and sign up as representatives of the rights. The form also requires information such as the name of the rights owner, contact, email, an address, telephone number. Yeah, these are basic information which is required so that we can have basic data about people joining the program. And there's also a section on the form which is very important. It's public data section where we ask for two things. Firstly, what is the name that they want to appear as the vendor's name once a complaint is made and Mercado Libre notifies the vendor that there is a complaint being made. So we have to put the name of the brand that is the subject so that they know, because they need to know who's making a complaint. And second, we need their email address. We need an email address that they can make public, because that's the one that will be shared with the vendor when the publication is finally taken off the platform. So once the notice and takedown process has been finalized, they can get in touch with the rights holder and reach an agreement and try in some way to get their publications be reactivated. That has happened in some cases where the rights holders has reached an agreement with the vendor outside of the countdown notice once it's been taken down. And it's been perfectly possible to undertake this process. Simply, they have to agree. And so we reactivate the publication, which was originally the subject of complaint. The rights holders or whoever is going to be on the program has to provide the right documentation. And Guada will also be telling you about the rights that can be protected as part of the program. But basically, a representative has to provide all the certificates. For example, brand names, you need the patents and so forth, which have to be up to date in all those countries in the region where the right holders enjoys protection and wants to wield their enforcement on our platform. As I say, all you have to do is fill out a form in order to access all the countries in the region on a single account. And you don't need to attach the information at the beginning. You could simply upload it for 2 or 3 countries, which may be the most important ones. And then when you're enrolled in the program and they're full members, perhaps they can continue to add new rights for other countries where they are operating. It's really quite easy to do once they're enrolled in the program. It's also important to say that the representatives must provide an authorization letter, which authorizes a representative to act in their name when handling the complaints. Now, once they've completed the form and all the relevant documentation, they have to click on a button, like many internet platforms do, where basically you accept the terms and conditions, click on join, And our support team will analyze the documentation and the form that has been completed and will provide a response by mail within the next 24 or 48 hours. In this mail, they will be welcomed to the program and given the opportunity to provide a password which they can use to access the complaints tool. That tool, obviously, that password can be changed whenever necessary. And the other important thing is that the official internet page for the brand protection program, which is www.brandprotectionprogram.com, as well as the complaints page, are available in 3 languages: Spanish, Portuguese, and English. As regards your last question, it's very important what Jaime was saying, because Mercado Libre, in addition to offering rights holders this free tool so they can comply with notice and takedown process, last year, Mercado Libre secured firm commitment to proactively moderate any publications which might be violating intellectual property rights. So we are using AI and massive learning models in order to take down any publications which the right holders have complained about on the platform. And we learn from these complaints that they make through the BPP, and we are becoming more and more efficient. Currently, these models are active in 3 countries: Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. And we are focusing on those categories which are the ones that get the most complaints. For instance, clothing, cosmetics, beauty products, anything that has to do with electronics. We're focusing basically on these categories because they get loads of complaints. And we are also applying TARD rules, which are pressure that we put on publications when vendors in their title or publication description use words such as replica or similar or AAA or national production or any other expression which we know means that it's an adulterated product. Then what we do is we moderate those publications. The interesting things of this new focus that we're giving to the aspect is that, unlike complaints made as part of the BPP, we will be developing a more accessible approach and monitoring more publications. And when the publication is picked up proactively by Mercado Libre, we don't use countdown notice. We just simply take it down without giving the vendor the opportunity to deal with it. So the development of massive learning technology is very important, as is the fact that we can ensure that we are being accurate, because as we are being proactive and taking down publications without giving them an opportunity to deal with it, we have to be absolutely sure that what we are moderating, what we're dealing with really are falsified products, fake products. We need to hear from Guadalupe, okay? Because we don't have any time left. But what you're saying is very interesting. I don't want to cut you off here, but I have finished. Well, thank you very much. And I just want to ask Guadalupe, you've already talked about this process of brand protection program, but I think it's fundamental to hear from you, what are the rights, the intellectual property rights, which can be exercised in this program, and what are the requirements for this?
Thank you very much. Hi, ma'am. I have to close the panel. Let's hope that I live up to your expectations. Now, in connection with IP rights, when I was listening to the presentations that they were reviewing the national regulations, you mentioned Brazil, and I can complete it with the copyright law in Mexico and in Chile, that they included the auto scoring, that is off court procedures. So these regulations refer to a certain set of rights. As Juan said, full well, 21 years when we created this program, we needed to support or to be based on a regulation abroad because there was no regulation in place to inspire this process that Juan was telling you about. So we resorted to the AMCA and we extended to all IP rights program. And as the programs evolved along these 20 years, and today is a reality that we share with Juan, we can have trademarks, patents, copyright, utility models, industrial models as well. As Juan will explain, the requirements change in between IP rights and intellectual property rights that are copyright, basically, because in copyright you have automatic protection and is protected worldwide. So the formal requirements are not the same that for the industrial property rights, where we do require to file solely because this is the one that made difference compared to other. This is difference with other platforms where you have to basically demonstrate the validity for every single claim. In our case, we have a membership program. So when you join the program, you basically you provide documentation for those rights, filing those rights requests in every single country, like in the 18 countries where Mercado Libre operates. The same thing with the patents, the concession, title of the patents, or the deposit or the industrial design, depending on the country. So basically, with the documentation or basically supporting the ownership of these rights, or one may have a power of attorney for this program. By filing this, the owner gets an account and could file a claim. With copyright, unlike the difference with copyright, because we don't have these sort of claims, there should be a repository or at least evidence of that protected work or the work that is being protected by copyright. I would like to ask you why, for IP owners, it's good to join the protection program of Mercado Libre, not just to hire a part. As I said, as a Latin American company, 21 years, we had a great challenge ahead of us, and that was how to design a claim process and program. Even though subject to some legislation, you have the possibility to make a claim, we wanted to be a facilitator for channeling those IP owners to exercise those rights and having a platform. That is why we created this initiative that clearly had different updates, improvements, enhancements, always respecting the notice and the counter notice reports. And what the program does is precisely facilitating those rights owners the exercise of those rights in the platform. And as Juan said, we made improvements, and those rights or those owners of rights could open an account, exercise those rights, and request the removal of certain content by just having in one account. So we inspired in other regions experience like the United States and Europe, where we created, so to speak, a self-regulation that is leading the region contemplating some characteristics. For example, Brazil has a principle of depletion of rights that is totally different from other countries. I'm sure there are going to be differences, but at least we try to make those exercises of rights uniform and not to file evidence with every right, but just having the information saved before when making a claim. So the learning curve along these years has been based on collaboration. Collaboration with the owners so they could have a channel to make those claims and to learn from them and to learn from those claims made in this program. And this has been the main objective of Mercado Libre. Thank you, Guadalupe. Thank you for your time and for your comments. And Olga, how do you see the panel? I believe that we had to organize a conference on IP, intellectual property, to give you half an hour and ask you many questions. However, we have another panel coming up at 5, so we cannot take your questions. Probably we can answer them by email. One for Ariel and one for Molina Quiroga on the case of ownerships and domain claims. Very interesting, theoretically, and as Chris and Mercado Libre said, those are leading e-commerce companies that are faced with those sort of situations. I believe this was interesting. And Chris's video is an example, a vivid example of having a space in the e-commerce platforms, whether it is Amazon or Mercado Libre, for a small and medium-sized company that we like to promote some sort of venture initiative. So it may be a life changer, just being having an account. We're not running out of time right now. This is like TV. We depend on time, so I would like to thank you for your experience, for your support, especially the support and the sponsorship of Amazon for sponsoring some of our students and for granting some of the scholarships. Jaime, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Chris, our friends and colleagues from Mercado Libre, my heart goes out to you. I know. So I will look forward to seeing you in the near future.
Seguimos entonces. Ya vimos
And so on we go. We've already had the, if you remember from the ICANN panel, ICANN takes part in lots of different working groups and constituencies, as they say. We've also seen the work that the IEEE is doing through the standards for Wi-Fi of the future. But so this panel is about how to take part in some of these internet spaces, how to join the debate, how to be part of the ecosystem or community, which is working in so many different areas and is drawing up the rules that make sure that internet works. I have a panel of some great friends, moderated by my great friend Claudio Lucena, who is in Brazil. He's in North Brazil. And all the others are great friends. Maritza from Peru, Humberto from Chile, Sergio from Argentina, Mar del Plata, and Eduardo from Bogota. So without further ado, I will pass over to Claudio for him to moderate this panel. I'm sure it's going to be really interesting. They all take part in different ways of this ecosystem, and they'll tell us their impressions and about how you can participate. Remember, we have lots of students from all over Latin America, as well as other regions. We have translation into English for those students from other parts of the world, and if not, on the YouTube channel in both languages. Hello, Claudia. Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Wherever you are, thank you once again. I am a product of this ability. I work on these concrete projects to open new horizons for plans and projects. It's a great pleasure to share this with you. We've worked together in person on many occasions. And I'd also like to greet the students from the South School of Internet Governance. I was with you in person at one of the first meetings, and now we're doing this virtually. I'm talking to you from the university. We're in the university facilities. And greetings from Brazil. And I look forward to sharing this moment with my different colleagues who are playing roles in this ecosystem, as Olga was saying, because remote working isn't exactly a new normal for all of us, because much of the time we do remote work. I imagine that this internet governance system is one of the global systems which can most encourage effective participation, but the options are not always clear. So it's a pleasure for me to share this moment with colleagues from different areas and different parts of Latin America who understand how you can get involved, how you can make yourself heard. And here we are with Maritza Agüero, who's the president of the Internet Governance Center from the University of San Martín de Porres in Peru. And I imagine that we will continue working together later on this year. Humberto Carrasco from Chile, from the At-Large Advisory Committee, and Sergio Salinas Porto, who's the president of a Latin American Caribbean Regional At-Large Organization, and Eduardo Santos, who's the manager of .co Internet from Colombia. Let's start off with Maritza. How do we take part in these dialogues?
Thank you, Claudio. First, I want to congratulate Olga and Adrian for this initiative. The school, which is a leader in the region, is going to give us an opportunity to talk. And I want to congratulate you for this initiative. And I also was part of that program in 2018, and it was a great opportunity. Before talking about my presentation, the question that you asked, I would like to start with something a little bit more basic. When we talk about this system, we talk about a community of people developing some characteristics in a certain area. We are talking about the virtual space, and now we are having like this virtual convergence. And I believe that it's a great pleasure to meet some great friends and colleagues, not only in this panel, but in all this school. And when we talk about this ecosystem, we are talking about network, and we talk about these different stakeholders, players. We talk about people, organizations, and all of us have a different role to play. And all this is done with a multi-stakeholders model. We all are under equal conditions to develop different models and to interact. In San Martín de Porres University, in the Internet Governance Center, We are representing the academic sector. We develop interaction with different students in order to connect them to these kind of forums that are so important. We are members of academia, and together with civil society and the technical area as well as government, we all have certain group that we relate to. And within this concept, in our organization, for example, we are going to have this school. In our university, we have been co-organizing IGF Peru together with other members of the civil society, the technical community, and the government. We get together, and this year we are going to organize the second edition of the IGF. And the idea is to allow participation, direct participation and involvement of all the sectors. And it's a great opportunity. And as members of the academia, we are bringing research and active involvement, as well as education, which is paramount, because you cannot be part of a system if you at least don't have like a basic knowledge of this. And this is going to allow us to participate. And we have this idea of how we are going to participate in this ecosystem. It could be through civil society, the private sector, academia, and everything gets into the bottom-up model. We understand that everything is the same, but there are different names for it. For example, building different capacities, users, which are an important part of this and should be taken into account. Our friend Sergio Salinas is going to talk about this because he is representing La Cralo, which is the Internet users community, and they have an important role, and they are doing a great job in the region. And all the structures that are related to this are interconnected. But when we talk about this model, we understand that everything gets together. Why, what do we do? And this is like all get together in internet governance. I don't know if I have more time or if I have to give the floor to somebody else. We still have a little bit more time, Marisa. Thank you. And I would like to ask Humberto, what is the level of difficulty in involving people, for example, from your perspective at the university level? I know that you are doing a great job as regards the involvement of stakeholders and that it has a great impact, but how is it too difficult to involve the academia, speaking in general terms? That seems to be a little bit behind and getting more into the theory with goals and challenges. And in your career in the academia, how can you describe this?
Thanks, Claudia. What I want to talk about today, before, I would just like to say thank you to the South School on Internet Governance for inviting me to be with you again. We did it once in Washington. Last year it was in Buenos Aires. And it's also great to be with you all, my friends. I miss you so much. I would like to hug you. But this is one of the things that I want to ask you is, what do I owe internet? Because I've spent over half my life on it, honestly, in the sense that I have had the opportunity to develop not only my academic points of view, but also a professional career on internet in various aspects of my life. One of these has been my involvement with ICANN. The first one I took part in was in Santiago de Chile a few years ago. So you can see that I've been working closely with one of the key players in the world of the stakeholders for quite some time. Now, it has been quite complicated because in the academic world, for me, I think it's quite reactionary to the things that are going on. And on internet, things happen so quickly. You know, we might be researching something, and then when 2-3 months, maybe it's just not as important anymore. And some of the issues which we also have the issue. Adrian Carvalho was just sending me a message on the WhatsApp. He's just reminding me that I took part in the South School on Internet Governance in Mexico, and I've completely forgotten about that. Oh, sorry about that. My bad. ICANN is very dynamic. It's one of the institutions where you can really play an important role. It's quite difficult to understand how this works for Latin America, for academics in Latin America, because most of the discussions happen in English, and that is a limiting factor, because over the day, things have improved with some of the translation tools available. For instance, they could appoint LACNIC or the LACTLT, the Latin American and Caribbean Associations. But in order to answer your question, Claudio, what I think is that thanks to the pandemic, we academics are just beginning to understand or grasp the true importance of internet and technology. It's now just one issue. Teleworking in Chile was simply 0.64% of the labor force, and today it's 20% of the workforce. And internet has risen to the challenge, as the ISPs have not always risen to the circumstances. But I have to say that academics are now beginning to wake up and ask themselves how this works. Who provides the information? Who sets the domain names? Should it be a .cl or should it be a .co or .pe? People are waking up to these things and they're becoming interested. So we need to take advantage of this to ensure that our users, or the entire internet society, if you like, the companies as well as society and academia, they all need to get more involved. Don't know how we're doing with time, but that's it. And your comment about the linguistic obstacles certainly rings very true. And it's an issue for the South School on Internet Governance, because I know another couple of schools in Brazil and in Europe, but I don't know of any other initiative like this where we're actually training people, which has the multilingual aspect. This has always been a concern for Olga when organizing the South School on Internet Governance. So I once again, I congratulate you for including this in this initiative. Now, Sergio, this is a model. The issue of how the stakeholders get involved. And Sergio is one of the reference in Brazil. From all of the different kinds of governance models, we are looking at a model which is perhaps allowing us to open up a bit and hear different voices. But we are in a multi-stakeholder universe. There are some who are more equal than others. But I want to know is how important is the involvement of civil society, and how far do you think that a person who really wants to get involved can ensure that their participation will have an impact, will be relevant? You're on mute. Sorry. What a good question, Claudio. But before I answer, I do miss all my friends, I have to say, and it's very exciting to see you, albeit on the other side of the screen. The first thing is to give a virtual hug to all the South Schools of Internet Governance, who once again have ensured that this can take place. It's been a really huge effort for several years now to ensure that this keeps on going, and to ensure that we can all meet once a year and discuss things that have to do with internet governance and with the involvement from the different sectors, so that they have something to say in the global discussion, and also to help train all the people who go through the school. I think it's great to see Olga, because I know her from other activities that we shared in Mexico or in Buenos Aires. I have taken part in the last two schools, but it has to be said that the South School on Internet Governance really has set the gold standard. And I can see that there are other people now copying this initiative. Having said that, let's get to the point. There is no better way of taking part than to do so on a level playing field. It is true that some are more equal than others in a multi-stakeholder universe, but otherwise we would not be able to sit down on an equal footing to talk about things that we are all interested in. As Maritza says, my responsibility is to run the Latin American, Caribbean user section. And it's very interesting to see how our voices are heard. We have the possibility of interacting with other segments on internet, which make up the ecosystem, and exchange ideas. These amazing meetings that we hold with other sectors in the value chain of power, because that's how I see this. It's like a value chain of power, which it maintains the balance in the ecosystem, and users perhaps are perhaps the weakest link in this chain, but nonetheless, we are just as important when it comes to discussing issues which are related to the lives of each citizen. Humberto was saying, in Chile, we are discussing the issue that internet works, but what is not working are the ISPs. And that's the point, isn't it? Because if we use internet as we know it, it is because there are people like us and many, many more who are working to make sure it works, it can run, for it to be sufficiently solid to progress. Claudio, let's just think about this for a minute. What is the degree and importance of making oneself heard, of sharing one's opinion, having a point of view, of taking time away from entertainment or something else and dedicating it to a collective cause? Each one of us, when we work in the IGF or in ICANN, what we're doing is putting our time at the service of a far greater community. It's not just us, what we might think. yeah, let's talk about this. We look about DNS abuse, say. But am I doing this because I really care, or am I doing it because it can help so many other people to have a better experience when browsing or using internet? But then you have to be able to explain that in more down-to-earth terms. In internet, when you ask your neighbor, your guy, what is internet? Say you ask your neighbor, you say, oh yeah, it's a platform, you know, like Facebook or Gmail or YouTube. But those are somebody's computers. Internet is far broader than that. That what your ordinary citizen is going to think. But for these applications to function, those computers have to be connected to the internet. And that means that we were able to ensure that that didn't collapse. And that is the greatest impact that each one of us has each time they say something, they participate. It's because all of this is what makes this work over time. Well, I don't know if I've answered your question, if I've gone on too long, because I do tend to go on a bit sometimes. Thank you, Sergio. So to wind up this first round, Eduardo Santoso, we were talking about, at the beginning of this panel, about intersessional work. Do you have any idea how you might see these sorts of encounters? Are there things that what we really need to do in person? Discussion, which is perhaps a little bit deeper or more far-reaching. But in terms of internet governance, it goes far beyond the in-person. I think most of the work that is done in this area is carried out between sessions. It's between the sessions held between the IGF. What can you tell us about this sort of participation, which is naturally remote, because it's remote?
Thank you, Claudia. My greetings to all my friends here and Olga and Adrian. I want to thank you for inviting us to share this panel with the community in the South School of Internet Governance. Focusing on your question, Claudio, I think that first of all, I would like to say that participating in the internet ecosystem is like a calling that all of us have, and we should think about what we can do. It's important for young people to participate. For example, young people helping their parents to use internet or WhatsApp or any other communication means. They are helping in this internet ecosystem, as well as maybe people working on a new app. They are also actively participating in the internet ecosystem. The group of people that develop standards for interconnection, they are also part of this internet ecosystem. And also people distributing information through domain names and IPs are also contributing to the internet ecosystem. I'm not going to be able to mention all of them, but there are plenty of areas in which there is a lot of participation for this internet ecosystem to be a reality. I have always said that we are responsible of offering our language or our contribution to international fora and that we can give our opinion and we can participate. That is important, as well as helping others to adequately use internet. That shows that there is a continuous activity, and each area that specializes in internet, for example, when I talk about IP numbers and domain names or technical standards, or I'm talking about users or business, for example, those get together in our countries, our provinces, in our regions, and globally. We should participate in as many of these meetings as we can. So our job is not only to participate in a meeting, but to involve ourselves in continuous discussions so as to have the opportunity to have virtual or face-to-face meetings and to talk about common agendas, as governments do, for example, or the technical community. And the civil society should also do the same. So, Claudio, I'm going to finish with this. We need to have a continuous involvement in this every day. Thank you. We have a couple of questions, but to wrap up this introduction, we have 1 more minute for each of you to talk about some specific initiatives. I'm going to participate in Peru, Chile, Argentina, and Colombia. And you have 1 minute, Marisa. Can you tell us some specific initiatives that people can participate in? Schools, different webinars, courses, something specific that you can mention. Thank you, Claudia. Within the initiatives that we have in Peru, we have the 2nd edition of IGF Peru Youth. We are also participating actively. We have online events through our platforms, through the School of Law of the San Martín de Porres University, together with other organizations from different countries. We are also participating by different papers and involving our students community so that they are part of these initiatives. Berto, what about Chile? In Chile, there are different cities, mainly in Santiago. There are many activities, but today, because of the pandemic, or actually thanks to the pandemic, we in the provinces can compete with big cities, not only in my country, but all over the world. So today, for example, we are organizing some seminars as regards coronavirus and the consequences in internet, for example, or we are working on a domain name users defense organization. We work with UNEP Chile. We have more than 260 cases that we are working on. A lot of students from the universities and people working on different papers on these topics. And today I am also giving a course on legal. which is my favorite subject. Thank you. Sergio. You're muted.
Sergio, estás en mute.
Today I was all day muting the microphone and forgetting about it. I'm sorry. I was saying that you can get into internauta.org.r and let me tell you that a while ago, we started working with 92 organizations all over the country through a decree law, making internet and cable TV an essential service, a public utility. And we are going to organize the Digital Argentina Forum that is going to take place on November 14th, and it's going to be a virtual conference. We are going to address topics that have to do with education, health, and public utilities. We are going to work on a multi-stakeholder structure. We're going to have national politicians, civil society, as well as businessmen that are going to be discussing the topics that we are interested in that have to do with the growth of Argentina in terms of digital structure. Thank you, Sergio. The .gov efforts, Eduardo. I think that we need to help build this community together, and in these opportunities such as digital literacy, for example, with our family, which sometimes it may seem strange because we are in 2020 and there are still people who need digital literacy. They need to learn to use this tool, which is internet and similar technology tools efficiently in order to have social networking or to participate in the academia. And we need to continue learning that. This year we had to learn. We didn't have a choice, but for example, in my country, there are more than 40% of children that cannot attend digital schooling because they don't have access to a computer or sometimes to information, and they ask help at home, and their parents don't know how to use those digital tools, so they can't help them. So there's a huge responsibility in Latin America to help towards that literacy process as regards technology. And we need to support each other. There are a lot of tools. We are not alone. We have ISOC, ICANN, the South School. We have a lot of people that can help us, and we need to support each other. Olga, I hope that this was a useful panel. We have a little bit more time for some questions. I have some comments.
All five of you, I have to say, I really miss you. It's not a joke. I think the same thing happened with Adrian and Oscar and all of those who are here. It's just been such a huge effort made to make this look like a television studio, and it's all like one big TV studio, really, which of course helps me to achieve my dream of being a rock star. I do play the drums, in my spare time. I would like to make one comment of each of you. Claudio is the best example of what this school is for. I met him once in Geneva in 2015. at the beginning of the year, and he was a bit lonely. There were lots of Brazilians, but he wasn't hanging out with the rest of them. Usually they're all talking to each other in Portuguese, and they're a bit scared of me because I speak Portuguese and they understand me. So I was like, he was standing there by himself. I talked to him, and I told him about the school. And when he held it in Costa Rica, he was the first to apply it. And because I'm the one who's running the grants program, he was the first person's application I saw. And he just got totally involved in the governance issue at ICANN in a fantastic way as an academic and with all his know-how, because he was already well known. So I think he's a fantastic example of somebody who already has a profession working in activities such as a school, because this is what it's all about. It's about spreading, distributing knowledge. Marisa has done something amazing with her university. A little while ago, we chose them to provide special training on all the aspects of internet society throughout Latin America. As you remember, Marisa, we had all this process. And at the beginning, what we wanted was to be allowed to ask questions. And actually, Marisa is a fantastic example. Eduardo, thank you so much. You've always supported us with the school. And I will never forget the dinner we had in Bogota, in Monserrate. You remember we sang. It was an amazing evening. They were one of the ones who put up the money for the dinner, and it was really unforgettable. We went up to the top of the mountain. We saw Bogota by night, and they give us lots of support to the school. And with Sergio, we've lots of fights, but actually, I love you really. We've had so many fights, but it doesn't matter. We like that. We Argentines, we fight and then we kiss and make up. And then I think Eduardo said something very important. I think that they always said that we were crazy to spend so much money on interpreting services. But we've always felt this was very important. We've sometimes had to put up our own money. We've always felt it was vital to have translation services into languages, into other languages. And when we did this in Brazil, we've done it into 3 languages. We think this is really important because basically many of our students are not Spanish speakers. So thank you once again to all of you. I don't know if you have a final comment you'd like to share. Well, I think that's it, actually. Thank you very much. I would just like to say something, Claudia, just a very tiny little comment. I want to thank Adrian Carvalho, who from the South School on Internet Governance in Washington saved me because I arrived without a tie and he lent me his tie when I had to speak. So that's a true friend. Oh, there is one more thing. I said I was going to make a comment about each one of you. I just want to say that the comment for Umberto was that he has written one of the chapters in our book. I asked lots of people to do so, but not everybody said yes. Some of those people are actually there on the panel. Anyway, he wrote the chapter on the whole business about .cl and the countries. So anyway, thank you very much to everybody. And we have to move on to our next panel. As you can see, we have to change the videos on the feed and the camera and do a number of technical things. It's not quite the same as an in-person event. So keep safe, look after yourselves. I miss you, and I hope to see you soon. And hope to have the opportunity to share a nice Malbec or a caipirinha. I miss the Colombian coffee tomorrow as well. I ran out of Colombian coffee in March, and I'm really suffering the effects of this. So big hugs to everybody, and also greetings from Adriano and Oscar. Take care, stay safe.
llegamos con nuestra última actividad de la tarde de este segundo día de la
And
escuela.
here we come up to our last panel today on our session from the South School on Internet Governance and the Argentine School on Internet Governance in our new invented TV world online. And today we have our great friend Pablo Rodriguez joining us from Puerto Rico. Pablo, how are you? It's a great pleasure to be with you here, so to speak. I hope everybody's well there in Puerto Rico, because in addition to the pandemic, I heard that you had a few problems with the hurricanes and maybe some events that haven't been as bad as in the past, but always hoping that you are all well and your family and our .PR friends. Paulo is the vice president, the executive vice president of the country code top level domain. It's a good thing to remember some of the acrostics because the CCTLD is a country code top level domain. It's like .AR is Argentina, .PR is Puerto Rico, .CL Chile, and so on and so forth. Pablo is working at the .PR, which is Puerto Rico. And although it's part of the United States, its heart is Latin. And they speak Spanish. And Pablo is a great advocate for this organization and the entire Puerto Rican community, which is always great participants in the school. Thank you for all your support and the support to the grant and scholarship program. Welcome. One of Pablo's specialties, in addition to working in .PR, and which he's going to tell us about, and the country code top level domain, has carried out some interesting research into the DNSSEC, the domain name security extensions. This is a way of guaranteeing that the domains that we access are safe. And this has been implemented with greater frequency, particularly now that we are more concerned about security than ever. So Pablo, it's great to have you with us. And over to you. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Olga. Can you see my presentation? Not yet. We're just waiting for our tech people to sort it out. Please share the screen. Can you do that for us? Go down to the bottom.
Dame un minutito.
Tranquilo que...
Just give us a second. I do like your background. So this is going to take a little while. You've got to put it on presentation mode, okay? On the screen. Just down to the right.
No, pantallita abajo.
Down to the right, okay? Can you make it fill the screen? Full screen? Thank you. Perfect. Well, thank you very much. And sorry about being so late on connecting. It was great to be able to hear the former panel. And thank you, Olga, Adrian, and Oscar, for the opportunity to be able to present all these things that we're doing. I would like to emphasize a number of things. I heard on the previous panel that, which wasn't part of what I was going to say, but I do want to mention a few key items. Sergio talked about the importance of taking part, of making our voices heard. Eduardo also said that that we must get involved. And Umberto also said that the pandemic has obliged us to identify the differences, for instance, between .r and how different countries are represented on the internet, which has been quite helpful. And this is actually a protocol which allows us to ensure that we are communicating with whoever it is that we want to communicate. Here's my presentation. I'm going to give you a bit of historical background to the DNSSEC. The purpose of my research is how perception of those responsible for the decision-making within each of these domain names, whether it's .pr, .r, .cl, how does this affect us in our daily lives? And what conclusions can we reach? And what recommendations are there? So here we go. Let's have a look at the background. Many of you might be asking yourselves, how can I get involved? You can get involved in all kinds of different ways, but we'll come to that in a minute. Here's a bit of historical background. In 1990, this is Professor Steve Bellevin who discovered that there was a vulnerability in the DNS. Later, but it wasn't until 1995 that he published his research on DNSSEC and wrote an article explaining how it might happen that somebody could steal somebody else's identity on a website, and that this could fall into ill-intentioned people who wanted to steal your identity or private data. In 1999, a protocol was developed to govern how we should work on this to avoid it happening, identity theft. In 2005, we expanded our know-how, and the SE was the .se, Sweden, was the first to identify its universe, its internet, signing its domain name as .se. A few months later, Puerto Rico does the same, and we became the first country also to sign this, the first country in the Americas. We're the first who did this, who got the country code top level domain. So in 2008, Dan Kaminsky, the guy in the yellow t-shirt, showed us how, by way of example, how he could pass himself off as somebody else and move traffic one place to the next. I should just explain that this is how DNSSEC works. If you don't have DNSSEC, somebody who wants to use your bank account or wants to see how much money you have has already changes what we call the cache, which is a memory that says basically that when I invoke the bank dot whatever the national code, I will be taking your place. And now when this is changed, it can change you somewhere else. which means that these evil agents are able to record your password, your username, and access your bank account and steal money, or use it to enter another place, like the Ministry of Economy, for instance, and get demographic information or other information. There are all kinds of potential situations of attack and risk out there when we don't use DNSSEC. But with DNSSEC, the system uses the chain of connections to compare the activation certifications to ensure that it is actually you accessing the web page that you want to access. So with certain words, it makes sure that you're talking to who you want to talk to. And that's the DNSSEC protocol. Now, a study on the perceptions of the experiences of those responsible for taking decisions involved in the adoption of this protocol, which can be from all kinds of different protocols, which also provide different security levels for DNS exchange. Now, bearing this in mind, what is the purpose of my study? As I said, to understand the perceptions of those responsible for taking IT decisions within the country code top level domains within Latin America and the Caribbean who have implemented DNSSEC or not. In other words, what do they think? What do they think is important about DNSSEC? And on the basis of these learnings, we need to develop a set of recommendations to facilitate and promote the adoption of this protocol to ensure that the country code top level domain operators have the protocol and thus protect the users in Latin America and the Caribbean. This means protecting you and me and millions of people throughout the region. The population or the participants in the study are in the same way. We have 47 different country codes from Mexico to Patagonia, including the Caribbean. So 47 country codes throughout South America, Latin America and the Caribbean, of which 26 have not adopted the DNSSEC. For this study, we had 24 country code top level domain operators, and of these, 12 are using DNSSEC and 12 aren't. So we can compare what those who have DNSSEC implemented think and those who don't. Why do some people adopt it and some people not? What method did I use? I use a qualitative method. Why? Because most research, which isn't very much, there are about 3 or 4, are mostly statistical analysis, mathematical models, some of which are based on projections and others on certain exploration of how economic incentives can help these protocols to be adopted. However, this is the only piece of research which took the time to sit down and chat to each one of the participants in order to understand what reasons they have for taking this decision or not. So I used an exploratory case in order to find out what this was about. There were 4 key questions, which basically are: is the DNSSEC doing what it should do, what it says it should do, or not? Do you think it's easy or difficult to use the DNSSEC? Also, we asked them, do you think that there is somebody, an influencer, or somebody important for you? Do you think there is somebody who wants you to adopt the DNSSEC? Do you think that you have the infrastructure in administrative terms? Do you have the personnel and infrastructure, like servers and so forth, to adopt and implement this technology? We set up 16 questions, 4 within these to understand people's points of view and what they thought. This is a conceptual framework. I'm not going to go into too much detail beyond what I've already said, but what I just want to show you is on the left, there are the 4 key questions. Where there are social influences, and do they have the conditions which allow them to implement this?
This is part of the data analysis that we use that allow us to analyze data, because research was not only done in Spanish, but also in English. And there were like 13 interviews in Spanish and 11 interviews in English. Results. Deductive codes. What are deductive codes? What I asked. What do you think they do or they don't do? Is it easy? Is it difficult? 79% perceives that DNSSEC is protecting them. So most people participating in this research believe that DNSSEC is protecting from different attacks. They don't have it. They feel that somebody is going to redirect traffic to a place where information can be stolen from them. And phishing, where there is identity theft and fraud is committed. 54% feels that configuration errors are a risk. This is kind of difficult because it requires specific expertise to be able to understand it. And 50% feels that to implement this DNSSEC has not increased the number of domains. So 37% feels that implementing it is going to improve cybersecurity of their country code, and 33% feels that the implementation of DNSSEC increases when implementation is easier. They are willing to do it. 21% or 22% feels that implementing it is going to give them competitive advantage, and around 17% feels that the cost of implementing it is a disadvantage. In other words, it's too expensive. This is very interesting. The second question that has to do with implementing DNSSEC being easy or not, 78% of those who didn't implement it feel that there's a lack of institution support. And if you think about what we have heard today, we need to remember that we still have a lot of learning to continue learning. And in many cases, decision makers in organizations are not up to date to understand the difficulties to protect their customers and their organizations. And that's why this School of Governance is so important. 58% of those implementing it feel there's difficulties and complexity in implementing it, and that is a disadvantage. And 50% feels that the need of highly trained technicians as regards DNS, DNSSEC, networking, cryptography are needed in order to implement and to keep DNSSEC. This includes costs to hire, to train these employees. So we need human resources. That needs to be trained, and also we need a budget that includes the support for this kind of activities. Within the feeling of those making decisions, 83% feels that the government, banking institutions, as well as web transactions should implement the DNSSEC. Next time when you go to the bank to check your account, do you know if you have a DNSSEC? Do you know if your accounts are protected? How do you know if somebody redirected your traffic and you are now in a place in which if you can be subjected to identity theft, for example? That is very important, and it is here where you can participate, where you can start asking questions. When I go to pay taxes, am I protected? The banks that I use are protected. When I buy online, now more than ever that we are suffering this pandemic and we are buying online, everything online, like the supermarket, for example, who is providing that traffic? We need to ask ourselves, 54% of those involved in this study didn't know anybody objecting the implementation of it, but it keeps being very low. 33% of those involved in the research believe that ICANN, LACNIC, LACTLD, or IETF, and also Internet Corporation of Assignments and Numbers, which is the organization in charge of the IP numbers or Internet Protocol numbers, and the association grouping all the country codes in Latin America and the Caribbean. And IETF is the organization in charge of developing security standards and many other things for Internet. And all of them are promoting the implementation of DNSSEC because they feel that these CCTLDs are going to implement it in the near future. So do you have the necessary infrastructure, technical as well as organizational infrastructure needed to implement DNSSEC? 58% of those who didn't implement it feel that costs, including infrastructure like buying servers and computers and equipment, hiring staff, training, for example, sending employees to a place such as Chile, Costa Rica, which have been offering a lot of courses to train people but they assume that to be trained, they have traveling expenses and many other costs. So this is not only sending somebody to learn something, but it's going to involve costs. And then I need to pay in order to make sure that they are going to be trained. And there are some legal services that technicians cannot offer, so we're going to need lawyers to help us develop these legal documents, such as DPS, which is DNSSEC Policy and Practice Statement. And in this way, we're going to increase users' trust. And many people participating in this research were convinced that if they have the capacity to have this kind of documents and to have an agreement of this kind, they are going to develop users' confidence, because they can see that the information chain is protected. 38% feel that security violation of this agreement, if somebody can steal, for example, this key, or if there's a bad configuration and makes the website connected to these web pages disappear from internet because of bad configuration, there could be some economic damage as well as lack of prestige, and that means that there's a huge concern as regards the adoption of this technology when there is lack of protection that can economically affect the company. 25% feels that it's a leadership challenge to convince top managers and stakeholders and corporate customers. These codes, instruction codes, show us that this is a driver to adopt technology. It promotes technology adoption, because when a company feels that by adopting a specific technology, they are going to be able to change perception, it's going to be easy to accept adopting this technology. 42% of those involved in this research believe that they are perceived as competent because of implementing DNSSEC. 46% are worthy of trust for implementing it, and 25% for having a kioski ceremony. In other words, those who are adopting it are saying, I am adopting this technology not because it's going to help me to protect myself from attack, which actually does it, but it's going to be more powerful, and it's better to adopt this technology to show that my organization is safe and that you can trust us and that you are safe when you are using our services.
The last code was produced by those who had already adopted domain names, who adopted DNSSEC. 42% perceive that a lack of know-how prevents their corporate clients like banks, supermarkets, the Ministry of Economy from adopting this technology because they don't know it. Another 25% perceives that the associated costs, hiring personnel, training, and so forth, 25% perceive that these difficulties, the technical difficulties involved by my clients who want to have this technology are a problem because they will need to have personnel who are trained to be able to implement the technology. 50% perceives that providing promotional incentives and educational programs will help to get people to implement the DNSSEC within corporate clients, among corporate clients. And the 50% perceive that a reduction in effort, or in other words, if you make it easy for me, if you provide me with the interfaces and platforms which will make it easy to adopt, I will adopt it. But if you make it hard to me, I'm not going to do this. What conclusions have we reached? Well, the conclusions are that implementation involves cybersecurity, and it also involves configurations. So we need dedicated personnel with high-level know-how in security to implement DNSSEC. Then there's a social issue. We have to promote DNSSEC amongst the main players. But we need technical infrastructure and trained personnel. And these are major challenges as they prevent the implementation of DNSSEC amongst CCTLDs. Then we have the whole business of reputation, what I said just now. And overcoming financial and technical and promotional challenges in terms of reducing the burden mean that it is more likely to help corporate clients to adopt this. So when I started this presentation, I emphasized ways in which you could participate. So how can you play your part? Ask, does my country code have DNSSEC implemented? When I buy a domain name with my country code, the registrar sending it to me, is it going to make it easy for me to implement DNSSEC on my domain? Is it easy or is it hard to carry out this process? Is it automatic? Is it manual? Are there interfaces or not? Your ISP, do they have devices to resolve or to validate DNSSEC throughout their network? These are questions that you need to ask because they have an influence. They have a direct effect on your security. And like we said before, in the times of pandemic, more than ever, it is vital to ensure that we have DNSSEC implemented throughout our domains. Here are some recommendations which are important for the different working groups. But there is a big message which I want you to take away with you. Ask. Ask. Talk to the different groups. Your chapter, your Internet Society chapter, you need to talk to people like those who have been involved in the South School of Internet Governance. All of these people can help you to prepare yourselves to work and get involved in this new world, which more than ever has changed so much thanks to the pandemic. Finally, this is my contact. And I would like to invite any of those who still have questions and would like to talk more about how the data was analyzed or the conceptual framework, I'd like to ask you to contact me directly and I will be delighted to answer you. So thank you. It's been a great privilege to have the opportunity to present the work that I've done, although albeit briefly, and I hope that it can benefit each one of you. Thank you very much. My dear Pablo, one of the things I most miss from the in-person school is the applause. So here goes my applause. And Adrian too. This is one of the things I really miss. It's the same thing with Zoom classes. I miss the visual contact, face-to-face contact, because, you know, I can see straight away if they get what I'm talking about or if they're just bored. And the whole business about virtual events is that you don't get any applause, you can't greet people. I just know that you're virtually with us, as it were. Now, I was interested by the numbers that you gave us at the beginning. There's a key percentage of CCTLDs have still not implemented DNSSEC in the region. And I was wondering, because sometimes in developing countries, I don't know if it's the case with Puerto Rico, but developing countries in Latin America, particularly, the urgent moves us away from what is important. And very often, the important things are in the medium and long term, and the urgent is now. And we're talking about strikes, we're talking about unemployment, about government, political, economic problems, the pandemic, and this takes our attention away from what is important. Now, are there any economic actors that could play a role in delaying, that are playing a role in delaying this, or is it merely a question of strategic decision making? There are several factors, because my research covers the issue of what do people think? What do the people think who adopted DNSSEC, and what do those who did not adopt DNSSEC think? And that was what I wanted to compare. In other words, what's the difference between those who have it and who don't? Now, what I found interesting was that those who don't are saying, look, the problem is that I know that there are many opportunities to get people trained. But you know what? I just don't have the money to get these people trained. And it's not that easy to do it remotely either, but when you're talking about this kind of protocol. So I need, for instance, as a director of CCTLD, I have to invest in hiring people, sending them off to get trained. I'm paying all their allowances, the travel, the accommodation. And when they come back, I need to make sure that I have enough money to pay them a salary. Imagine the competition. When you invested in getting somebody trained and the bank, the national bank or some commercial chain that does have the money suddenly makes them a great offer, which is twice as much as what you were intending to pay them. And furthermore, now that they've been so well trained, because there are not many people with this kind of training, and they whisk them off under your nose. So people don't want to invest. The whole business of human resources is really quite complicated. And then you've got to buy the equipment. There's some people who might say to you, I've got a couple of computers which can do this, but frankly, a couple of computers in the United States cost this much. But perhaps in Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic, or just to give you an example, other example in Latin America or the Caribbean, but maybe it costs twice or three times as much. So there is a real economic issue here. And in terms of how much we need to invest. So what I haven't really talked about is this issue of being able to broach the subject in some of the workshops in terms of talking, what are the real costs of implementing DNSSEC? How much does it cost to drop the legal documentation involved in all of this? Because imagine that even if you think nobody really understands whether DNS, nobody really cares if it works or not. Everybody thinks it works. There's nobody going to say that we shouldn't have it. So what is the real problem here? It's a tough one. And then the next question is, do I have the infrastructure to allow me to adopt this, both in terms of personnel and equipment? Probably not. And if I don't have it, then what do? I have to hire people. And if I hire them, then I've got to train them. And then but maybe I have them, but I still have to get them trained. And what am I going to do? And it becomes this big issue. And it was actually outside my research, but I realized that not all the CCTLDs are the same. We're not all created equal. Some of them are academic. We're talking about private universities. Others are public universities. Others, some are not-for-profit, some are private companies. And there are others, which are agencies working within a government which rely on, and depending on the model, the philosophy of how you invest your money and where you invest it is very different. And this is something else entirely different, which also needs to be researched. I ask myself about the paradox of prevention, of education. You don't really see it properly, do you? When you look at security, when nothing happens, that's fine, but you don't see anything either. You do everything fine in security. There are no incidents, and so nobody talks about it, and it looks like nobody cares. And in education, it's a bit the same thing, really. You educate people, and it is obviously a long-term thing, obviously, because you see this with young people. But you see the results in 20, 30 years in strategic terms. You're creating a country that's going to be functioning in 20, 30 years. And as I was saying, in these countries, mostly the urgent takes the place of what is important. But I think it's been very interesting to hear what you have to say, and thank you. There are many people in the technical community and many CCTLDs in the region, as you know, are coordinated by government agencies. Some 26%, 25% of our students are in the public administration. So who knows, you might be inspiring people, and maybe we will be looking at more DNSSECs being adopted in the future. Thank you so much for your support for the school. I miss you as I miss all my friends. I miss not being able to share coffee or lunch. And I hope that we will be able to meet up soon in person and in the not too distant future. And in the meantime, I wish you and all of your friends in Puerto Rico the very best. It's such a beautiful country. So stay safe. Look after yourselves. Thank you, Olga. Big hugs to you, Adrián and Oscar, and all the friends who have been taking part. When I see everything that's been done, my heart leaps with joy. So I send you a big hug, and I hope to see you soon. Greetings from Adrián and Oscar. Take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Well, people, that was the second day, most intense one. Now we're going to have a quick look at what we have tomorrow. Tomorrow we start a little bit later at 10 o'clock, Argentine time, 8 in many other Latin American countries. 9 o'clock and Brazil the same. And those who are in other countries, we have tweets and Facebook. So thank you very much for your comments. Tomorrow we have Oscar Robles Garay is our first keynote speaker from the LACNIC. They're actually having a meeting at the moment. And then we have two great friends. We have Chris Painter, who was an advisor to President Obama on cybersecurity, and then Gary Wolfman, who is going to be talking to us about security, cybersecurity. Then we will be hearing from Gustavo Lopez, who will be talking about the recent decree adopted in Argentina about essential human rights to communication services. Then we have another keynote. Then we have a panel on cybersecurity, how to protect critical infrastructures. We'll be having input from lots of different speakers, some in English, some in Spanish. Then we'll have this cybercrime investigation, where we are and what can we expect. So you can say tomorrow is more about cybersecurity, critical infrastructure. We have foreign speakers as well as those from Latin America. Our dear friend Horacio Solin, who is working in the cybercrime investigation unit, who will be telling us about new kinds of cybercrime which have arisen during the pandemic. And the last keynote of the day is from Marcos Salt, who's a well-known lawyer, criminal lawyer, specializing in cybercrime from the University of Buenos Aires and a great friend of the Argentine school, who will be telling us about the latest rules and regulations on cybercrime. So tomorrow is going to be a great day, mostly dealing with these issues. As you can see, we're tackling this in different sections. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock Argentine time. Please make sure you join us at the right time, as always with simultaneous translation, and we hope that we'll have a little more time for questions. Thank you for being with us all day. Bye-bye.